you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. It's lovely to be back with you. It's been absolutely ages. I haven't actually been here for over a week. I haven't even been in the building for over a week, so it's really, really lovely to be back. I hope you've had a lovely week. Yeah, I've had a lovely weekend. Did you watch Eurovision? Oh, it was amazing, wasn't it? It was amazing. I was like, no spoilers if for anyone who's not caught up yet. Oh, it was so good. Anyway, today is going to be amazing. We've had a lovely morning so far. Stuart Hillard is in the building. I know how much we love Stuart's shows. When he's here guesting and demonstrating, it's brilliant, isn't it? So I'm really, really excited to be with him later on. Now, I'm literally guarding this like I used to guard my homework or my schoolwork, because this early bird is amazing. Now, don't get me wrong, every early bird, gets attention. We'll pick out the early bird specials, the management pick out special pieces. Sometimes, it's quite last minute and it'll arrive in and then we'll do something brilliant. This is something that we have known that we're going to do today for a very long time. We have had so many emails about it, and I'm going to go as far as saying I think this is potentially the biggest early bird we've ever done in the history of Sewing Street. It is amazing. I can categorically tell you I think this is going to be the best price you are ever going to find this product. It's so good. So, are you ready? Because we have got not just a rotary cutter, it's Fiskars. It is the name that we all know, we all trust. It's been a household name for years and 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 years. And when you're looking at Fiskars products, you know that you're looking at absolute quality. Now, this is Fiskars blade. I've opened this up, so I've had a go with it this morning. And it is beautiful. The soft grip handle with this addition as well to this extra handle just gives you even more sort of stability, I find, when you're cutting. It comes with the Fiskars blade, which I'll talk about in a moment because it's a special blade which is really, really secure. It also has this fancy technology look it's got, so when you're changing your blade, you're never actually going to have to touch the blade. It's got a magnetic, really great sort of interchangeable handle there to be able to switch your blade around. You can use it if you're a left or if you're a right-handed person, of course. You can use this, you can swap the blade over to the other side if you're left-handed. It's got that safety catch, so this sort of pushes forward there when you're using it. It locks in completely to open when it's in use, and then it's got a release button on the side which you just click, and then that is completely safe. So what I would do is when you're doing your cuts, just get into the habit of after each cut clicking it. It's so easy to do, literally just with your thumb like that, and it's completely safe. Now, anybody at home is thinking, I've already got a rotary cutter, I don't think I need another one. Get ready, because you need another one. This is one of those moments that I would say it doesn't matter if you have already got a rotary cutter. Buy a second. Stuart's bought one of these this morning. Hayley has bought one of these this morning. We're getting Charlie into sewing. He's going to get one today. It does help because they know the amazing price that we're going to. So, I just want everyone to appreciate how crazy this is going to be. So, online this morning, we found on the Singer website. This was £37.39. They've actually reduced it to £32.29. It's got great reviews on there. It said, well worth the money. There was a review that said, well worth the money. It's brilliant, brilliant quality. And it does cut absolutely beautifully, which I'll show you in a moment. So that's one price comparison. When you're looking at Fiskars products, don't get me wrong, you can get more affordable rotary cutters out there. But when you're looking at Fiskars, of course, just so you know, over 50 are in baskets straight away and you don't even know where we're going. I promise you this is going to be one of the best early birds you've ever seen. So, can I show you a price that we're not closing at? If you want this, check out now, you are not paying £24.99. Now, as I said, there are certain rotary cutters that we've had over the years at Sewing Quarter and here, of course, at Sewing Street as well, that have been around the £20 mark. When you're looking at Fiskars, you do generally pay more. You're looking at normally, as we said, around the £30 mark. It's the titanium blades that sort of set them apart. They're a lot stronger than steel. They're going to cut absolutely beautifully. In fact, I'll show you. We've got the rotating cutting mat coming up onto the show later. There are, oh my word, over 70 of you who have now got it in your basket. Get ready because we're not even at your early bird special price yet. Just cutting off your salvages. Now, I got a bit excited earlier and Stuart had to calm me down because he said, Vic, it's not safe to cut 8 layers. Don't tell everybody to cut 8 layers because I was going through so many layers. So look, I can do comfortably. There's just cutting my salvage off. Let's fold it in half and do 4 layers, which I know a lot more people are, you know, a bit more comfortable with. But it means that you're going to get really beautiful accuracy and precision. It's not shaking, it's really smooth, it's gliding through. You can change it whether you're using it for left or right handers. I mean, like a knife through butter. It is amazing. The curved shape of the handle is a really lovely natural fit for your hand, and it's got that soft grip handle. And just having this extra security underneath your hand, I thought, oh, I don't know if I've ever used a rotary cutter that's got this addition, but actually it just steadies your hand even more, so it's not going to be rattling around. Roxana has messaged in saying, I have this rotary cutter already. It is excellent, especially as the weight of the blade and the handle are so well balanced. Roxana, get another one, get another one. Honestly, trust me, Roxana, if you know that you love this, you could have one just in a bag ready to go to a workshop or a class, maybe one for FPP that you're not having to change the blade for paper. You just have one. Honestly, for the price that you would pay to replace the blades, you can today get an amazing early bird special on the whole handle. Jackie, I'm not going to say what you've. I'm not going to put the message on screen, but it's going to be cheaper than that. Yes, yes. Can you believe it? Right, are you ready? Because we have got so many of these available. We've got 400 chances, and we want them all to go today. So we showed you a price comparison that was over £30. We actually found a really good price on this online. £17.69. Do you like that price? Shall we beat it? The same one, we can beat that price, even though we know this is a rotary blade cutter. This is a rotary cutter that could be easily over £30. It's today £16.99. We're beating it. There you go. Keep going through. Trust me, Jackie. You know why, right? There are hundreds of you that have now got this in your basket. I'm so pleased. The reason that we do the early bird, by the way, is to make sure that everybody can get involved nice and early. You can open your order. You'll only pay 1p&p throughout the whole of the day. So have a look through the website, see if there's anything else that you need. Stay tuned because we've got 2 amazing quilts with Stuart coming up. We've got Kaffe. We've got William Morris pre-cuts later on this hour. We've got Tula Pink. We've got so many amazing products for you today. So definitely open your order early. For anybody who's starting out, to start with the best. I mean, normally, when I first started on my quilting journey, I went to some sewing classes and I bought myself exactly like this, a cutting mat, a ruler and a rotary cutter. And if I'm being really honest with you, did I buy a Fiskars rotary cutter? No, because I thought, right, I want to spend, £15, £20 on a rotary cutter. I'm not going to get a Fiskars, because I'm not going to be able to afford that, but I want to try it out. So I'll start with an Alpha, or I'll start with, you know, a more affordable rotary cutter. With this, you can start with the best. It's amazing. Right, Jackie's panicking now. Jackie, we're not stopping. We're not stopping. We are not stopping there. Now, the reason that I say we're not stopping there is because we found Amazon. Now, Amazon was selling this at $15.99, and we said, but we want to be the best. We want to beat them. And it actually was £32. You can see on there elsewhere it was £32. So we were already doing very, very well. You know, Amazon are always really good. But it's not very often that I get to sit on my high horse here at Sewing Street and really go on about price. And today, I'm doing that. I'm really proud to say that our buying team have worked so hard. We have taken the hit on this. It's a PR auction. This is to get everybody sewing, to get everybody making. For anybody who has never worked with a rotary cutter before, anybody who's struggled, you know, with having that precision and the cutting, the accuracy in your cutting, have a go with the Fiskars rotary blade and a rotary cutter that is, you know, ergonomically designed like this, that it is the engineering, as Roxana says, having that balance between the handle and the blade that gives you just really amazing security when you're cutting. Are we ready? We are going lower than $16.99 today. We are going lower. Now, I must also tell you there is a catch. The early bird is today and today only. This could go back up over £30. I don't know the price on this because we've got a big Fiskars show that's coming up. We've managed to negotiate this price, especially for today, only for the early bird. We got over 400 chances to get this today. Forget $16.99, and you know what, Jackie? Forget $14.99 because we can do better than that. How amazing is this? I am so excited. Everybody has got to buy one of these. As I said, even if you've already got a rotary cutter, get another one. Replace yours and get an amazing Fiskars. Stuart Hillard says he just started to rattle a bit. He's got a Clover brand, and he says, I've always loved it. He says, I put my blade back in and it started to rattle. So he says, I'm getting one of these at $12.99. Why not? And what I love about it as well is those of you that have got the replace easy change blade tool with Fiskars as well. This works in conjunction with it. So if you literally just unscrew this, lift the handle up there, you're not having to touch it. You're not having to touch the blade at all. So don't worry about that. Now, it's really easy to lock into place when in use. And then when you finish using it, just literally click that button there and that will lock into place and it will be really, really safe. Okay, there are hundreds of you who have got this in your basket. We have big stock. It's now 8:10. We were planning on talking about this all day today. I've got a feeling this is going to sell out in the next few minutes. So if way over half our stock has gone. If you've got it in your basket, do check out. Can I remind you, can we show that price comparison again? £30, over £30. It's the same rotary cutter that I'm showing you today. That one was $37.39, and as I said, it had really good reviews on that website. Today, they're selling it at $32.29. Does it have extra blades? Does it have, you know, anything additional? No, it's this rotary cutter, and we are taking the hit on it today, just to make sure that everybody gets the chance of really experiencing the luxury Fiskars. I'm so sorry, by the way, if you're in a queue. There is availability. I'm going to tell you there's 150 chances left, so please hold in the queue because I don't know whether you're going to be able to get it later on this morning. It's worth definitely holding on the phone line, and the customer service team will get to your call. Right, so lots of you have pressed 1. Just stay exactly where you are. If you can get on the app or if you can get on the web, that will definitely be the quickest way of getting this. But we've got a question from Sylvia. Yes. If you came in at $24.99, don't panic, you'll pay this price. Your card isn't charged till midnight tonight, so don't worry, the system works itself out. We never normally do this many price crashes, but it was very, very exciting. Just so you're aware, we are about to call limited stock. Now this, normally when we have a quantity of 400, I said this is going to be potentially the biggest early bird we've done. We have got the most amazing early bird special for you today if you're just waking up with us a bit late. Good morning everybody. Let me know if you have got this rotary blade cutter already. How much did you pay for it? We've even beaten Amazon. We were saying Amazon were over £15. I don't normally scream and shout about price here, and you know, it's not what we do, is it? There are a lot of different channels that do that, but it is exciting, isn't it, when we get to do prices like this on absolute quality. You don't need me to scream and shout about fist scars. Maggie has said, I've got mine, Vix. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Okay, I'm calling it limited stock. We're oversubscribed. We've got 75 chances left. We've got over 150 of you who want it. And there's people multi-buying on this now. There's people multi-buying. At that price, it's actually, if you were to buy it from that website that we showed you at the start, this is better than half price. I mean, this is unbelievable. You can buy one, get one free, and you're still paying less. You've paid your P&P for the day now as well, so you may as well stay with us. We've got Stuart Hillard joining me. We've also got, by the way, stay there. Look. You'll be so happy you've opened your basket. I have never, ever, in my history of working with William Morris, through my previous lives as Sewing Quarter, I have never, ever, ever had the chance of doing 5-inch charm squares of William Morris. So I'm so excited about this. Right, how many have we got left? Oh no. Oh no. Right, Hayley, I hope you've got yours. Charlie, you're going to just need to get yours now. You're not going to be able to wait until after the show. This is about to sell out. We've got 40 chances left. We had over 400 of these to start with, so well done everybody who's got them. Just £12.99. It is the absolutely fantastic soft grip loop titanium blade. We made a little bit of a deal, and I said, do you know what? 200 of these go. That is brilliant. That is, I'm so pleased that everybody gets this. I did not expect, you know, it to be quite as crazy this morning. It's very, very busy, so do stay exactly where you are. Thank you so much for your company. Is the fist scars? Yes, it is. So the great thing about this, because it's ambidextrous, you can actually change the whole sort of mechanic. So you change the blade over to this side really easily. There's lots of instructions, and there's also YouTube videos. In fact, there's a bit of instructions here. But if you go onto YouTube, they do a whole YouTube videos how to change it over. Morning, Vicky and team, and Stuart got my cutter. What a good early bird. I told you, Laurie. Isn't it amazing? Have a great day. Oh, it's going to be a brilliant day. This just sets us up for the whole day now, doesn't it? We've paid our post and packaging. There's 10 left. Oh, there's 182 of you who've got it in your basket, and there's about 10 of you who are still in the queue on the phone line. We're going to leave it with you. If you get one of the last 10, well done. I mean, that was like Glastonbury tickets, wasn't it? That was amazing. Thank you for trusting us, because that, I called it at the start, one of the best early birds we've ever done. Amazing price at £12.99 as well. So thank you, Kat. Well done, everybody. Okay. We've got to do the menu. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have shown them, because now half the stock of this is gone. So just be aware. Get on the web, or if you're on the phone line in the queue, ask for these as well. Today's show looks a little bit like this. We got brand new William Morris fabrics and Dan Morris, no relation. Even though Stuart tried to pull a fast one on me and said, oh no, they're related. If you go back through their family tree, he really tried. He went on and on with his story to the point that I basically shouted obscenities at him. I was like, no, it's not, stop it. So that's at 8 o'clock this morning, this hour. And you've opened your order already. Stay with us and still only pay 1 P&P. Kaffe, oh my word, this lollipop flowers quilt is beautiful. Now, this is a bit of an introduction for you. I've got a sample of the quilt. Now, we're not going to be recreating that quilt today, but we're giving you a bit of an idea. We've got one of Stuart's books, which is absolutely brilliant. And he gives you so many different ideas and inspiration, how to work with colour, how to work with Kaffe. So these are going to be coming up. The instructions are part of Stuart's book. We've got tips and techniques. We've got some fat quarters to bring you. So it's going to be a really, really lovely show at 9 o'clock. And in fact, Stuart's been asking to do more shows like what he's going to be showing you at 9 o'clock. So we're really excited for that. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we've got some more quilting tools. So if you love a bit of Fiskars, if you love all of your tools, if you want to stock up your workroom today, 10 o'clock, stay with us. 11 o'clock, did you watch my birthday show back in April, the end of April? If you were umming and ahhing about the Tula pink quilt, were you thinking, oh, well, do you know, I'd love, you know, a bit of help and a bit of guidance with the stitching part. Stuart's actually been lucky enough to work with this quilt kit. It's the most beautiful quilt. Half the stock went on my birthday. We've got 25 quilt kits remaining. Now, I know it's a considered purchase, so wait till you see it. It's spectacular. It's one of our favourite ever Tula pink quilts, and it's coming up at 11 o'clock today. Then we've got a bit of a roundup, loads of different designers, homeware kits galore, all coming up at 12 o'clock. So, I'm coming over. Oh, I mean, look, how amazing does this quilt look behind me? Looks incredible, doesn't it? I'm not going to scream and shout about this because they're about to sell out, but how often do we get the chance to bring you 5-inch squares? We had over 50 of these and we've now got 4. Oh no! We've got the fat quarters to bring you next as well, by the way. We've got a good quantity on the fat quarters. So 42 5-inch squares. I'm not going to take this all out just because it's sold out. Sold out. But done. Just so you know about pre-order, because I think a lot of people are going to need to try and get ahead today. If you want to go to pre-order, jump onto the website. This is definitely going to be a good way to shop today. It's very busy. If you jump to sewingstreet.co.uk, I think we've melted the website. I think we've literally crashed it. Okay, we'll come back to the website in a moment. We can't get on there. Hopefully you can. The whole day is on pre-order today though. So if there's anything that you want to have a look at, if there's anything that you want to see, either call the customer service team, they're really, really helpful, or have a look on pre-order. What's that, sorry? Oh yeah, you can message us. I am on Facebook. Hang on, let me grab my iPad. I am on Facebook. My battery's very low, so I'll try and keep it on for a little bit. Has nobody said hello to me yet this morning? It's so weird. I've only got people watching. I haven't got any messages. I'll reload it. Is it just Tom that said hello to me? Oh, here we go, I've got it. Hi Tom, hi Claire, good morning. Patricia said hello. Claire said I have the Fiskars rotary cutter. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Absolutely love it. The engineering behind them, it is amazing cutting. If you love Fiskars products, there is a whole Fiskars show that's going to be coming up, in fact, actually. We're still waiting for the date, but there is a whole Fiskars show. Right, shall I open these up? Because we normally have a handful of these, come in and then they sell out. We've had them only once before. I think there were only 9. Today we've got a much bigger quantity, which is very exciting. Although, problem is, it is a very, very busy morning. Now these are all Moda quality. They are William Morris, the best of Morris. We've seen these by the ½ metre, so those of you that have purchased any of those, then you know how beautiful this quality is. Now these are your fat quarter pack, so it's half of a ½ metre. Now for a fat quarter pack, you're getting all of those different colours, you're getting all of the different, prints, all of those iconic prints. Surely you would be paying a premium for the fat quarter pack. You are only paying £7.33 a ½ metre. That's really good. We don't sell it for £7.33 a ½ metre. That's a really low price. And they've all been cut beautifully. I mean, a fat quarter is such a useful pre-cut size to work with, isn't it? If you are starting to think about, your quilting journey, we've got some brilliant inspiration with Stuart coming up. Some of his books are going to be absolutely perfect for all of these gorgeous designs. So, I think, to be honest, we may have done the pricing of this, a bit of a boo-boo on this, because maybe before we knew we were getting the ½ metre pre-cuts that we got this, it was first on air right at the very end of March. It came on and it literally disappeared out of stock. We had 9 of them and that was it. And then we had them by the ½ metre, again, same story, absolutely flew out. It's £7.49 a ½ metre at a really good price. It's Moda quality. I think it should actually be, especially with the prices of everywhere else going up. I would have expected this to be about £8.49 a ½ metre. It's beautiful, really beautiful quality. 100% quilting weight cotton. 30 pieces, all been cut by Moda. beautiful quality. £6.33 a fat quarter. There you go. That is your price. It's £109.99. It's £54.99 on split pay today. There are, oh, look at that, 7.5 meters of William Morris fabric. And what I love is that you have got all of, you know, the iconic prints. These are all some of the most famous, recognised prints. We've now got less than 20. I said that we had a much better quantity this time. It's still good quantity, but it is William Morris. Like with Fiskars, it needs no introduction. It's one of those brands, it's a name that we all know and love and recognise. They're such beautiful prints. And having a fat quarter pack like this, I was mentioning about doing it into, you know, a big heirloom quilt, but actually if you think about just doing homewares, if you think about making projects for your craft festival, how far is this going to go? If you're doing just cushion covers, how much can you pay for just a William Morris cushion in John Lewis? I've seen, you know, small cushions for £60, and that was just the front William Morris. The back was just a cream with a lovely piping around the edge. So I mean, if you start to add that up, that's a couple of cushions, isn't it? A couple of cushions is going to cost you over £100. Today, you could make, with one fat quarter, you could make a really amazing size cushion. And if you then start to use your complementing fabrics, it's going to go such a long way, such a long way. I mean, look, I haven't even sort of scrub the surface to this. There's so many prints in here. Remember, you're getting 30 fat quarters. We've got a lot of you have got these in your basket. Have a serious think about it, but don't wait too long, as it is on split pay, so hopefully that makes it more accessible for everybody. £54.99. The first payment comes out today, and then you can start sewing with it. You don't need to wait until you've made that second payment next month. It is just going to be one payment. So here we go. If you want to just frame some fabric, Kat's done this with her shell rummel fabric actually. If you just want to frame it, there you go. £95. £95. Kat's going to you know, local supermarket and getting a frame for a few pounds, and she's going to do that because it's such a good idea, isn't it? Oh, honestly, you need to send everybody the picture in of your shell rummel artwork. One, it terrifies me, the thought that you actually hung that picture, because it's right over her staircase. I don't know how on earth you got it there. But it looks amazing. It looks like, well, it is a piece of artwork, isn't it? When you're looking at William Morris, it's art. I mean, how many people do you know have, you know, got the wallpaper maybe? Rebecca Harrison, she put it into her living room, and she says, only one wall, because it's really expensive. Really expensive. The wallpaper's very expensive, but it looks incredible, doesn't it? Just to be able to frame some of these, to be able to do, you know, pin cushions, needle cases, little toiletry bags. Here's a pin cushion, a pear pin cushion. That's £8.50. I don't think that will use a whole fat quarter. This is the great thing. Those of you that have got any of the fat quarter books, there's so much that you can make. Even lovely little, if you've got Stuart's Bags for Life book, storage cubes. Just making storage cubes. If you want to put them onto your craft festival as well, everyone's going to recognise them, and you pay a premium. It's something that I always see if you ever go to like a National Trust house, if you ever go to a lovely Cotswold village and there's sort of like heritage, lovely shops, you see William Morris, don't you? And if you see notebook covers, you can see glasses cases, you pay a premium because of the print. Wash bags, odour coat them, make them waterproof. It isn't just necessarily for quilting, but it is beautiful quality. It's quilting weight. It's Moda, it's going to wash beautifully, it presses beautifully. It's one of those, you know, when you've got Moda, a lot of our quilters solely buy Moda for quilting because it is such beautiful quality. Look at all of these colourways. I'm keeping them all in the same order so that they go back nicely, because look, you have got all of the lovely sort of neutrals and these earthy brown tones. You've then got it going into the lovely deep dark backgrounds. You've then got your crimsons, you've then got your blues, then it goes into all of these lovely, more neutral tones. I love that one. That's one of my favourites. And then it goes into all of these amazing deep blues. So I love that you have got this sort of ombre of colour as well that goes all the way through your fat quarter pack. Over 30, well, you've got 30 fat quarters in there, which is equivalent to how many metres, Kat? 7.5 metres, 15 half metres. It works out really good value for money as well. You would normally pay a premium for the fact that it's been cut for you, you know, into fat quarters, whereas actually we're still at just 7.39 or something silly a half metre, 7.33 a half metre, even better, which is 3.66 a fat quarter. Bearing in mind, William Morris cushion, for less than, let's think, if you're just putting your cream behind, less than a £5. I mean, that is such good value for money, isn't it? Whichever way you calculate it, it's brilliant. I am thinking for anybody who is wanting to make to sell, you are quitting, aren't you, really? Let's face it. It is William Morris. I always recognise it. We do, don't we? I think me and Hannah and Kat have got actually a WhatsApp group just dedicated to things that we find of William Morris. It's hilarious. We find so many different things. We're like, oh, there's another one, there's another one. It's everywhere, isn't it? Everywhere. And you pay so much, so much for small little items. I find that actually, it's more the, like you say, the wash bags, the notebook covers, pencil cases, things like that you do pay a premium for. But you could make the most spectacular quilt with this. We're now in the teens. Those of you that opened your order and already paid your postage and packaging, can you believe you can get all of these fat quarters, your Fiskars rotary blade, anything else that you buy today, maybe quilt kits, any books, all is covered under one postage and packaging of £3.95. Oh, Charlie, totally forgot about that. There's a May Day prize. Everybody who's bought today, you're automatically entered into a prize draw to win some amazing goodies. We've got oh, in fact, I've got the goodies. I'll show you what you can win. You can win loads of embroidery bits and bobs. Brilliant. So we're giving away for anybody who's already bought the early bird, for anybody who's shopped with us today, you're entered into a prize draw to win 3 hoops, loads of skeins and a design roll. Amazing. So you can get embroidering. This one is lovely. What's this? Moda design roll. And a Moda design roll. Amazing. That's today's giveaway. So anybody who has already shopped, you're entered. We'll let you know who the winner is tomorrow. So definitely have a serious think about those lovely William Morris. Imagine hoop. Oh, we give all of the names in on a Monday, by the way, so everybody will reveal the winner on a Monday. Imagine putting William Morris into an embroidery hoop. That'd look lovely, wouldn't it? Framing it with an embroidery hoop. You could put some extra little French knots maybe on the strawberry thief, the little strawberries. Morning, Margaret. Good morning, Caroline. How is everybody today? I know we've had a busy morning. Has anybody had a chance to have a sip of their coffee yet? I haven't. Do you know, I shouldn't have spoken too soon. I said to Carol next door, she says, how are you? As I was making my coffee, and I said, do you know what, I haven't been here for a week, and therefore, because I've been obviously with Maisie all week, I haven't had a hot cup of tea or a hot cup of coffee. Really excited for a cup of coffee today. It's cold. Already it's cold. I jinxed myself saying, no, it's fine, because do you want me to make you another one? No, I'm honestly fine. Right. It's too exciting, isn't it? It's too exciting. Now, if I'm honest, I thought this would take the whole hour. Everything is selling out very, very quickly. So we have got some Dan Morris, which is completely different, but it's really fun. We've got a bundle to start with. I love that you've put all these amazing ripstocks in as well, because this is going to make such an amazing children's play mat, out in the garden, for picnics. I've spent the week, well, it wasn't quite the heat wave that was promised, but I have been out in the garden a lot. You can make a lovely shade maker, you can make lovely play mats. We've got a whole bundle. Now, does that include the panel? Does it? This is completely different, and I absolutely love it. You could actually make snap cards with this, couldn't you? Like make a little game. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Little tags, or, you know, little square bunting. You could do a whole children's bedroom with this sort of theme. They could go on the front of storage tubs. So you've got the whole square panel. That is a massive panel. Plus, you're getting all of these half meters for just £75.90. Now you're saving £6.99, which is the price of a half metre, so you're getting half a metre for free. Look how fun these are. Do you know what? I want to fussy cut these. Applique them onto like denim jean pockets. They're almost like little mosaics or doodles in the animals. Oh, these are brilliant, aren't they? Look, you've got the butterflies, the dragonflies. You've got the sunshines. You've also got, oh, look at the stripe, a little bit of a wibbly wobbly stripe. That's how Kat draws the straight lines. Look at it. Oh, I love it. You've got, oh, these are adorable. Little bugs. £75.90, saving £6.99 today. Oh, I love that purple. You do get that whole bundle. Oh, Kat, honestly, she's so excited in my ear today. Can I just say as well, I know that John's announced that Kat is actually only moving next door, so I'm not getting too emotional about it. We will still see her in the mornings. She'll, in fact, yeah, she'll be here even earlier than us, because she'll have a lot to sort of prep, won't she? So she'll be here still in the building. But I think this might actually be our last Sewing Street show together, because we haven't got a show together in June, have we? I can't believe it. I can't actually believe it. Kat and I have known each other for years and years and years, and I'm not going to get sad or emotional because we still are going to be best friends, but it is, I can't believe this might actually be our last show. But what a show to go out on, because it's absolutely brilliant today. We've got loads going on. £75.90. You can probably hear her wooing in my ear today. We're very excited. Oh yeah, you've had your coffee. Kat didn't have a coffee all day yesterday. That's got to be a first. This is really lovely though, isn't it? Is this brand new in? Yeah, brand new in today, especially for summer. Let's do some of them by the half metre. Can we do the panel first? So the panel is massive. Are you ready? You're not going to believe the size of this. Before you see the price, don't put the graphics in just yet, Kat. Because look, I just want to show you how big this is. How many squares? I'm not going to count them all, but look, you could quilt this straight away. You could just quilt it. That is absolutely huge, isn't it? So this is how you're going to get it. Are you ready to see the price? This is Dan Morris fabric. It's beautiful quality. It's only £12.99. Normally this sort of size, you're looking at least, you know, £14.99. I was going to say £19.99. These are really, really fun prints as well, aren't they? I do like the idea of doing some sort of game with it. I need to speak to Wendy Orlando because she'll have lots of ideas. I'm sure she did some instructions once before. Maybe big, you know, square cushions. Remember, they come pre-cut as panels if you're multi-buying on it. Even as cornerstones on a quilt. A centre block. I mean, these are so lovely, aren't they? You can do them into fours. You could do them into little cushions, couldn't you? I just like that they are squares that are already stitched for you. So if you want to just quilt this straight away, you could do some really lovely decorative quilting. Variegated thread, some wavy lines. It sort of goes with it as well if they're not completely straight. I'd probably grab this one as well for your binding. A little wiggly stripe binding would look lovely. Maybe some nice bright orange ripstock for the back of it for your picnics. Get it out in the garden, ready for the Jubilee. Have you started watching the Jubilee celebrations? Did you watch? Yeah, they started on Sunday night. I did think on Sunday night, our lovely Queen, she's 97. I watched it from bed. I think it started about 8:30, and I thought, how is she out watching this celebration at 8:30, 9 o'clock? I'm absolutely exhausted. But oh, bless her, isn't she amazing? Amazing. And I just love it. I can't wait. I'm definitely having a street party. Are you? I haven't planned it yet, but we've got a little, yeah, we've got like a little close with probably 8 or 9 houses. So I'm definitely going to potentially organise something. That'll be so nice for the Friday. It's my friend's wedding on the Saturday, but on the Friday I definitely will. These are so cool though, aren't they? Look at the frog. Look at the frog. You got the frog, you got the caterpillar, you got the, look, he's so cute. He's got a smiley face, a little dragonfly with a smiley face. It reminds me of, so there's a technique that's over on our sister channel Hobby Maker. Those of you that are familiar with Sandra from Sandtangle, she is absolutely amazing. But it's all about, you know, doodling and artwork basically. It's amazing. That's what it reminds me of. It's so cool. So, so cool. Hi Georgina, good morning Vicky. Fabric would make a lively fabric building blocks. Yes, perfect, absolutely perfect. I'm thinking like games and things like that. You could make this quite educational, couldn't you? Like you could make it into little books. You know, spot the bugs. I know that you might not find a bug just like that, but try and spot a butterfly. Can you find a dragonfly? Can you find a ladybird? Can we find the sun? I love it. Do keep checking out on it. Just £12.99 for your panel. We have got more by the half metre as well. Should we do the stripy wibbly wobbly one? Because there's nothing else quite like that, and I think that would make a really lovely binding if you are using this one as a quilt. What a quick, affordable quilt. £12.99, and then just grab yourself, you know, half a metre or a metre of this for your binding and a border maybe. This, we actually have loads of this available. How useful this be with Kaffe? What about with Kaffe? What do you think? It reminds me of the colours that you see in Refresher Choose. That lovely orange, the pink, you've got a blue, you've got a green, you've got a purple. I don't know whether it's stroby on your screen or not, but no, I don't think it is. I don't think it's strobing because it's got a wibbly line. Wibbly wobbly line. Oh, it reminds Kat of, you know, like geo gemstones. Do you know what it reminds me of? Sandwiches! Let me turn it round. That looks like a good ham sandwich, doesn't it? I don't know what's in there. Beetroot. Oh, I love it. It's like layered cakes. You could do a birthday cake with this, couldn't you? A plique birthday cake. A Vicky sponge. £6.99. No, there was a winner of the Jubilee pudding. Oh, okay. Someone had to create a new dessert. Oh, where? Who? What? Where? Oh, around the UK. Okay. There were 5,000 entries. The official Queen Jubilee pudding is or the lemon Swiss roll with an amaretti trifle. Oh, that sounds really nice, to be fair, doesn't it? Oh, so there's a recipe on BBC Food. Oh, brilliant. Oh, we've got to do that then for our street party, haven't we? Perfect. This would be nice, you know, for bunting, tableware, napkins. I am just thinking binding. I love a stripy binding. And I like this wibbly wobbly. Right, now we have got the stripe, almost like a border print actually. Now this one isn't a panel, it looks like a panel but it's not. It's going to be cut off the bolt for you, and the print runs vertically. A lot of people are buying a metre. Right, so if anybody wants to do a bit of sewing on the go, I know when the sun starts to shine, EPPers, maybe you've got Jenny Jackson's book, you want to start doing some EPP, this fabric is perfect, because look at how many different prints you've got here. You could do the most beautiful EPP project. Oh, look, let me spin it round. So they run vertically. If you're purchasing, you know, by the half metre, it will carry on. I'm even thinking you could just quilt this again. Buy, you know, a few units of this, a metre or a metre and a half, and you could just quilt it, couldn't you? £6.99 a half metre. That is so cute. Morning, Vix. Loving today's show. Got the rotary cutter and the William Morris. Is that quilt behind you? What's the quilt behind you? Right, Fiona. So this is from Stuart Hillard's book. Simple shape, stunning quilts, which is coming up in the next hour. And isn't it beautiful with Kaffe? It looks amazing. The instructions are in the book. We've got cave pre-cuts to bring you. I haven't necessarily got a bundle, but this is what I love about it actually. At Stuart's project, you can dip and dive into your stash, and then we've also got some other bits and bobs that are going to get you started with it. So if you love that quilt, then yeah, definitely stay tuned for 9 o'clock. So £6.99, that's the only other stripe fabric that we have, and this comes cut off the bolt for you. Look, I like that you've got this sort of checkered print in between as well. So if you want to cut these into strips, you absolutely could. If you wanted to use them thicker as borders, then you could. There's a lot of scope with this, isn't there? You could fussy cut them. £6.99. Don't forget your P&P's already paid for, Fiona. It's definitely worth shopping today if you've already paid your P&P. There's hundreds of you who have checked out already this morning. Just £6.99. Right, shall we just go through? Let's do the sunshine. Yeah, I mean, I had a week off. Not actually, I didn't book it off. It just is sort of how it had fallen. But it was supposed to be boiling hot, wasn't it? It was supposed to be a heat wave. It wasn't really a heat wave. But to be fair, I mean, it was very hot at the weekend, and it's been really lovely. And we have still sat out in the garden quite a bit. I'll go green sunshines. This is ending in 42. Oh, it makes such a difference. This time last year, I was saying, oh, I can't wait to have a garden. I can't wait. I was in my my flat all through lockdown thinking, oh, we had like a deck in, but oh, it's so nice to see Maze just running around the garden. Literally running around the garden, literally. Honestly, we took her to a little music festival on Saturday, and I hadn't thought it through. She kept running away. I was like, oh my word, this is terrifying. She just kept darting off, wanting to get to the bouncy castle. There was someone with a ball that she was desperate to get to, and I thought, oh, this is really stressful. This is not the same as it used to be. So I found my whole Saturday just chasing around Maze like, come back, that's my child. Right, so the sun shines, butterflies, flowers, ladybugs, little bees. That's jam-packed, isn't it? What about like nice big bean bags for the summer? Kneeling stools for your gardening. All my flowers are starting to come out now. Lots of flowers. I can't tell you what they all are. Kat did get me a book for my birthday about, learning how to get into gardening. So I have been reading that. So I'm excited to start my gardening journey. Morning, Vicky and Stuart. Loving the show so far. Stuart's going to be on in about 15 minutes time. He's in the gallery. Got a William Morris Fat Quarter bundle from Sandy. Oh, Anglesea's beautiful. All week, me and my mum have been saying whether we just want to get to the seaside, and we said about going to Anglesey. I love Anglesey. Where are you off to, Kat? Southend-on-Sea. Southend-on-Sea. Nice, very nice. £6.99. Okay, just so you know, the William Morris Fat Quarter bundle, we are now into single figures. We are into single figures, so if you do want that whole William Morris bundle, the price is brilliant. If you break it down especially and realise, how much you're going to be able to make from this, £109, we are oversubscribed. There are 8 chances remaining, and we've got over 15 of you, I think, that want it. So just be aware, if you have got it in your basket, I can't guarantee you're going to get it. It will 100% sell out today. $54.99 as well. Use the split pay option. It's 0% interest. So it's definitely worth making the most of it whilst that's on split pay. We've only had it once before. It was back in March. It sold out straight away. First showing. We had 9 of them then. We've got less. We've got less now. We started with over 20 of these, so just be aware that that is limited. So I've got the same one again in purple. Let's whiz through these fabrics before we get Stuart on. We've got loads to do today. They're all on the website on pre-order if you want to get ahead of me, if I'm being slow for you. Now we're thinking of picnics and getting out into the garden. We have also stocked up on ripstock. My friend is due her baby in June. I want to make her a changing mat with this. This is perfect for baby changing mats as well. Just $6.99. It's just handy to have. Do you know how affordable this is? It's so good. Line the boot of your car with it. Put it, in the bottom of bags. I've now, like going out for a walk, if you've got a dog, or even if you're just getting muddy shoes, put them in the back of your car. It's such good value for money. Just £6.99. Is anybody going camping? Glamping! Oh, that's not camping. She's going to the most gorgeous cabin that's, in the countryside. Our cat. Yeah, there's a bath and everything on the decking. Like, that's not camping, is it? Right, this one is OG UQ 79. This is hilarious. She says, "No, I'm taking my wellies. Does that mean I'm camping?" Have bought new wellies. They're really nice. Nice new wellies for camping. This ending in 79 cat. I love that it's got this sort of spray time background as well. Spray time. I didn't say spray tan, I said spray time. Just spray time. £6.99. I should have said spray tan. I like, this lovely tan, spray tan background. You could absolutely fussy cut these. They'd look beautiful. Even just appliquing them onto your denim jeans, onto pockets. It's got a bit of a Delphine vibe to it, hasn't it? I love it. £6.99. I'm whizzing through these now because I've got Stuart eagerly awaiting in the wings. Oh, it's going to be fab. We've got such a lovely show with him today. And it's something that, Stuart wants to do more of, these sort of, it isn't a quilt kit. It's actually more exciting. There's a lot going on in this next hour, so stay tuned. Ending in 31, please, Kat. These little bugs, you can buy almost like toys. I keep seeing them. I think they keep popping up on my social media. That for Maisie, that she can sit on like this, little bugs. Have you seen them? They're like little, I don't know, they're just like little bikes, I suppose, for little toddlers. They've got wheels on. Oh, they'll come up on your social media now that I've said it out loud. Do you find that? It's really annoying, isn't it? The amount of times that I think, right, I haven't even said that out loud, and it's appearing on my social media as an advert. And there's so many things that I think of in my brain, and then it's there, and I haven't even said it out loud. They all know. Yeah, because we spoke about it, didn't we? That's crazy. Right, this is PTQ UQ50. And this has got a lovely spray tan background as well. Nice bright. Oh, look at that. I'm thinking wash bags. Take on your holidays. These remind me of my holidays, the lizards. Or is this a gecko or a lizard, Charlie? A gecko. What's the difference? How do I know the difference? Because of the scale of print, he says one's smaller than the other. And obviously I know that one is a gecko. £6.99, it's 112 wide, quilting weight cotton. Dan Morris, really fun, just in time for summer. We've got the next one ending in 45. It's really lovely quality as well. To go from, Moda William Morris to this, it's still the same quality, which is lovely. You would notice the difference jumping from one to the other, whereas this is really nice. Look at that, lime green. £6.99. Just £6.99. Don't forget, Stuart's coming up next. His book is already selling on pre-order. Simple Shapes, Beautiful Quilts. We're going to be talking about... have I said it wrong? Stunning quilts. Simple Shapes, stunning quilts. We've got lots of great ideas coming up with Stuart for you. Oh, the butterflies is nice. Now, if you're thinking, I do love Dan Morris and I love these fabrics, but maybe it was a bit too bold in the lime. This is like the same colour as my top. It's lovely. Oh, Jan says it does sound like you're saying spray tan. I did say spray tan then, Jan. This one isn't a spray tan colour. I was thinking though, I need to have a spray tan for this weekend. I'm going on a hen do and I am so pale. There is no way I'm getting into, we've got a hot tub. Not putting my my swimsuit on without, I did put, you know, a bit of Dove on, you know, my gradual tan. I did do that last night. So if I just keep doing that, you can spray tan. Have you got a spray tan? Becky's just said to me, I'll spray tan you. £6.99. That's a skill, isn't it? That's really difficult to do, spray tanning, I think. Is it not? She says, just go like this naked and shh, we spray you. Oh dear. Right, this one, again, has got a lovely mottle effect background. It's really cute. Look at their little eyes. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? What about a nice drawstring bag? Kids' PE kit. They're not going to bring the wrong PE kit home then, are they? The panel's really close to selling out. So if you do want the panel, it's £12.99. It's a lot of fabric for £12.99. It was a huge panel, in fact. If you do want to just make a quick quilt, they come pre-cut like this. So if you're multi-buying, it will come like this, but I suppose you could always stitch them together, can't you? But if you did just want to quilt that as it is, then it will look lovely. Just use one of them maybe for a border or binding, pick one of your accent fabrics, or even just a colour from your stash. There's a lot of colours that are going to go really well with it. We have picked out some complementary colours on pre-order, which I think would look nice as well, all by the ½ metre. And then also there's lots of ripstock, and we've picked out some of the brightest colours. We've got a lovely pink, there's purple, there's blues. They're all on the website, and they're all just £1.99 ½ metre, so it's definitely worth. Now you've opened your order, you might not have come in just for ripstock today to pay £3.95 post and packaging, but now you've paid it. If you've already bought something, then definitely stock up on ripstock as well. It comes in really useful. Now you've seen all of the fabrics. Don't forget the mega bundle is also available. It's £75.90, and that does include the panel. It includes all those lovely butterflies and the bugs. It's got the ones with the spray tan background, Jan. You've got your purples, you've got your greens, all included. The sunshine prints as well, the wibbly wobbly. If I were to guess which one I think is the most popular other than the panel, I'd probably say the wibbly wobbly stripe. Okay, second. What about this? What about that one? Third. Oh, go on, tell me the most popular. Oh, brilliant! The lime green. Oh, fab, I love that. £75.90. So if you do want the whole shebang, you can get the whole mega bundle for £75.90, and that does include your panel as well. Lots of you have got that in your basket, just be aware. They are flying out today. It is very, very busy. It's about to get even more manic because we've got Stuart Hillard here. Lots going on, including, the quilt, the book, lots going on. That is you now, that's hilarious. Do you know what, I thought that is a lovely still photo of you, just like that, how you were modelling then. I thought, that's a great photo, that's your new profile picture, look at him. Stuart's going to be here, well he's here, but he's going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes. Have a look on pre-order if you want to grab the book nice and early, there's already lots of you doing that. But we'll see you with great inspiration right after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, They'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back. I knew everybody would stay with us today. It's a very, very exciting show. We've got lovely Stuart Hillard here. We've been very chatty to have you 2 days on the trot.
Oh, I feel very lucky to be here. We've had so much fun.
Oh, it's been really nice.
Great.
How are you?
I'm really well, thanks, Vix.
Jolly
really
good.
well, yeah. But I mean, I'm just absolutely amazed by that last hour. Gorgeous
crazy.
fabric, but the rotary cutter, thank goodness I managed to get my...
Did you get it?
I did, I got two.
Good. You got two?
Because you can't have enough rotary cutters or those basic equipment, can you?
No, especially when it's Fiskars at those sort of prices.
It's like a roll of freezer paper. It's like a good pair of scissors. You can't have too many.
Exactly. Now, this hour, we're going to do something a bit different, and I know that Stuart has been talking with the team, and hopefully we're going to be doing a bit, more shows like this, because I think as a quilter, it isn't always about, Stuart, buying a quilt kit and quilting with it. We've got a quilt kit in the next
hour.
A
quilt kit.
They're brilliant, yeah.
I love a quilt kit, but I also love, a little bundle of fat quarters, a little sort of starter, really, and also a good pattern that I can then use the starter set as my focus point, but then maybe add some fabrics from my stash as well, and then make a lovely quilt and actually make a big quilt if I want.
Yeah, exactly. And now in this book, there's lots of choice. This is Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. Now, where did this book come from? Because I know I've spoken to you before about 100 quilts, 100 blocks. Talk to me about this one then. So this is 100 quilts again, isn't
Exactly,
it?
it's 100 more quilt patterns.
Okay.
And what I started from was, well, it was a realisation really. I looked at my quilts and I looked at a lot of lovely quilts and realised that actually most of them are made from very simple shapes, but it's not what they're made of, it's what you do with them. Like that Union Jack Hope and Glory, that's just made out of squares and half square triangles.
All
it
colour
could
placement.
be your first quilt.
Wow.
But does it look like a first quilt? Yeah. So it ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it.
There are some really, I mean, look, log cabin. These are all, again, like you said, simple shapes, but it's about colour placement.
Strips and squares. Strips and squares.
We love that one.
Yeah.
I think I saw that one. Did you have that up at Festival of Quilts?
I did. But nothing difficult. Squares, rectangles, strips, triangles, simple curves, and there's even a chapter of paper piecing. You've got 100 different quilt patterns. You've got all the inspiration as well for different colour palettes.
Oh, nice.
Different styles. So some of them are monochromatic, like the Coggin quilt.
Yeah.
Some are really jazzy and wild, like lollipop flowers. Some are kind of old-timey and traditional.
Right.
But it's all about, picking your pattern, picking your size, and picking your colour scheme, and then just enjoying turning something simple into something wonderful.
There's a message saying, "Morning, lovely Stuart. Have adored this quilt since I bought the book and saw the original at Festival of Quilts. More show like this one, please." So the quilt behind you, this is featured in the book, isn't it?
It's right there on the front cover.
There it is.
Yeah, it's the cover star. And I also brought the one right behind you is also on the cover. Now those two quilts are made with exactly the same fabrics.
Yeah.
Have a totally different look.
Yeah.
Bit of a homage to Kaffe.
Love it. I know you love Kaffe.
I do, I love Kaffe. I was saying yesterday how amazing it was. I was at Houston, first time I went to Houston. I was having an early morning swim and there were only 2 people in the pool and I was swimming one way and Kaffe was going the other. And every time we crossed in the middle we were sort of carrying on a conversation. And I just thought this is so surreal because I remember as a teenager watching Channel 4, Glorious Colour, the series that Kaffe did. You weren't even born. But it was like, I can't believe this. I'm in a swimming pool with an icon, with somebody I've admired for so long. But anyway,
moment.
And now I'm on TV with you, Vicky.
Oh, exactly. Now you made it. This is it.
Now
Pinnacle.
I've made it right now. But so this is simple. Appliqued circles and leaves, an easy scrappy background. It's fun, it's achievable. You could do it with scraps, but what we've got on the show today is a bundle of fat quarters, which is a brilliant starting point.
I love the fact that you've in the contents here, I mean, you've gone through all the different shapes. So here you can choose. So if you think, right, I really want to conquer curves, you can go through all of the different quilts that
20 quilt
feature
patterns using curves.
Brilliant. Foundation piecing, if that's for you, have a go at foundation paper piecing. There's lots here. Any of the templates you need are all included as well in the book,
They're all
aren't
included in the book, yeah. And like foundation piecing, it's all about finding the right pattern. So for example, the quilt that's right behind you, that's foundation paper piece.
Is it?
It is.
Wow.
It is. Now, a beginner could achieve those perfect points with foundation paper piecing. Easy straight line sewing. You're only cutting rectangles. There's no difficult cutting. There's no difficult piecing.
No.
And yet the quilt's really impressive.
It's really, really effective. I mean, it's the cover. It's the cover girl, isn't it? It's the
you
front
better
cover.
work.
And all of your templates that you're going to need are then, of course, in the back of the book there. So £17.99 for 100 quilt patterns. The book is, of course, extremely popular. It's just £17.99. And we're going to be working from it this hour. Do make sure you are checking out. There are now less than 50 of these available. Sounds a lot, It's very busy today. We'll always try and get it back in. Obviously, we're very, very lucky that we've got Stuart, part of our team. So we always try to get it back in, but I just can't call when. So if you are ready to start your quilting journey or expand your quilting journey, then this is perfect.
And Vicky, I want people to think of it as a resource, you know, to keep going back to.
Yeah.
Not just this year. It's not just what's on trend this year.
No.
You can be using this book this year, in 10 years, in 30 years' time.
Yeah.
You know, it's a resource. If you ever sort of lose your mojo and you need a bit of oomph, you need a little bit of a nudge every day.
Yeah.
Have a flick through, because
Yeah.
that's what I wrote it for, so that you can dip in, and whether it's a cushion, a baby quilt, a table runner, or you need a super king size, you can adapt, you can change.
Do you know what I love as well? Right, so the techniques at the start of the book, I mean, look, you're going to love this. You have got all about piecing, cutting, rotary cutting here. If you just bought the Fiskars and you first time using a rotary cutter, maybe you've bought the Gemini machine. You've also got a section on die cutting here.
Yeah.
You've got using templates. There are so many fantastic, really, really fantastic techniques as well, which you go through very thoroughly at the start of the book.
Yeah, because I don't want to assume knowledge, you know, and also there are all sorts of different techniques to achieve the same thing.
Right.
You know, I feature 3 different ways of doing applique in the book.
Yeah.
So that if you want to do quick fuse applique, you can. If you want to do turned edged applique, I show you 2 different ways to achieve that too.
I mean, this is a book in itself, just this sort of, you know, technique section, adding a hanging sleeve to your quilts. If you want to hang them, it's little things like that that I would not know where to start.
Right.
How to layer your quilt sandwich, adding borders. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Lots of techniques in there. Do keep going through. There's a lot of you checking out. There's a lot of you on the phone lines today. If you've opened your order already and you've paid your post and packaging, this will be included in that 1p&p, even though, look, I mean, it's a weighty book. There's 100 quilt patterns in there.
And hardbound as well. You know, it's a really good, you know, I love my publishers for that. Every single book, usually quilt books are soft covers. They're almost like sort of, you know, a bit more substantial magazines. But all of the books that I do are hardcover. They're all really thick, lots of pages, lots of colour photography. And also, here's the really good news. All of my books are very scrap friendly.
Brilliant.
So even though, like today, you might get yourself a bundle of fat quarters, that's lovely, that's the focus, but then I'm very much into delving into your stash, delving into your scraps. None of the quilts need huge amounts of any individual fabric.
That's really good.
So, you know, if you've got the odd charm square, a bit left over from a jelly roll, some fat quarters and some we've all got them, haven't we?
Oh, we have. Well, this is it. And this is, do you know what? I love it when you get a quilt kit that is, you know, dedicated and you know that you've got all the right pieces. But then I always think, I've got so much. I want to use up some of my stash. It's just building and building and building. And I want to play around with different colours. I want to try out different things. So this book is perfect for that.
Sometimes what you need, Vicky, is you need a focus.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a focus. And once you've got the focus, you're away.
Right.
And sometimes it is about buying, like, you know, a metre of fabric for the border or a bundle of fat quarters or a chart, and suddenly that gives you the impetus, and then you pull the rest from your stash.
Oh, it gives you, you know, a creative license to just then go wild, doesn't it? Leslie's just said, good morning. I have this book and it is fabulous. It's inspirational. So please let's have more books.
Pleasure, Leslie, pleasure. Thank you so much for that lovely message.
Also, I've just noticed the RRP on this is $22.95.
Yes.
$22.95. It's today $17.99. So thank you, Stuart.
You're welcome.
Okay. Just very quickly as well, another message. Good morning all. Ordered the book today and can't wait to get my hands on it. Thank you, Stuart, for sharing your knowledge. Love, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you.
Amazing. We also had a message earlier on for you, Stuart.
Cool.
Please, can I say hi to Stuart when he's on... Max was watching the show when he's on. Max was watching the show.
Hey, Max.
Who's Max?
Max is 10 years old. He's just knitting his first pair of socks and he's just finished the first sock and he's just cast on number 2. He is brilliant. He is an inspiration. Can't wait to see the finished pair. He always watches Sewing Street before school. That's dedication.
Oh, we need to get Max on air.
We do.
How amazing would that be on Yarn Lane, finishing his socks on Yarn Lane? Oh gosh, we've got to do it. Right, before we dive into the demo, you did mention about Kaffe, obviously.
Indeed.
And just having that focal point to get your sort of creative juices flowing could be the way to get started. Now this, I've never even seen before, Stuart. Have you seen these yet?
I've been using them.
They are amazing.
Yeah,
they are the brand new Kaffe collection. Do you know what I love though?
That's awesome,
Kaffe
isn't it?
uses a very sort of distinct colour palette that if you're pulling from previous Kaffe collections, maybe it's all going to work together, isn't it?
Yes, it will. It absolutely will, yeah. He has, like Tula Pink, like a lot of our favourite designers, he has a colour palette or series of colour palettes that he always works from. So you'll always find those kind of reds, oranges, pinks collection. You'll always find the purples and the greens collection. So if you've got previous fabrics, they'll work together.
Oh, these are amazing. Have we cut these then? Oh, we've cut these in-house for you. We sold them by the half metre, I believe. It's the first time I'm seeing these. It's the first time Cap's seeing these as well. They are absolutely beautiful. £29.96. And this will just, you know, get you started. If you're getting the book and getting this, then dive into your stash. Find any complementing colours. These are absolutely beautiful. Even if you're not doing the lollipop, even if, you know, not doing the foundation baby piecing, there's so many quilts in here for you to choose from. And they're going to work so well. I mean, these are perfect for fussy cutting for the lollipops, aren't they? Hi Stuart and Vicky. Do the patterns need to be enlarged?
They do.
Okay.
They do. And that was simply about being able to get, you know, templates for 100 quilts.
Yeah.
You don't need templates for anything like all of the quilts. But yeah, they do need enlarging.
Okay.
But also you can go to the Pavilion website and you can also download them onto your computer, which will make it very, very easy then just to size them. And actually what's good about that is you might want to do a block bigger, smaller, you might want to enlarge or reduce the applique pieces. This is a 10-inch block, you might want to do this as 6-inch blocks or 16-inch blocks.
That's a good point.
And you can do that by just enlarging or reducing.
Brilliant. This is a brilliant, you know, like you say, this is going to be one of those books that you come back to time and time again. And if you want to use one of the applique pieces for on the front of a bag or something, you need, especially if you can change the sizes.
Right, it's a springboard.
Yeah.
It's a start, you know. But it's lots of inspiration. It's not just about the patterns or the quilts, it's about colour schemes. You know, a lot of designers have such distinct styles that if you buy the book, it's wonderful, but it's all one colour scheme basically. It's all, you know, if you're not into that, it's probably not going to appeal. Whereas for me, I like all the colours, all the fabrics, all the styles. So you get a bit of everything from me.
Yeah, I think that's what I absolutely love about all of your books, Stuart, is that they are, whether you're getting bags for life, whether you're getting the 100 blocks, whether you're getting the simple shapes, you're always going to get variety. So if you're buying this as a gift for somebody, if you're thinking you want to try out lots of different styles, when we're working here, the amount of times I think, I love that. It's completely different to the one yesterday, but I still love it.
Why do I still love
Why
it?
do
But
I
we
need to choose?
Now that fabric you've got in your hand, just hold on for a moment, sister. Just show that again, because that blew my mind when I saw it.
Isn't
I
it
was like, please, can I just have a whole bolt of that?
That's amazing.
You think, if you're doing lollipop flowers, all right, and you wanted a border print, that's sensational. It's in the Fat Quarter bundle, but we are doing half meters as well, aren't we? No,
yeah, they're on the website. Yeah. Have a look and see if you can find that on the website. £29.96 for your Fat Quarter bundle. This is going to be ideal for so many projects though as well. We're not just simply saying it's a quilt kit, do you know what I mean, for the lollipop quilt. There's so many different projects you're going to be able to use this with. If you have got any other, you know, the Bags for Life book, for example, any of the books. It's the first time that I've seen these Fat Quarters. This one, I mean, they really lend themselves well to the lollipops actually, because look, you fussy cut some of these you know, these sort of shapes here for the centre of the lollipops, haven't you?
I have, and can I just show you this one in particular? Let me just move that over. So I fussy cut.
Cool.
It looks like a slice of red onion, doesn't it?
Oh, that
I
is
love
so
it.
cool.
Look at that. Look at that. But it's so much fun. And of course, I had to use that fabric there.
Beautiful.
And I've just mixed a little bit of a solid in there as well. But you know, you imagine using just these basic templates for something else. You know, you could create a planetary, a quilt. You could do all sorts. It's so much fun.
Yeah, that looks great on the dark background, doesn't it? It's just changing it up a bit.
Yeah.
Have a bit of a play. Pick out some of the colours in here, solid colours as well. Look at that.
That's cool, isn't it?
It is like galaxies, actually. If you are thinking of your celestial style quilts, this is ideal for that as well. £29.96. Just so you know, we're on limited stock on the book and on the fat quarters as well. We do have some solids, which you just saw a little glimpse of the orange there with Stuart. What I'll do is it a bundle cat or individual? So I'll tell you the names of them in case you do want to pick out any of the solids off our website. This one is orange, you know, not paprika, hot tomato. It is simply orange. 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble quality. It's just £3.79.5 metre. So if you just want to add that in, I think it lets your designer fabric sing, adding a solid in, doesn't it?
It does, it does. And solids are really useful actually when you're working with very jazzy fabric, very wild, colourful fabric, because it gives it somewhere to breathe and you can see the distinction. If you just layer up caife on top of caife on top of caife, you can lose the design.
Right.
So I use the solids, but you don't have to.
No, I mean, this one's lovely. This goes really well. Let me just put that in with the one that we were just looking at. It's the lovely purple. It looks quite blue on your screen, but it is more purple. This is 100% cotton purple. Again, goes perfectly with your cave, $3.79. And then finally, the blue that we want to show you is peacock. We've literally picked this one out again. It goes so beautifully with lots of the cave fat quarters.
Gorgeous that, isn't it?
Really nice. You've used this one again, haven't you?
I have, and I'm going to use some of the purple in my demo as well.
Brilliant.
And look how gorgeous those work together. Just love those. That combination. It's just gorgeous.
Now they're all by the half metre. We do have a bundle of black, so you're changing up the background on this one, aren't you?
So
using a dark
one of the things, like if you're a bit short of time or you want a different look, I've done a pieced background for these squares because again, it's a way of getting more fabric in, or if you've got smaller pieces or scraps, piece the background. But for this demo, I'm using a solid square, and I've changed the background from turquoise to black, so it's really dramatic.
Yeah, it's going to change it completely, isn't it? So we've done a 1 metre pre-cut bundle. Multi-barn this is anyway. It's really, really useful to have in your stash, especially as so many of you have opened your order already today. It's only 1p&p. Morning, Stuart. Thank you for entertaining. We need to talk about this. It's Pat.
It's Pat.
Oh, Pat, you went to Stuart's talk yesterday.
I did. I spoke to about 200 ladies from... well, it was the WI that I spoke to. We met at Kimver, but there were members from all sorts of different WIs. We had such a wonderful afternoon. Thank you everyone who was so lovely and kind and laughed at all the right bits and some of the not right bits, but I don't mind.
And they didn't ring the bell at you and say, no, you got to stop.
They didn't ring the bell and said, we've had enough.
And I said to Stuart this morning, I said, oh, did you meet anybody from anyone who watches Sewing Street? He said, yeah, I met Pat. So I was excited that you messaged in. And she said she's bought the book today.
Oh, thank you, love. Thank you.
Brilliant. In fact, lots of you have bought the book. There's only 15 left, and then that's everything that we've got for our stock today. Okay, Stuart, you've asked for this. Now, what on earth is Mylar?
Right, Mylar. So, template plastic, but very special template plastic because it is heat resistant, so you can iron it. So for example, the technique that I'm going to show for creating turned edge applique, no needle turning, you can applique it then down by hand or machine, so brilliant, but no frayed edges. And my recommendation is to use Mylar template plastic.
fact, would that be good for the Tula pink quilt as well then?
Perfect for the Tula pink quilt that's coming up later as
Yeah.
well. Great also if you are doing sort of fussy cutting for anything. And also if you've got like particular shapes that you can't rotary cut. So if you do English paper piecing, which I'm also going to be showing you in the Tula Pink Hour. So Mylar is brill, but where it benefits over regular template plastic, you put an iron near that, it will melt and distort. With Mylar, you can iron onto it, and we're going to be ironing onto it.
Oh,
so
great.
Grab the Mylar. We haven't got much. It's amazing.
Oh no, we literally haven't even got it here.
No.
But I know that you did ask our buying team to get that in especially
I'm not
today.
using one because I know I want you to be able to get hold of it, so I'm using a bit of cereal bar.
No, there's literally, I think about eight chances to get it left. That's it. In fact, 4 left. It's about to go.
Well done if you got yours. It's really, we'll have to get more in.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant product. It's a hero product.
Yeah, it has sold out. Thanks, Stuart.
No worries. No worries.
Is there anything else that I need to mention, Kat, before we get demo in? I don't think so. Anything that we have as we go along, then we'll let you know. But we'll crack on with some demo, please, Stuart.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. Thanks, Vix. Well, first of all, have a look at these lovely blocks that I've started putting together. Now, at the moment, I'm just placing these. I'm going to just pull these down so you can see a little bit more. How much fun is this? And what I'm doing here, I'm actually setting these blocks. I'm going to set these blocks on point. So on my original quilt, it's a straight set, vertical and horizontal. But what I'm doing is actually putting those blocks on point, give it a different look. Give the flowers a bit more of an upright look as well.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Let me show you how easy they are to do. So that cave fabric looks amazing against black, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
It's like
really
we've just
pops.
thrown a load of jewels down onto black velvet. Now let me show you, first of all, how to make your stems. Now, I've used straight of grain fabric here, just rotary cut strips of fabric. And I've cut these double the width of the strip that I want, the stem that I want. So I want a 1/2 inch stem. So I have cut 1 inch strips of fabric. Then out of your Mylar, you want to cut yourself a strip. That rotary cut it.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, you can rotary cut it and scissor cut it, no problem. You want that the finished width of your stem. Okay, now I've already treated my fabric with a little spray of either Best Press or spray starch. Light spray, iron it dry, then cut out your strips. It gives them a little bit more body, and when we press them, it's going to hold the crease. And then now I've done straight of grain. These could be bias, and then we'll be able to bend the stems. But I'm just going to lay my Mylar template down the center, and then I'm going to fold over the fabric onto the cardboard, and then I'm just going along that edge with my mini iron. Keep your cardboard nice and straight, nice and flat. Okay, so I'm pressing all the way along one edge. So I'm using the cardboard to create perfect straight edge. So I've just turned that around now, and now I'm going to fold the other edge nearest to me. So this way you can create your stems. You haven't got to buy a bias tape maker or anything like that. I mean, I have a fabulous collection of bias tape makers, and I love them. But if you want a particular width and you haven't got it, this is an easy way of doing it. Now I've got a perfect stem, and then I can just slide my cardboard out, and that's ready to applique. No raw edges.
Oh, that is good.
Okay, so I've got that. I can lay that down on my block.
That is good without having to do needle turn. It's faffy,
no needle
isn't it?
turning. No needle turning. Now then, let me show you how to do the circles. Okay, so I've already cut my fabric. Now again, you want to cut out your templates for your circles.
Which are again included in the book, aren't they?
All included. And you're going to cut those out of Mylar as well.
Okay.
And if you haven't got Mylar, you can use, like me, cereal box, Waitrose, malted wheat.
Oh, fabulous.
Just
you could use
so you know.
Other supermarkets are available. We all don't shop at Waitrose, but Stuart and John Scott does actually. He likes Waitrose.
Now I'm going to start with the large circle. Okay, so I've cut my fabric. How fabulous is that?
Oh,
that
wow,
reminds
love
me
that.
of the can-can. I see the can-can dancer with the skirts.
I love it.
It's great, isn't it? Now then, I've got my can of regular laundry starch. You can use Best Press if you prefer. And I'm just going to spray some of that straight into a ramekin. Could be a cup, teacup, anything like that. Don't spray it into the lid because there's a hole in it.
Oh.
Okay.
You've done that before.
I have. Now I've cut my fabric out about 3/8 of an inch bigger all round. I'm just going to use a cheap paintbrush just to paint all the way around. Look at the colour change.
Yeah, mad.
Just where it's getting wet.
Stuart, you're getting so many lovely messages in.
Oh, thank you.
I look forward to hearing you, Stuart, on Friday. Oh,
yeah.
at Chamberley House in New Abbey.
Yeah, it's in Dumfries, in
Okay,
Scotland.
Scotland. So when are you off to Scotland?
Friday. I'm there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you can come along and hear my talk and pay on the door. And on Friday evening, and then Saturday and Sunday, I'm teaching workshops.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Gosh, you are so busy, aren't you? You are so busy. Susan's also said, I was with Pat yesterday. Oh, brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed your talk, Stuart. Saw this quote. It's lovely. That's from Sue in Houseowen. Oh.
We had a really good giggle. Now then, so I've painted the edge and then I've just given it a light press, okay? Just to take off that initial wetness. There's still dampness there. I'm going to pop my template on top. When you cut out your template, do make sure that you cut it out as perfectly as you want your finished applique to be, because if there are little nicks and bumps on your template, you'll get exactly the same nicks and bumps on your finished circle.
Right.
We don't really want that.
No.
So what I'm doing here now is I'm using my fingers to just pull the fabric against the edge of the cardboard or the mylar, and then I'm using a hot dry iron to dry the starch and to fix that turned edge onto my template. Now it's ever so easy.
And that will adhere to your mylar or to your card or whatever.
It's not glue, of course, but it's enough that it will hold its shape.
Right.
Okay, but it'll also be easy to remove the fabric from the template. Now, some people needle turn circles. That would take me about an hour to needle turn, and it certainly wouldn't look like that. That took me seconds to do that.
Could you, yeah, exactly, that's actually really quick, because I was thinking, could you get a Soline glue pen round and put it round? But
the thing is, you've got to be able to now take the cardboard out.
Oh, so it's literally that temporary. Okay.
It's that temporary. So now I've got my perfect turned edge on my circle, and I'm ready now to pin that or tack that to my backgrounds. And I could just machine zigzag, I could straight stitch, I could do a blanket stitch. Let's do the medium next. So I want to show you different sizes.
I know that you mentioned, Stuart, about Cave by the half metre, and we said, oh, we haven't got it on the website, we found it. So what we're going to do is we're just running through each of the fabrics. They'll all be underneath us then on the website, just to make it a bit easier for you to find. All the Cave new collection by the half metre is only $7.49 half metre. There's some extra wides in there, I spotted as well. So if you haven't looked on today's show deals, brilliant for backing.
Yeah. Depending on what size you want your quilt. So I've got that beautiful purple solid now, okay, that I've put some starch around the outside edge, and I've just given it a quick iron just to take off the dampness. And then exactly the same process. So I just want to show you that whether you're doing large circles, small circles, even tiny circles, you can do that. I did once just to see if I could do it. I didn't iron it, I glued it, but I cut out a circle of card using a hole punch. Right. And then I turned fabric, a hole punch circle. Just a normal one that you'd use in the office. That tiny? Yeah, and I used it for like a bird's eye on an applique. But what I did there was I did use a glue stick to tack it down, and then I ironed it to within an inch of its life, and then I peeled it off. Yeah, and that worked. So again, and if you are not happy, if you find you get a little bump or something like that, it's really easy. Just grab your paintbrush, put another little dab of spray starch or Best Press on the bit that you're not happy with. peel it back, have another go. You can just keep having a go until it's absolutely spot on. So that's my medium-sized circle. How cool is that
Love
looking?
it together, yeah.
And then last of all, I've got my small circle. Now I've used that, this is my favourite fabric out of all of them.
Oh, that's the one. Do you know what this code is, Kat? So you know the one that we loved, if it's available by the half metre? It's that one. Kat thinks it might be this one, QC. Oh yeah, it is. It's that one. So if you want that by the half metre, £7.49. There's only 2.5 metres left, but that would be amazing for a border, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So just doing that last circle now. So I've got my smallest circle template. Now another way you can turn circles, especially if you're doing smaller circles, and you could apply the same principle to this. If you think you'd struggle with the method, you can thread up a needle and thread and then gather the edge of the fabric, put your mylar or cardboard template inside, gather it over the circle, and then give it a little spritz with some spray starch, let it sink in for a moment or two, and then iron. Then pull out your basting stitches and you should have a nice turned circle again. So there's different methods depending on what you want to do, how you want to do it. Okay, so that's all done. Just give it one final press just to make sure everything's down nice and flat. And there we go, that's all my circles turned. Quick, easy, achievable.
That's a really great technique as well, isn't it?
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I mean, I use it so often. I use it for loads of different applications. So that's all my circles done. I've also got my perfect stem made. The last thing I need to turn are my leaves.
Yeah.
Okay, so leaves, really typical feature of applique quilts. There's always leaves on things. Now I just want to give you a little tip on how you're going to make your templates. So enlarge them, trace them onto freezer paper.
Why onto freezer paper?
Okay, so why onto freezer paper?
Freezer paper's brilliant, isn't it? Because it was something that wasn't actually designed for crafters, was it?
No, it was designed for wrapping meat to put in your freezer. Okay.
But also, it's difficult to get in the UK. I find it was everywhere in like American,
you
know,
get it in the supermarket. Yeah,
but here you can pay a fortune for delivery costs.
Quilt shops.
It's £6.49 here, and like you said at the start of the show, stock up on this.
You get 50 square feet.
It's a lot, isn't
You get a lot, yeah. But I still have a couple.
Yeah.
Because I never want to run out. It's superb. So what you're going to do in this case is you can see through it really easily to trace templates from books, magazines, patterns. So that's the first big tick.
Yeah.
Easy to trace through. It's got this waxy finish, okay?
Right.
So once you've cut it out, lay it on top of your chosen medium that you're going to use for your templates, your mylar, your cardboard, whatever you're going to use. Iron it down.
Is that going to hold
the
itself?
Waxy finish
Brilliant.
makes it stick.
I've seen it on fabric that it sticks. I've never seen it on cardboard.
Don't go mad when you're ironing it on cardboard because it can adhere so well that when you try and peel it off, it can end up tearing. So light touch. And even actually when you're adhering it to fabric, a light touch.
Oh yeah.
Because then you can peel it off.
It's not sticky, is it? Like you say, it's waxy. It's not going to leave any residue on your fabric.
None at all. None at all. The only reason why I say a light touch on fabric is I always say you can use this paper 6 to 8 times before it stops sticking.
Oh, so I can use that piece again, that leaf again.
So it comes straight off.
Yeah.
It comes straight off. But if you want to use it 8 times or 10 times even, a light touch. If you're only going to use it 6 times, that's when you've been a bit heavy-handed.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's only 6 freezer paper rolls left. And it is a bit like gold dust here. When it comes in, we all talk about it and then it disappears and we never ever have it on the website. So it's definitely worth getting today. It's useful for lots of crafts. There's so many different, on Pinterest, it's really good.
It's awesome. Now, once you've made your template, you want that paper again. So what you're going to do is now, instead of marking your fabric, iron it to your fabric. A lot of us would draw around a template, wouldn't we? If we've got 50 leaves to cut out, just iron your template down. And then what you're going to do is use a nice sharp pair of scissors and cut your shape out. But as you're cutting it out, you're going to add about 1/4 of an inch seam allowance all round.
Okay.
All right. So cut that out. Now, there's no reason why you shouldn't fold your fabric 4 or 6 layers and cut out loads at the same time. The edge doesn't have to be super accurate.
No,
because you're going to turn it over your template. So that's that done. Easy. And then again, peel that off and you've got that to use again and again and again.
Oh, we need to get more freeze paper in.
Definitely
sold
do.
out. Well done, everyone.
Okay, now exactly the same principle as before. We're going to paint the outside edge of our shape about 1/2 inch.
And that's with a best press or a starch spray.
You can use best press, you can use a spray starch. If you're using best press, you can just dunk your paintbrush straight into the bottle. If you're using a spray starch, obviously you'll need to spray it into a little container. So we'll just take off the dampness with your iron. And then I'm going to show you how to turn a leaf. Because obviously I've shown you how to turn a perfect circle where it's a continuous curve, but a leaf's got sharp points at the end, and I'm going to show you how to achieve those. So lay your template on top, and what we're going to do is we're going to start down this end. It's almost a straight line, so I'm going to fold the fabric over, and I'm feeling to make sure that that fabric is properly pressed to the cardboard, and then iron, and hold your iron down. You're drying the edge and you're sealing that fabric against the mylar or the template. Make sure that your fabric is hugging the cardboard all the time. And I've gone right off the edge as well, right into the seam allowance coming down the other side. Can you see how that works?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one side done. I'm going to do the other side now. So I'm going to do exactly the same. Fold the tip over. Now don't worry about that corner at the moment, that point. I'm going to show you how to deal with that, because at the moment we've got dog ears hanging over the edge. So pull that final point right over. Right, now I'm just going to flip that over and show you. So what we've got now is
yes, you've got those
perfectly
little
turned
bits.
curves. Everything's great, but can you see this overhang at either end? It's worse on this end than this end. Now, whatever you do, do not grab a pair of those and start trimming fabric.
Right, okay. Charlie's listening to you because you've taught him so much. Charlie was brand new to sewing. How many months ago? About 3 months ago. About 3 months ago, and he's just done his first block
patchwork
yesterday.
I know,
and he's talking about dog ears. He says he did get dog ears yesterday. He used his rotary cutter to take them off. So how do I do this now?
On piecing, you trim them off for sure. If you try trimming these off, you're going to end up with little frayed points, and we don't want that.
Good point.
So I want you to see this. This is a super close now. So you're going to grab that little dog ear right there, okay, and you're going to fold it back
on itself.
Okay, just like that.
Okay, it's not going to be too bulky.
No, not at all.
Okay.
And we're going to press it really flat. Little mini iron, really useful for this. That spray starch as well is going to hold that. Now look at that point.
Oh, can you hear everyone going, oh, it's so satisfying.
You could cut bread with that. That's how sharp it is. And you're going to do that at the other end as well. Fold over that little tip and then iron it down, and you have got points to be proud of.
Oh, wow, love that.
Once that's all done, just slip the template out. Fold everything flat again. Because you've got that starch in there, it's going to hold its shape perfectly. And we're ready to applique.
Amazing.
How cool is that?
Now, do you need your Bonder web for this?
No Bonder web required. So if you've ever used Bonder web on a wall hanging or a bag, something like that, not a problem. If you use Bonder web on a bed quilt, the quilt can feel quite stiff. The appliques can feel quite stiff. And also, if you're going to wash the quilt regularly, if it's a bed quilt, those edges, unless you've satin stitched around them, if you do anything else, they are going to fray. Whereas this, completely flexible, soft. It's just fabric.
Beautiful, beautiful. Morning, Victor, Stuart. I've just tuned in, so I've missed the beginning of the demo. What is the jar that Stuart is painting onto the fabric? That's spray starch. Well, we haven't got any best press at the moment. You're just using some laundry starch, aren't you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Question from Anne. Please can you give me, sorry Anna, please can you give me the details of the info for the Dumfries talk again? Thank you for your lovely demo.
Yes, it's at Shambelly House in Dumfries on Friday night.
Right, how do we get tickets?
I think it's 7 o'clock. You can get tickets on the door.
7 o'clock?
Just turn up. I think it's 7 o'clock.
Do they have information on their website?
Yeah,
probably?
if you go to Shambelly House website, you can buy the tickets in advance.
Amazing.
Definitely.
Anna, are you going to go? How exciting to meet Stuart on Friday.
Yes.
So how long are you in Scotland for then?
For the weekend.
Oh, lovely. And so you're teaching then Saturday and Sunday?
I am.
Where?
I am. At Shambelly House again.
As well?
Yeah. I'm doing a workshop on the Saturday and a different one on the Sunday.
And can we still get tickets for that, do you know?
I think possibly. There might be spaces.
I think we're off to Scotland this weekend.
You come in as well.
Yeah, road trip. How are you getting there? Are you flying or driving?
No, I'm driving.
I suppose you're already...
Car full of quilts. It's only about 3.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Now, I wanted to show you something, Vix. Layout. Okay. Now, let's talk layout for a second. Now, I set these up to do an on-point set. Let me just show you how they look if I just do a straight set. Now, I've done straight of grain strips this time.
Oh, I love that.
So that's
cool.
pretty cool. I mean, I'm going to
Yeah.
put some sashing in between them,
Yeah.
which is going to be cool as well. But what I could do if I wanted to is I could rotate all of the blocks.
There's so much scope. Yeah.
This.
That's cool, yeah.
I also wanted to show you how if I rearrange the pieces, I can get a bit of a different look too. So at the moment it's very much sort of lollipop flower, but if I was to take my stem, I'm still going to create a flower, but I'm going to pop my main circle there. I'm going to bring this circle down to the bottom, this circle down to the bottom as well. And then I'm going to place this here and here.
This is this
Very
reminds
different.
me of this is like Fiona Hesford. What does it remind me of? It's quite folky, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a little bit a bit block printy.
Love that.
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah.
Completely different
so you could
look.
do that.
Just rearranging
mix and
it.
match. Exactly.
Great idea.
Exactly. So don't be afraid to experiment, to rearrange. See this book as a starting point. Now, if you're going to follow my sort of lollipop flowers, I always remember when I'd done this, and someone said to me, "Oh, the circles aren't on straight," because they wanted to do it like that.
Okay.
And that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Do that. Completely symmetrical. But what I wanted on mine was I wanted them offset like this. And especially that works really nicely when you've got a little bit of everything's a bit offset. It just creates a bit more of a quirky, natural look, folk arty look. So you decide. Now, once you come to sew these down, you're just going to work from the bottom upwards. Best thing to do is to start with your stem, place that. Now, I'm a really big fan of pinning from the back.
Yeah.
So you don't catch anything on the pins, or basting, thread basting and hand stitching these down if you want to. I want to just show you this little gizmo because it's one of my absolute favourites.
This is Kat's favourite as well, honestly.
I love this so much.
Is this something that we've introduced you to, Stuart?
No. I got mine from Clover about a year ago.
Right.
Fell in love with it.
Great,
and as soon as I saw it on air, I was like, I've got one of those. It's for storing your needles.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people who tend to put their needles into the arm of the sofa or struggle to if you're thinking, right, you want to base this in, I would think, oh, but that means I've got to try and thread up a needle, Stuart.
Yeah.
Whereas these are all pre-threaded, don't
They're
you?
pre-threaded. I mean, you've threaded them, but let me just show you how it works because it is so cool.
And that's not tangling when you're pulling these out at all, is it? That's what I find genius.
So these are all numbered, all these little slots, and it kind of clicks around, which is rather satisfying. So you get to there's number 1 here, and there's a little slot. So you push your needle into there, and then you pull your thread down through the slot.
Yeah.
Okay, at the side, and then you just.
How satisfying is that? And that's not
And it
going to
winds your
tangle.
thread on. No, it's wound all your thread on.
I'm asking you loads of questions here, but can you use different weights of thread in there? So
Yeah,
could I use
yeah.
some heavier
Yes,
weight
you can,
threads?
yeah. There's number 2 down through the slot.
Oh, that's
There's number
so cool.
2 stored. And you just keep going.
How many can I store in there?
I think it's 10.
Nice.
10 pre-threaded.
So I suppose
I
you
love
coming, down to Redditch, or if you're going up to Scotland, this is so perfect to take on the move, isn't
Well,
it?
if you're a hand sewer, if you do English paper piecing, if you do a plique, and you want to just have 10 different colours or 10 needles with the same colour, all pre-threaded, and then it doesn't matter, they're all stored there now. They're all stored inside, and it doesn't matter what colour, it locks on top.
Yeah.
And then that can just go in your pocket or in your bag and you're good to go. And then when you come to sew, if you want the lilac, you can just pull the lilac straight out.
And you can see
there's
which
your
one's
lilac.
which. That's so good.
Yeah, they come out so easily, but they're not tangled. I just love it.
It's great, isn't it?
Just wanted to share that with you.
No, thanks, Stuart. So only $9.99 as well. What a great... I mean, I love the word... I'm not one for a gadget.
No, me neither.
Because I think, do you know what? It's just a bit of a gimmick, isn't it? Whereas that is so useful.
Yeah.
So useful.
It's true. Needle, thread, scissors, most of the time will do me just fine. But occasionally something comes along and I think, oh, that's handy.
Yeah.
Now that is handy. So I've just pinned that in place. Make sure with your stem that it's hanging off the edge or right up to the edge before you sew it down. And then I'm just going to use a straight stitch Vicks for this.
Brilliant.
You could use a blanket stitch. You could use a zigzag if you wanted to, but if you want this block to come together really, really quickly, then straight stitch. Now I'm using a cream thread and I'll use that throughout. On my version that's hanging behind me, I used a monofilament, an invisible thread.
Oh, did you?
But you could also just use whatever you love. You could use matching threads for every different patch.
I suppose this is a great thing about Cape, isn't it? That you could kind of go with any threads and it's just going to work, isn't
Exactly
it?
right. I mean, that
Becky
stems
Alexandra
on.
Frost is watching. She said, "Morning, Vix and Stuart. What lovely fabrics. Oh, they're amazing, aren't they, these Capes? They're the brand new Cape collection, which we've only just recently launched and it's already absolutely flying out. We have cut our own fat quarters, which you can get 8 of for less than £30. And that's going to go a long way, Stuart, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't use all of that to make 4 blocks. You're going to be able to make a whole quilt out of the Cape fabrics, especially if you add in some of your own fabrics as well. Now then, I've already stitched the stem down. That was quick and easy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So now I'm just going to sew on the circle.
Lulu said, "Morning, Vicky and Stuart. I'm so glad I'm on the late shift this week so I can see your demo. You explain everything so well. Oh, I've just bought your book, Happy Face."
Thank you.
There is still chance to get Stuart's book, Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. In fact, actually, 3 left. There are 3 chances left. If you want one, if you've been waiting for this book, in fact 2 left. If you've got it in your basket, check out now. $17.99. That is about to sell out. There's lots of lovely messages on here for you. Sorry, I've just spotted the
thank you,
Facebook
everybody.
Live. Bav has just also said, "I use freezer paper on clothes paper patterns as the paper, the thin tissue paper." She says, "I hate." So freezer paper is really useful for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Pauline said, "I missed out. What a great early bird. What today's shop to win?" Oh, I'll remind you at the end of the hour, it's a Moda design roll, some embroidery skeins, some embroidery hoops as well. I can show you in a bit. The quilt behind Tracy is from the book. This one and both of them are from the book, which is about to sell out. Oh, Lynn says, "This is so very interesting. This is a masterclass with my favourite teacher."
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I'm just sewing on the second circle. I've already done the stem and the large circle.
Brilliant.
How quick is this?
So good.
You think, you want to make beautiful quilts that are going to last a lifetime. Use the right techniques. It doesn't have to take a lifetime
Could I
to
do
do
this as
these
quilt
things.
as you go?
Yeah, you could. I've just put the pins in the wrong way round.
Oh, no.
I'm a dolly, aren't I? What's a dolly?
Which way would you do them then?
Well, just so I can take them out as I get to them.
So
I
facing...
just put them... I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know, Vix.
Oh, you just
There we
like them
go.
facing that way round?
Yeah, well, it's just so that I can pull them out as I get to them.
Yeah.
So let's just sew this on. So I'm just doing a really quick job now. I'm using cream thread throughout, so you'll be able to see the stitching, but it's ever so quick and easy.
Love it.
I tell the story, and this is a true story. I'd prepared all of the appliques, but I glue basted them. Actually, I used a glue stick on the actual quilt, you know.
Right, yeah.
And then I thought, I really need to get on with this quilt. So I appliqued all 16 blocks before breakfast. It took about 40 minutes to sew all the blocks down. Yeah, once they were all prepared, it didn't take long at all.
You are a speedy sewer though, aren't you?
I'm a pretty speedy sewer. So you're just going to carry on like that.
Okay.
And actually, I quite like the effect of using the cream thread against the brights.
I think it looks. I do like top stitching. That's contrasting.
Yeah.
If you're confident
I
with
agree.
your stitching, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I have wobbled a little bit on that last row, but I don't even mind that. It's coming together. Look, there we go.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, so you just carry on like that. Add your leaves as well, and if you want to add more leaves, add more leaves. If you want to change the shape of the leaves, if you want to place them up top here like this, and maybe one more, you can do that. It's entirely up to you. Make this block your own, make it unique. Okay. And then when you've done all of those, you're going to put them together into your quilt. Now, on my quilt that's hanging behind me, and the instructions are in the book, to add sort of triple
I love these
sashing.
borders. Yeah, the sashing. Sorry.
Really easy. You sew the 3 strips together, long strips, and then cut them down to size. You add cornerstones, and because these ones kind of blend with the background, these squares almost float. They're a bit bigger, aren't they? They look bigger than this. It's like, oh, how does that go together? But ever so easy to do. But on this quilt, I'm going to just put straight sashing in between. But I just want you to see how the whole thing kind of comes to life. Now, I've used one of the other fat quarters.
I love this one. I did pick this one out. It's got a stripe, but look, if you get this by the ½ metre, you could just quilt this as it is, couldn't you? You could You could buy a few units of this by the ½ metre and absolutely just quilt it. It looks so cool. I love a stripy binding as well.
I do.
That'd be nice
well, it
for
would
a
be
binding.
superb for a binding, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Now, what I've done here, and I like to do this, I know it might strike some of you as a bit wasteful of fabric, but ultimately I want my finished quilt to be the best it can possibly be. I will audition fabrics by cutting strips and placing them and photographing them. If they don't work, they don't get wasted. I just keep them for another project and consider them to be, pre-cut strips, and then I'm going to pull this one. I did use a little of this just for my cornerstone. So this is a simplified version, and I have done straight set now just to finish this off.
And how different does that look? Just changing it to the dark background and oh, that's so cool.
It's pretty cool, that, isn't it?
I love it.
I think Kaffe would like that.
Yes.
I think I can confidently say Kaffe would like that.
Yes. That's brilliant. The book's now sold out. Oh, that looks amazing, doesn't it?
Awesome.
There's lots of questions for you, Stuart. Lots of questions coming in. Margaret said, hi, Stuart and Vicky, enjoying the demo. Stuart, what size scissors are you using there?
These ones.
They look really cool.
They're really nice. Deputy Joan bought me these for my birthday. Oh. They're Karen K. Buckley. I think they're the large. They're the purple handle.
They do.
We don't do them here. We should.
We should get them here.
They are divine.
Yeah, you definitely need to speak to the buying team about getting those in. They're lovely. Patricia said, being left-handed, I'm always putting pins in the wrong way round. She says, love the show, bought the book, the early bird and the fabrics. You've had a busy day, Patricia, haven't you? It's a brilliant day for it. And only one P&P, remember. Trudy said, hi, Vix and Stuart. When you're using the clear thread, so that monofilament, what do you use in the bobbin?
Really good question, Trudy. Never use monofilament top and bottom. Only use it in the top, and then in the bottom I use my regular thread. So I like Gutterman Sew-All thread in the bottom.
A neutral colour?
Yeah, just something to match the background usually, but it doesn't really matter. You could use, the kind of light thread that you use when you do a machine embroidery. machine embroidery.
Yeah.
Don't lean on the sewing machine. That's good as well.
Okay.
But just regular thread's fine as well. Yeah,
Nice.
it's absolutely fine. Just don't use a really like heavy thread.
Stuart, you got the 680 there,
I
but
have.
you've just invested in a new machine.
I've got the Juki UX8, which I'm going to confess now, and I feel really bad for saying this, I haven't actually got out of the box yet.
Well, do you know what? That's very
Can you
human
relate?
of you. There's a lot of people who message in saying that, but also you want to give it the time that you can to sit and really have a cup of tea and unbox and sew on it. Whereas you're very busy at the minute.
I know,
you want to wait till you can
true.
dedicate a day to it.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is a machine. I don't know whether a lot of people probably think this at home, but I presumed you may have been gifted this machine, but no, you bought this machine.
I bought it.
Why did you choose this machine?
Well, because it strikes me as just a very, very beautiful machine that will do what I need it to do absolutely beautifully. So my makes have to undergo pretty rigorous inspection from, the people who matter most, which is you. Yeah. And, cameras, photography, film is just getting higher and higher definition.
Yeah, so true.
I need my stitches to be perfect. I need my quilting to look amazing, my piecing to be great, my top stitching. And so I don't need lots of fancy stitches, although you get loads of fancy stitches.
It's more about the workhorse, the build.
It's the straight stitch, it's the applique, it's the integrated walking foot, it's the semi-industrial feet that you can attach and a semi-industrial plate, so that when I'm doing things like bag making, I can go through kind of almost anything and still get that beautiful quality of stitch. So you know what, it took about 3 minutes for me to decide that was the right machine for me.
You were there at Festival of Quilts on the Juki stand, weren't you?
Stitches at the train. And I did stay for an extra 2 minutes just because I thought that was polite, because George was doing such a lovely demonstration. But I'd already made up my mind. As soon as I saw it do a straight stitch, it was like, that's the one for me. I'm having it, because it was just sheer perfection.
Yeah.
So, it was easy.
Well, you definitely need to come on with your machine and do a demo on it once you're familiar with it all. It's amazing. Now, we don't actually physically have it here because Juki tend to take it away with them. I don't know why they don't trust us with it here.
It's a really nice machine.
I know, they keep telling us that. We're like, I know, we want to show it on the telly. But they keep taking it away. But we have done some great demonstrations on it. I mean, look at this. It is a spaceship of a machine. But it's also really user-friendly. When I've watched George and I've watched Gary doing demonstrations on air on it, it just sings. It just glides.
It's very intuitive. And also, you've got like a big video screen at the side. So when you're changing things like the stitch length, the stitches on the screen physically get bigger or wider.
Fab.
You can see exactly what you're doing.
Is this the one that you can watch YouTube on?
You can watch YouTube on it. That's the bit everyone gets so excited about. It's like, I haven't got time to watch YouTube, Bex. Actually, that's not true. At 2 a.m. when I can't sleep, or when I wake up at 4 a.m. ready for work, I somehow find the time to watch YouTube, and I go down that rabbit hole.
Well, there you go. You could do it on your sewing machine.
There you go.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Swayed your decision. Spend £3,500. There you go. The YouTuber. Hi, Grow Demo. May I ask which material you use for the small quilt behind me?
Yes.
This is another Kaffe collection, isn't it?
Right, easy. It's exactly the same fabrics in both quilts.
Okay.
It's the same fabrics.
Yeah.
And I just picked a selection of Kaffe facet fabrics for all of the the brights. So we've got this fabulous bundle of fat quarters. We've also got some half meters of solids, which I would throw in, and this is the kind of fabulous dazzling effect you'll get. The turquoises and aquas that I used in the background, to be honest with you, they're mostly Riley Blake, Michael Miller, those sort of. Kaffe doesn't do those kind of fabrics, but I wanted to contrast them.
Okay.
But you could easily, as I've done today, I've substituted black. You could substitute a plain turquoise for the background, a sky blue. That would be delicious.
Yeah, and just to dip into your stash, this is what I think we love about Stuart's books, is that they are, with your stash in mind.
They are. And I'm always very honest as well, Vix, and I say in the books as well, sometimes the best way to make your scraps work is to buy some more fabric. And I know that's a bit like, yeah, well, you would say that, wouldn't you? The man standing there said, but I mean, you know, it's a bit like making a meal out of, you know, you've got some cheese in the fridge and you've got a bit of broccoli, but you might need to go and buy some eggs in order to be able to make the quiche, you know?
Yeah.
You might grab yourself a bundle of fat quarters and think, you know what, now I go with this to my scrap box and I pull out anything that looks like it will vaguely go with that. It could be this fabulous fabric that you're going to use for the borders, for the sashings, that you think, okay, that's all I need to pull everything together. Now I can go to my stash.
Exactly. It's brilliant, isn't it? There's lots of the fabrics that Stuart's talking about. This one, for example, by the half metre underneath us. I love that one. Will you be getting more of Stuart's books in? Patsy, yes. Right, what we've done is we've just asked the question to see. I don't know whether we'll be able to do it today, Patsy, but what I would do, call the call centre. They'll put you on a wish list. So when it comes back in stock, you'll get the call straight away. So I love that. But yeah, we will definitely get more, won't we?
We certainly will. I mean, that's the thing I'm very fortunate about, and it's sort of in the planning too. I write these books to be resources that will last you for decades, and my publishers are also behind that. So they reprint and they keep books in stock.
Brilliant.
You know, so fingers crossed,
We'll definitely get some more. We don't buy them from Stuart, obviously, physically Stuart. We have to go through all the official.
I've run out of books at the moment as well. I haven't got any.
Well, if Stuart hasn't, then that's to say so. But we will get some more. We've had a lovely email in from Anna. It says, good morning, Stuart, Vix and team. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Stuart. He's enabled me to try quilting by watching his demos and listening to his careful instructions. I'm currently practicing making a small 5-inch square blocks, which have flummoxed me, but I've had that light bulb moment. Have a fab day. That's from Anna in Norfolk.
That's what I like to hear. I want to know what the light bulb moment was. Sometimes it's just about taking your time. And just, you know, enjoying every part of the process. I think I might need to leave these blocks for Charlie or Becky.
Charlie, you're going to stitch them together.
You can have them and stitch them.
Thank you, Stuart. We'll see you in an hour. Tula Pink. In an hour studio. We're going to change the quilt over to a Tula Pink one. I'll show it to you after the break. Don't go anywhere because I've got some great quilting tools to bring you right after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, welcome back. Look at that. That is a beautiful quilt, isn't it? Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I saw this on my birthday show and half the stock sold out. It was absolutely amazing. So on pre-order, that's the price. It is considered, it's $199.99. But my word, that is an amazing quilt, isn't it? Now, half the stock went on the birthday show. We've got 25 left. I wouldn't normally do a quilt show with 25 in stock, but it's such a special quilt. And Stuart's got a bit of a twist on what you can do with it as well. So it's actually sort of appliqued on. It isn't EPP, but Stuart's going to show you how you can do it as an EPP on the go project as well. So if you want to do machine sewn or hand sewn, it's brilliant. Look at the fabrics as well, fussy cut. I absolutely love it. Love it. So we're working on getting more of what, sorry? Oh, Mylar. You know the template plastic that Stuart's asked to get in? It came in. We thought we only had, a few units anyway. They completely sold out. Hayley said, oh, there should be more. There should be 100 units. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get some more of that for Stuart's next show at 11 o'clock. Now, it's been absolutely manic today. We started the show with a brilliant tool. This hour, we're going to get you all sort of kitted out in your workroom. So Charlie, who's a director, is amazing. Honestly, we love the fact that Charlie has thrown himself, dived into the sewing world. There he is. Honestly, he's such a good egg. We absolutely love our Charlie. And yeah, he started sewing. You need to send the picture of you blocking because he's done so well. But it's a daunting while to sort of start, isn't it? Because especially when you're around the likes of John Scott and Stuart Hillard and Vicky Carroll, all these amazing sewers. Obviously we've got Bex. We've got such amazing sewers on board here. That's just the faces that you see on the telly, but the guest designers obviously and everyone behind the scenes that come in are all amazing sewers. So it's daunting. So Charlie, you've done so well. And we also like to give you sort of the best tools to get started with it, literally. So those of you that are starting out, and maybe you bought your Fiskars rotary cutter today, we've got amazing creative grid rulers to bring you today. So we can start with, do you want to start with this one, the 6 by 12.5? So this is 6.5 by 12.5. Now, quilting rulers are again a little bit of a minefield because there are a lot of different brands out there. Now, the great thing about my job is that I can confidently champion creative grids because they have such amazing, useful, what's the word? They have really useful things on their rulers for us, basically. So it's not gimmicks, they're made by quilters, they're for quilters. They look quite complex when you first look at them. There's lots of numbers, lots of lines, but actually it really helps your quilting journey. Really easy to use. So can you see, the first thing that obviously we all know about creative grids is that it's got it's the original non-slip ruler. So lots of quilting rulers may not have this feature. You might have to put stickers or sprays underneath to hold it in place, because when you're cutting, obviously in quilting, your accuracy is so important, and one slip of your ruler can mean that you've wasted your fabric, that you've made the wrong cut. So to have that non-slip grip, basically they're little frosted circles on the base throughout the whole of the ruler and also all around the perimeter, and it will still glide over your fabric absolutely fine, but as soon as you sort of press down and engage those non-slip grip properties, it's going to sort of adhere itself to your fabric, which is brilliant. It's also completely transparent, so if you are fussy cutting and you want to think about your pattern placement, you can do that. The non-slip grip around the edge as well is really useful, that you've got 1/4 of an inch actually already there for you, which is so useful to have as a quick, easy gauge and guide. When I first started in the quilting world, I always worked in centimetres, so to sort of change to inches I found really difficult, whereas Creative Grid really help you with that. They also have on a majority of their rulers what they call the turnaround feature. So can you see in white, you've got all of your full inch increments here going up to 6, and obviously this is a 6.5 inch width, and then up the side there you've got all of these white circles that go up to 12. If I spin that round, if you're working with 1/2 inch increments, you've then got 1/2 inch, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, and then also up the side again you've got all of your 1/2 inch increments. Each one of these squares is an inch square, obviously, and each 1/8 of an inch is marked throughout. You've got your 60-degree angle, your 45-degree angle. It's all very clear, really easy to use, and it will just mean that you have got that accuracy throughout. It's a great size if you're starting out. I'll recommend either the 24.5-inch ruler or, one like this, which is a bit more portable. It's going to be ideal if you're working with pre-cuts, if you're working with a 10-inch charm pack, perfect. If you're working with fat quarters, if you're working with any of the charm squares, then this is going to be ideal, especially, if we're starting to go out to workshops and classes. You might not want to be taking your huge square ruler out with you. Oh, look, here you go. Well done, Charlie. Looking forward to seeing your projects. Are you joined the fan page yet, Charlie? Yeah, he is. Of course he's on the fan page. You need to start posting some of your pics soon. So I think Stuart's actually given him one of the applique blocks to finish. Okay, very exciting. Yeah, we'll keep you updated on his journey. Coach from Merseyside said, one of the best things about Sewing Street is that the guests and the team really love what they do, whatever type of sewing it is. It's so inspiring. Honestly, I'm so lucky that I'm part of. I work here. It's crazy. We have so much fun, and we love it. Absolutely love it. I go home to my husband, who's he fits floors for a living. I'm like, oh, how was your day? It's obviously horrible. Like, my day was lovely. We've had a really lovely day. I always feel guilty. But I mean, across all of the channels, it's a really lovely building and a really lovely community. But everyone wants to come to Sewing Street. Everyone from other directors, producers, if you want to come to Sewing Street, they want to come here because it is great fun. Yes, I agree with you. So that is a brilliant ruler, and also a really good price to start you off for creative grids. Like we said with the Fiskars earlier on, you made such a saving on there. Invest in the best, start with the best, and you won't need to keep upgrading, because trust me, once you start with creative grids, you won't want to stop. They have a huge array of rulers. It's really lovely and sturdy. Store them flat, so whether it be under the bed, under the sofa, they've got little slots at the top here, little circles, cut out circles, so you could hook them like we do behind the quilt here. All of the rulers have a little QR code on them as well. That takes you to a YouTube demonstration from Creative Grids. They have got a massive online presence. So there's so many videos on YouTube. If you type in a certain ruler onto Pinterest, there is so much that people have created, quilts-wise obviously, but other sewing projects as well. It is absolutely brilliant. The worlds of Creative Grids, obviously, hence the name creative. You can get really, really creative with them. So that's the 6.5 to the 12.5. So now I'm going to throw caution at the wind here, and I'm going to just say it. This is the ruler that I would absolutely recommend purchasing. You're paying £5 more. Now, what I love about it is it's 24 inches wide. So this is going to be ideal for cutting your width. So it is, your width of fabric. It's absolutely perfect. Without having to move your ruler, you can cut the whole width of your fabric with this ruler. It again has that turnaround feature. It again has your non-slip grips around the whole of the perimeter and across the whole of the ruler. It's even echoed again throughout, halfway through the ruler, so you can just check as you're lining your fabric up that it is all in place and you're very accurate. I'll always sort of recommend, I don't know whether this is, you agree with me at home or not, but I never really go by the markings on my mat. I'll always trust the ruler. I think I've had a bit of a bad experience with a cutting mat that was not as accurate as I wanted it to be. Whereas with Creative Grids, you can absolutely rest assured that they are completely accurate, which is brilliant. So throughout the ruler, you have got your half-inch increments going up to 6.5 and then up to 24.5, and throughout every 1/8 of an inch is marked. You've got every half-inch mark there as well. You will see us use this ruler time and time and time again. A majority of our guests will always reach for this ruler. What was that, sorry, Kat? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the same ruler that we used 2 years ago when we started the channel. This is the same ruler, those of you that followed lots of us at Sewing Quarter in previous years. This is the ruler that we recommended then. It is the same ruler then. I'm glad I brought this, clear to read and doesn't slip. I think that's a game changer, isn't it, Julie? Especially if you're used to having to put little stickers on the bottom of your ruler, which then elevates it slightly, which of course then surely puts you a bit off balance. Here's a FIFO review, very good quality. I expect to get get lots of use from this. I only have a very small ruler before, so this one makes a big difference when cutting out. This is the size that is going to, I think, be most used in your workroom. Absolutely. Julie's also said, it's not the cheapest item, but as soon as you used it, I can understand the price. It's amazing. And it's a real time saver. So worth it. Price per use, Julie. Price per use. Also, it's made of like an acrylic. So it's really durable. It's going to, once you purchase one, look after it. It's going to last the test of time. You're not going to need to buy it again. And because of the thickness of it, you can use it safely in conjunction with your rotary cutter. And you know that, you know, it's not going to slip out of place. I use my long rectangle ruler for shortening trousers. I'm only short, so I don't have to add many inches on. I always get both legs cut perfectly. So it isn't just quilters that use creative grids. There you go, you know, alterations and dressmaking. Susan, thanks for your message. They are really useful. Creative grids, especially these rulers, they're always on our website, they're always in stock, but it's good every now and then, you know, just to remind you of the ones that we use most regularly on air. So, and this one, as I said, it's only a few pounds more, and it's really worth it. It will come delivered to you lovely and safely. We've got some big rulers on the website, we've got some big cutting mats, and they'll still all come to you under that one post and packaging of £3.95, which is crazy, isn't it? It is crazy. You've also got a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you don't want it, send it back. It's fine. But trust me, when you start using them, I feel that confident that I could tell you about that money-back guarantee, because I know once you start using creative grids, you will absolutely love them. So I've also got a 6.5 square. So if you are working with your charm packs, if you're working with the 5-inch squares, in fact, I want to know what Stuart wanted this for. Yesterday, he asked for this. He wanted this specific ruler on the show. If you're working with charm squares, those of you that got the William Morris charm square, for example, definitely get this ruler, $14.99. These go up to 20 by 20. I mean, these are huge. If you're working with your William Morris charm squares or smaller pre-cuts, you're not going to need to get your 20-inch square out, are you? If you're using a large rotating cutting mat, it's really handy to have this size. You can still spin it, you can set up your nice little station, you've got your 1/4 inch round the outside, you've also got, of course, your frosting. It's still exactly the same quality, and it's only $14.99. So if you want to dip your toe into creative grids and try them out, then today's the day. If you've opened your order already, $14.99. If you've got the rotary cutter, if you were lucky enough to be one of the 400 that got that rotary cutter first thing this morning, well done. $14.99. Stuart, are you there? Stuart, why is it that you wanted to work with a 6.5-inch ruler? Trimming down half square triangles you wanted this for, to trim down half square triangles. Ideal, absolutely ideal. You don't want to get your big cumbersome ruler out, do you, to be able to cut it. It's nice and mini. It's one of the smallest sizes they actually do, I think, so it's really handy to have, but still large enough that you're going to be able to cut your charm squares, your design rolls, your layer cakes. Perfect for that. £14.99. Amazing. We also have a big square. Now, it's not the biggest square that they offer, but I just thought we'd give you a bit of a selection. So this is a 12.5-inch square. And what I love about this is that you could use it to square up your block. So if you're doing a 10-inch block or 8-inch block or a 12-inch block, you can square it up absolutely perfectly. You can line it up. You've obviously got... is it the same size? Yeah, there you go, for Tula Pink. You can square up your blocks. Absolutely perfect. In fact, I'm going to keep this out for Stuart for the next hour. It's $23.99. It's still got all of those lovely frosted parts which are non-slip grip. They're not going to scratch off, by the way, or wear off. The great thing about creative grids is that they are made by quilters, designed for quilters. So all of those little things that... you may not have found with previous rulers, you'll find so useful. For example, that frosting being 1/4 inch as a really nice little quick guide to check your seam allowance. I love that. To be able to square up all of these blocks that are the amount of times you'll find 12-inch blocks on quilts, to be able to square it up, perfect. £23.99. It is worth investing in Creative Grids. It really is. I mean, I'm not sponsored by Creative Grids, and this is the one that I will always recommend. Always recommend when you're talking about quilting rulers. I've got one. Okay, now, a lot of people have got quite a few Creative Grid rulers, and as I said, you just want to look after them and store them flat. So I suggested whether you storing them, if you haven't got that much space, store them under the bed, store them under the sofa. If you have got a workroom that you can show off your Creative Grids, have them there on your workbench ready to go, then absolutely do it. I love this. It's the big one back. Now, I always said anyway, get the big one, because I think the small one was always £10.99 anyway, half the size of this. So the value for money is brilliant. Right, I'll just get it out the box first. It's solid wood. It's really solid. It's got the little pads on the feet as well to protect your surface. And you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots. So the other one that we used to have was half the size. But let's face it, if you've got your 12 by 12, you want to be able to store it nicely. So to be able to have all of your rulers to hand, even your stripologies can go on here. Even if they're slightly longer, if you're 24 and a half is there, you can still store that on there perfectly. I love the fact that it's a real neutral colour. It's going to look great in your workroom, but ideal to store lots of your rulers, your stripologies. If you've got the space to store them on the desk, absolutely do it. Oh, okay. Can't say I'm keeping my record collection in this. There you go. They're really nice deep slots as well, so they are going to protect them. Now, whenever this comes in, it absolutely flies out. It's branded. It's a Millwood branded ruler rack, and it's just £11.99. Half the size was £10.99. You get double the amount of wood for just £1. Just £1 more. And as I say, actually, I think they used to have just 3 slots. This has got 5. So you're going to be able to fit lots of those. Now, half the stock is straight into baskets, so just be aware this is back in stock. Great place to stack all of your Creative Grid rulers. The size of it, for anyone asking, is 50 centimetres and 10 centimetres deep. That's 19 3/4 inches by 4 inches. If you've got some larger rulers, yeah, just counterbalance them. Yeah, absolutely fine. You can still put larger rulers in there, no problem. Less than 10 available. Less than 10 available. Absolutely flying out. It's very, very busy today. And that, again, will come to you still under that 1p&p cost. I know I sound like a broken record, but how amazing to be able to get all of these products in one postage today. It's been very, very busy. What's that? Mayday pricing today. You will win. If you are selected, where's it gone? You get 3 embroidery hoops, some embroidery skein, some lovely embroidery floss, lots of colours, and a Moda design roll. So you get, there's your embroidery hoops, there's a mini one as well. We're going to throw in all of these skeins for you to do some embroidery, and a Moda design roll, which is so pretty, so pretty, really beautiful. We will announce the winner on Monday's show, but you're automatically entered. Anybody that shops today, there are hundreds of you that have shopped today, so you're all entered into the prize draw, which is a good one, isn't it? I love that. I love that we've done this every day in May. How cool. So that's today's prize. What's that, sorry? Yeah, buy anything, literally anything, and you could win all of that. You're in with a chance. So, can I please do this, because I've never done it before. You don't know what I'm talking about. There's a problem. We're very limited, but the amount of times I've spoken about the 550, the 560, the 570, the 570A, and I've said what I love about it is that it can grow with you. So as a sewer, if you don't have that much space and you've got one of the one of the smaller machines, but you still really want to have a go at this quilt behind me, you still really want to go at dressmaking with boiled wool and chunky fabrics. You really want to have a go at doing PUs and bag making with bosal and foams, but you have now got to the point that you think, I really could do with a walking foot. You don't need to invest in a new machine. You might just need a walking foot. I have never had these on air ever in 2 years, singularly. I think they've only been on air twice before. So this is your category B, which basically will fit on all of your 550, 560, 570A. It will fit on there. $53.99, and this is your walking foot. Brilliant price. Brilliant price for a walking foot. And normally I've always only ever said, look, you speak to Janome and you can hopefully get one from there. I'm so thrilled that we've got it on the show today. It's £53.99. If you have got any of those machines and you've wanted to take it to the next level, definitely invest in a walking foot without having to spend hundreds of pounds or even thousands of pounds on a new machine. You can just get yourself a walking foot. There's a lot of our designers, Baffa for example, I know she's amazing, bag maker, toy maker, she leaves her walking foot on all the time. It will just give you a bit more sort of stability when you're going through thicker layers, when you're quilting, when you're going through chunky, bulky seams. It is going to feed your fabrics through evenly. £53.99. You'll often hear us talking about a walking foot, and there are a lot of machines that come with one as standard. This one doesn't. This the machines that we're talking about, the 550, 560, 570, don't come with a walking foot standard. So this is your chance to upgrade. Get them in very, very rarely. It's the first time I've ever seen them. We've got four left, that's it. If you want one of the last four, £53.99. I just thought I'd let you know that they are available today, which is brilliant. Really, really exciting. Oh, don't be daunted as well. The amount of times that our team have literally just got the little screwdriver, and it's like a little screwdriver that comes part of your sewing machine, and you can very, very quickly and very, very easily change your foot. It's not one of the ones that clips. You do need to unscrew it, but honestly, 20 seconds and it's done. It's something that is, I know, a little bit more daunting. When you're starting to change to free motion feet or to walking feet, it can feel a bit daunting, but actually it's so worth it as well. So worth it. Especially when you've got the correct foot on. I know that you can buy generic non-branded feet, but if you've got a Janome or an Elna machine, we'll always recommend sticking with the same brand. Obviously, they're designed to go onto their machines. Janome and Elna, just so you know, are all under the same umbrella. So, yeah, this will be absolutely fine with your Elna machine. Work perfectly. Just £53.99. Right, now just so you know, we're oversubscribed. Check out of your basket because I don't know when we'll ever be able to get those back in. Like, we've only done it a couple of times over the years. It's so rarely that they come in. If you're wondering whether it's going to fit on your machine, you can speak to the customer service team. But as far as I'm aware, 550, 560, it's a category B machine, 560, 570A, which is there. And it says here, the even foot feed walks over fabric to assist with smooth feeding. With this foot, fabric can be sewn without shifting or puckering since the fabric is gripped and fed by both upper and lower feed dogs. It's difficult to show you, but it has its own feed dog. So you know when you see the feed dogs that you bought in your machine, it basically draws them both through at the same time. It works well with materials like knit, vinyl or leather. The even feed foot is for horizontal rotary hook models, which again, as I said, is your, you hook that little arm over the bar of your sewing machine and it sort of just goes along with it then, chugs along. It's brilliant. So there's lots of you got it in your basket. Just be aware that there's only 4 of those. Fab. Extra wide back in. Oh, no. I can't call this extra wide back in. I can't. It's too gorgeous. It is too gorgeous. I would love, one colour's already sold out. The navy's already gone. In fact, I'll show you the navy just so you can see what you could have won. This is your navy. Honestly, it looks beautiful on screen. Oh, it is so silky soft. I want bedding in this. I want a kimono. I want a dressing gown. Now this launched with Stuart the other day. The navy blue sold out. Why am I doing? I can't explain to you how soft this is. It's like got a sateen finish. It's so silky soft. It is beautiful. Hence why I'm saying for bedding, oh, beautiful. For dressmaking, gosh, for the back of a quilt, don't get me wrong, it would be so luxurious. It would feel so soft if you're cuddled up on the sofa with this. Oh, wow. But because of the width of it, I mean, it is very, very wide. It's 108 inches wide. It's only $10.99. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Firstly, it's Moda. It is a Moda. $7.49 is standard width, Moda pricing, $7.49. This is more than double the width of your standard. This is 108 inches wide. I had no idea that price was so good. Oh my word, I want it all. It is so, so soft. It went wild with Stuart Hillard when this launched. It's the first time I'm seeing it, and it is beautiful. It's now last of stock. What did Stuart say you use it for? Cushions? Cushions, nightgowns. I'd like some lovely silky soft trouser, you know, like trouser bottoms, pyjama bottoms, or for the beach, absolutely, some little shorts and a cami top. Oh my word, that is stunning. If I'm honest, I think the word backing doesn't do it justice. This is the front of a quilt, this is the front of cushions, this is the garments that you want to wear. It's absolutely beautiful quality. It's $10.99, half metre, absolutely crazy. The reason it's called backing, because it's extra wide. It's 108 inches. I have no idea how these have come in, where they've come from, but they are absolutely beautiful. Super, super soft. I can't express to you. It doesn't say sateen finish on the graphics, which I'm surprised at, because it definitely has that feel. It's only £10.99 half metre, so get it home. Get yourself 2 units of it, or even 1 unit. If you've got a dressing gown pattern, a kimono pattern, if you've got the Sew Girl Fiona Hesford pattern, she does a lovely kimono one. This is ideal for that. Little pinnies, little napkins, table sets, wash bags. Oh, that is beautiful. Really, I think that's my favourite fabric ever. Love it. I love it. That's up there with Solstice range, you know. That is up there. Oh, isn't it beautiful? £10.99. We do have the white. Now, what I love, that's limited, by the way. That is limited. Don't forget the navy blue sold out on pre-order. We've got this one with the white and blue. This is like really lovely classic pottery. It's beautifully classic. Very, very limited. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it's like fine china, isn't it? £10.99. $10.99, and it is Moda. It's Sister Bay by 3 sisters, 100% cotton. It says here, look, life is better on the bay, and they've got all little lighthouses. £10.99. Remember, half metre is double this. Becky, please. You don't have to be on the telly, but can you just hold this at the end of the... Hold me, Becky. You can't even see. I mean, it's really difficult to do this on camera because you can't even see how wide it is. There's Becky. Hey, Becky. Look, can you see the shine? Can you see it's got that really lovely shimmer? Oh, it's so beautiful. I'd be so tempted to just get 2.5 metres. Bit of wadding in between it. A beautiful bedspread. Do you know how much you can pay for bedspreads? They're hundreds. Thank you, Becky. Oh, she's gone. Bedspreads. Oh my word, if you go to Dunelm or to, I don't know, Next or to John Lewis or to any of those sort of bed shops, how much you can pay for beautiful bed runners, bedspreads. That would be absolutely gorgeous as a bedspread, quilted bedspread. matching dressing gown, some lovely little cushions, maybe like a bolster cushion to go with a bedspread. £10.99. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. In fact, I'm going to do it in the next colourway because that's my colour scheme. I do love the white and blue. I think that's very classy, isn't it? I wouldn't mind some pyjama bottoms with this. That is ideal for pyjamas, isn't it? Very, very luxurious indeed. Right, we also have, this one is the same finish, the last one, extra wide again, same crazy price. £10.99. Oh, I absolutely love it. Yes, please. Could I have a coffee, please? Okay. White coffee, no sugar, please, Stuart. Thank you. This one I would have as in my bedroom. I think this would make a beautiful bed runner. Some lovely little cushions. You could add some lace around the edge. Some nice little shell buttons, pyjamas to match. Stock up. Stock up, stock up, stock up. It's in your porcelain colour. How rarely do we get extra wide backing? And do you know what, actually? This is going to be really nice with you, William Morris. This is going to be really neutral. So I am going to talk about it for 1 second. If you are using this as quilt backing, it's going to be so, so lovely and soft. It really, really is. But this is going to be ideal to go with lots of your Three Sisters collection, a lot of your Moda collection, a lot of your William Morris. Even your Tula, do you know, it's neutral, isn't it? It's going to look absolutely beautiful. And you don't need to worry about piecing the back. To do lots of big cushions with this would be absolutely beautiful. I mean, really big cushions. How big can you go with a cushion? £10.99 is shocking. I had no idea it was going that low. I thought extra wide, Moda, you're looking at least £15 a half metre, £15.99 for this. Without a doubt. That is fantastic value, isn't it? Just see it as loads of fabric. Don't ignore the word backing fabric here a second. It is just lots and lots of fabric. For bag making, how about lovely little wash bags? As I said, my friend's getting married in June. This would be so beautiful to do some really lovely little bridal drawstring bags, eye masks and things like that. Do you know the Yvonne McAtamney spa set? This is so, so beautiful. I would love a kimono in it. Love a kimono. Bolster cushions. I could go on and on and on.
Don't look at me, I'm not making it.
Isn't it lovely? Oh, thank you. But I want a kimono out of this, Stuart. Can you just rustle me one up in the break? How was your, how'd you get on the radio?
Good, great.
Just been on the radio. Yeah. Just been on radio, BBC Radio York, if anybody was listening. How cool was that?
Yeah, it was great.
I don't know how Stuart fits everything into his life. It actually worries me a bit how busy he is all the time. Just got to nip off, you know, just do a quick radio interview. Brilliant. I've always wanted to be on the radio. I've always wanted to do radio. It was either, my dream was either on the radio, main radio show, or a weather girl. I've always wanted to be a weather girl, but I did go for an audition for one once, but you had to actually have, I don't know what the actual qualification, yeah, meteorology. You actually had to be one. Crazy. Yeah, you had to have the qualifications to do it. I was gutted. What are you trying to tell me, Becky? William Morris. Yeah, the William Morris fat quarters at the back, please. Thank you. Okay. So, you have just seen Stuart use it, and how useful was the mini iron for the templates for his applique? When we were using the, Charlie was using this yesterday, the amount of times I bang on about this iron, I absolutely love it. It came back into stock a few weeks ago, and we are so, so, so lucky to have this back. Bruce has got one. Our Bruce as well, he bought one. It's got a really lovely soft grip handle around the edge. I'm not going to put this on the table because it's been on, it's really still warm. It's also got your steam on and steam off. So if, like Stuart was saying, you want a dry iron, you've got the option of turning your steam off by pushing it in. If you want to steam on, then you can lift it up, and you don't need to remember that, it says it there for you. It comes with a little jug, so of course you can fill it with water for your steam, and it does have a maximum water level there. You can turn this up nice and hot, maximum steam. You can turn it down if you're doing something more delicate. You do have that little dial there. And what I love is that it's got the strength of your home domestic iron, but just in this small and mighty iron. It's got the little feet as well, so it stands up. It's got a really lovely long thick cord as well, not like a little travel iron that gets really frustrating. It's you'll see this used a lot in patchwork, because when you're opening out seams, when you're pressing lots of half square triangles, as Charlie was yesterday, pressing is so important. It makes such a difference on the end result. But you're not always going to be getting out the large iron just to open out a seam. This is so handy for that. And if you're doing a plique, if you're doing any of Delphine's lovely plique, and you've laid all out all of your bits, and you just want to isolate a certain part that you're ironing down, if you were to get your big iron out, you're instantly pressing it. You haven't got the control. You haven't got that decision of, right, which bits do I want to press down first? For binding, ironing, binding, this is really, really lovely. In fact, Stuart spoke earlier on about a bias tape maker. I've got one here, but how lovely is that to be able to just press and iron your binding as you go. It's really lovely and lightweight. And there was a lady who messaged in actually who said that she struggles with dexterity issues, and this was perfect for that, as you have to put very, very little sort of strength into it. If you're going to classes now and workshops, and you need to set yourself up a nice little station, your sewing machine, your cutting mat, your pressing mat, you virtually don't even need to get up unless you, well, I've got someone to make me a cup of coffee, lovely Stuart. Unless you want to, you know, get yourself a cup of tea and a bicky. That's the only reason you need to get up. It is great to be able to have that sewing station all there. If you're pressing, cutting, it can get quite laborious unless you've got yourself the right tools all set up, ready to go. It's prim as well. If you've got that prim name, you know that you can rest assured that it is fantastic quality. All of us, hopefully, going on a little holiday this year maybe, and if you're going away, I actually took this a few years ago to Portugal as my iron for my holiday clothes. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You've still got that really lovely long cable. It's like your domestic iron cable, but that does just wind away onto the top, as you can see here. There's a little clip there, so you can clip your cord in place. It comes with a little storage bag as well, and a jug, a little like drawstring bag, and a jug to fill your water up if you want to use your steam. Hi Karen, I just managed to get 3.5 meters of the porcelain to make bedding. I was thinking about it since I saw Stuart do it, and it fell into my basket. Stuart, you really, really haven't made the wrong decision, Karen. It is stunning. I know how much Stuart loved it, and I can see why. It's amazing. It's one of those, you've got to get it home to feel it. You've got to get it home, obviously. You've got to get it home, though, to appreciate how amazing that is. Karen, you will love it. Amazing. So Becky was just about to put these away, and we were like, oh, no. I just want to make sure anybody who wasn't watching this morning, there are now 7 left. There are 7, that's it. So if you do want, there you go. If you do want one of the last 7, we had loads of these available this morning. We broke it down actually, and it's not something I would normally do, but I know how much you can pay for a William Morris cushion. With 1 fat quarter, let's face it, let me just get 1 fat quarter out. If you're going to use, you know, your own fabric for the back, which a lot of companies do with their William Morris cushions, and they still charge, you know, £60, especially with prints like Strawberry Thief that are iconic like this one. So you've got all of those iconic prints. It's the best of Morris. It's Moda quality. You're going to be able to make, of course, a really beautiful big cushion out of this, but lots of other lovely gift bags, drawstring bags, toiletry bags. You can even make little fabric slippers, imagine, with a fat quarter. There's a lot you can do. There's fat quarter books out there that dedicate themselves just to fat quarters and how much you can sew with them. So, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? You are looking for 1 fat quarter. What's your price per fat quarter on this now, Kat? £3.66. Tote bags, cushions. I mean, it's brilliant. Personally, I think it should be about £4 a fat quarter here today. Because we've obviously, well, we haven't cut these, Moda have cut these for you. Sorry, I'm folding this a bit strange. Because these have been already sort of cut for you from Moda, normally, you know how much William Morris fabric is by the half metre. It's not £7.33 a half metre, is it? That's what it works out as if you break this down. Just £54.99 on split pay, and you're getting the whole Moda collection. We had them in half metre cuts, but loads of them have now sold out. If you want that whole collection in fat quarters, there's 7 genuine opportunities there if you want them. 7 left, that's it. And once they're gone, they are gone. How is it 10 to 11 already? I've just clocked the time. Okay, have a serious think about those, but don't wait too long because they are amazing. Also, consider the split pay, of course. It's 0% interest. You're not going to pay any more for that privilege. And you can get sewing with it for £54.99. You can just start making. If you're making to sell for any summer craft fairs, oh, I can't get this one in. I have to leave it for Becky. Would you help me? I can't do it. Yeah, they are absolutely brilliant, aren't they? If you're making to sell, oh, please have a look at how much you can pay for just little purses, for glasses cases. £10, £15 per make. I mean, it depends where you're selling, doesn't it? But if you go to any of your sort of National Trust or gift shops, how much you can pay for notebook covers. It's worth having a bit of a look and seeing how much you can pay. And just wanted to remind you of those because we aired those at 8 o'clock this morning. So anyone has done a bit of a lie-in this morning? Oh my word, you know, Maisie, her new body clock wakes up at 5:30 now every morning. No, she's still not sleeping the night. She's still not sleeping the night, which is, I know, by the time she's 1, I thought that it would get a bit easier, but she still wakes up every 3 hours. Right. Yeah, maybe 2 hours, I don't know, I lose count now. I don't even look at the time anymore. It's fine. She goes back to sleep, but I have to either give her milk still, which they tell me I shouldn't be giving her milk after 1, or I have to, you know, try and rock her back to sleep or something. It's, yeah, very difficult. Oh yeah, she's still doing that. She's still doing that. I think she was up about 10:15 last night. I was like, oh my word, come on. She has got a little track that she goes around the house, running round and round and round, and we have to just follow her, yeah. You think everybody says this, oh, she'll sleep well tonight. She's been wild today. I'm like, oh yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? This is the large bias tape maker. So basically you feed the fabric through. It's really easy. You feed the fabric through. It's very clever. It folds itself through into perfect bias binding. So don't get me wrong, you can make your own bias binding. It shows you how to cut your fabric as well. How to place it through, and then you just press it with your mini iron as you go. There's some tips, there's some instructions there on the back, but there's a demonstration in fact on YouTube from Hemline's YouTube channel, and this is to create 1-inch binding, which is lovely for quilts and bags or whatever you want to use it for. You can use it for straight binding and bias binding obviously, and it's another really useful tool. I'm not going to call this a gadget. It's a really useful tool because, yes, you can sort of fold your fabric in and press it, fold the next side in and press it, and fold it again and press it. This does it all for you in one just little swoop through. That's Kat's technical term, swoop through. But it means now that you're not having to just pick out generic colours that are already pre-made. If you normally only buy your binding, if you think I always buy pre-made binding, you can now pick out your favourite colours. You can do a stripy binding. You can use fabrics that are in your quilt to then bind it as well. So it gives you a bit more possibilities. Just £5.99 as well. So if you've ordered something, get it. If you've ordered something already, it's only 1p today. I did reach for these friction pens earlier because I've not seen this little pack before. No! So I've got in here black, blue, red and green. They need no introduction. You know our friction pen is. We use them here day in, day out. If you're new to us at Sewing Street, I do absolutely love friction pens because they write like a biro, but they also work really well on fabric, and they iron away. They're heat erasable. So this one is slightly different, but it works exactly the same. So these ones are now actually clicker tops. So it doesn't have a lid, it clicks up and down. It still has the rubber on the end, don't worry. So if you're using this on paper, have you got a piece of paper there, Becky? I wonder if you've got a piece of paper. Oh, in fact, look, I'll show you, because it rubs out. So if you're, if you're doing any, if you're working out a quilt block in your graph paper, if you're working it out and you think, oh, I'm not quite happy with that, then it rubs out literally like a biro, a rubber. I actually wrote all my wedding invites in friction pen, so I could erase people if I decided, actually, I don't want you at the wedding, I'll erase you. But then also, what is fantastic about it, and the reason we've adopted it as crafters, always give it a test, and I say this about every sort of marking tool, to check that you're happy with how it erases. But if you're marking out any of your quilting lines, just like my little swirl, I don't know whether you can see that here, I'll just do some squiggly lines so you can see as well. Just about see on camera. As soon as you then go at it, I'm just going to do that really carefully because I haven't got my pressing mat, but as soon as you go at it with any heat, sorry, any of the management watching, I promise I didn't do that, then it's erased really, really quickly and really easily. There's nothing there. The only thing I will say is that it does come back in extreme cold temperatures, So, for example, if you're putting your quilt in a hold of a plane, your markings might come back. Just want to warn you about that, but I always give it a bit of a test and check that you're happy about it. Now, the pack of 4, as I said, it's the clicky top, the new clicky top, there they are, blue, black, red and green. So it means that you can, it will show up on no matter what fabrics you're using. You can pick which one's going to show up best on your fabric. That makes it today, what price per pen? Well, it should be £3.99 a pen. £10.99 divided into 4 is £2.74 a pen, and it comes with the lovely little case as well to go in your to go into your pencil case. £10.99, and these are the ones, as I say, with the clicker top. Oh, it's not a clicker top, it's not the eraser, it's this bit that clicks, so that can fit onto your pocket, and look, there you go, and that clicks. £10.99 for all 4 colours. Fantastic, just wanted to let you know. I can't believe it's already nearly 11 o'clock. We've got to get Stuart back with this amazing quilt behind me. The colours are just sensational, aren't they? I love those aquas, the pinks, the yellows. If you haven't seen the Daydreamer collection before from Tula Pink, we're going to have a bit of a dive into the quilt kit from Free Spirit, which is just beautiful. It's a considered purchase. Consider it. Have a look. Do not go anywhere. We've got a bit of an alternative solution as well. So I was talking about this on my birthday, as a machine applique project. Stuart's now saying, as it's getting to summer, why not do it as a hand sewing project on the move? So we're going to learn all new tips, bit of EPP. Don't go anywhere. Have a look on the website. Grab it on pre-order. We're back right after this.
Hello, my name is Mark Francis and I'm a guest designer right here on Sewing Street. You may have seen me before. I don't know whether anybody has maybe tuned into the Great British Sewing Bee, but I was there for Series 6 reaching the quarterfinals. I'm now here on Sewing Street on your screens, bringing you my very favourite sewing patterns for men, women and children for dressmaking and tailoring. So you can fill your stash and your collection with my very favourite fabrics and sewing patterns, including my very own range right here, exclusive to Sewing Street. Something you may not know about me. Now let's have a think. A lot of this has been covered on the Sewing Bee, but I am a Blue Peter badge winner. I know. I haven't worn it in a while. Slightly too old to get into Warwick Castle these days wearing it. But you never, do I pass for 16? I don't know. Possibly not anymore. And I'm also, hence the piano, a pianist I've been playing since the age of 7, when my school teacher at the time taught me, a little under duress from my mother because he thought I would be terrible. Turned out I wasn't. But there we go. Such is life. You never know until you give it a go. Have I just invented a new catchphrase? I don't know. You never know until you give it a go. Caption across the screen, please. Thank you very much. So do join me, popping up on your screens here on Sewing Street, to bring you my very favourite sewing patterns and fabrics from across the range, including my very own range of sewing patterns from Mark Francis, including this very Tula shirt. More to come on a regular basis, so do keep tuned for that.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, welcome back. Okay. Oh, I've been so excited about this. So back on 26th of April, I remember the date very, very well because it was my birthday show. It was my actual birthday, and the quilt behind me on my birthday show had so many messages. I actually would go as far as saying I think this has been the most talked about, one of the most popular Tula pink quilts we've ever had. It's a full kit. Now, there's benefits, of course, of, like we were saying in the 9 o'clock show, of dipping in, buying a few, new fabrics and then going in your stash, but there's also huge benefits in having everything you need there in the box. For anybody who's thinking, I'm not very good at choosing colours together, I want to know that I can do it exactly like Tula Pink has designed, then this is how to do it. It is incredible. It is incredible. The amount of fabric that you get in here. It comes boxed beautifully like this. We will not be able to get another Tula Pink quilt for quite a while, by the way. We have had news in that we're not going to be able to see another one. So if you love it, this is the only one currently in the company, and it is beautiful. Now, when I saw it on my birthday, I had no idea that we were going to be lucky enough to have Stuart Hillard come in and give us great tips as well. So these are all of your instructions that come. You also get your templates to size there. Everything is all included in your instructions, and of course we can go through it with Stuart. Now it comes beautifully wrapped up, all in tissue paper. How gorgeous is it? That is a wad of fabric. It's weighty, and it's still covered under that one post in packaging. For anybody who's bought things today, you're still getting it under 1p&p, which I think makes such a difference, doesn't it? Now, I don't even know whether I should open this one. Can I open it? I know you've got one open, but I want to do the grand reveal as well. Because it's just so exciting, isn't it?
It's not your birthday now. Go on.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. So when you receive this, whether it be a gift for somebody or a little prezi to yourself, it just is very exciting to have all this Tula wrapped up in tissue paper and in a beautiful bow. The Daydreamer collection, I remember reading about this in lockdown, and I saw Instagram, Tula does lots of great Instagrams, videos, and she's very sort of present on social media and online. And it's definitely worth watching back some of her videos about this collection, because she actually designed this in lockdown. So she was on a cruise teaching in the Caribbean, and when lockdown hit, she obviously then got sent home, and she put herself into a room and she says, right, if I could be anywhere in the world now, if I could be in any place, where would I be? And she created her own sort of daydreamer land, and she said maybe you could be a daydreamer too. But this daydream featured beautiful flamingos. I mean, look at this. It's just tropical. It's stunning. I mean, all of the colours are always amazing, but she's very clever in her designs, the way her pattern placement. She thinks about how you might want to work with these, how you might fussy cut them, how you might place them, the symmetry, the options for EPP, the options for lots of projects. But you have got enough in this quilt kit to be able to make that whopping quilt behind Stuart, which is finished size 192 by 158. It is huge. I don't know what that is in inches. We need to find out. It also has the maculator fabric. I love the names of all of these prints. They're so fun. It's one of Tula Pink's favourite ever collections. Look at the ombre, the colour of the feathers. It's just artwork, isn't it? The butterflies, each of the wings have got different prints, whether it be stars, whether it be ombre colour again. About 60 by 75 inches. It's a big quilt. You've got your flamingo, you've got your geo prints here, geometric designs, which I think was actually from a different collection, but she bought that back again as one of her favourite prints. You are getting so much fabric. 13 different prints, huge amounts of fabric there, and it is today on two-way split pay, three-way split pay. Three-way, brilliant. Three-way split pay. So you can pay $66.66 today and get it home, get all this fabric home. Now, I absolutely adore the quilt. I think it's the placement, the colours, everything works so well. The sashing, it's absolutely beautiful. But I mean, even if you're thinking of that quilt pattern for something else, and all this Tula Pink, if you've got a pattern in mind at home, if you've got Stuart's book where you thought, do you know what, I really want to have a go at doing a different design with this quilt, with this fabric, so much. It's just going to really boost your stash, isn't it? There's a lot of fabric there. $66.66 on split pay. So, Stuart, is this the first time that you'd seen this quilt, or did you see it on the birthday show?
I didn't, Vix.
Did you not watch my birthday show?
No, I did. I must have been making tea. I was writing your birthday card when this quilt came on. No, but honestly, isn't it a dose of sunshine?
Gosh, it's so vibrant. I mean, we always get that with Tula, don't we? But this in particular, I love this colour palette. Quite often with Tula, she tends to play a lot with clashes of orange and pinks, which I personally love, but it's not to everyone's taste, whereas love the aqua blues, the greens in this.
It is. It's got a really wonderful sort of. It's vibrant. It's fun. It's juicy.
Yeah,
it's kind of
juicy.
It makes me feel. I don't know if this was in Tula's head, but it absolutely makes me feel like I am in the Caribbean.
That's it.
And I am relaxed and enjoying myself, surrounded by beauty, having fun. It's just joyful, absolutely gorgeous.
It is like watermelon, isn't it? It's juicy.
It is. It's cocktails, Vix. It's cocktails.
Absolutely love it.
And I love the opportunities for fussy cutting as well.
Perfect.
Because Tula's fabrics always lend themselves to fussy cutting, but she's really highlighted those motifs: the macaw, the flamingo, the
jaguar.
Jaguar. Thank you very much. The jaguar.
Wasn't it Mick? What do they call it? Is it Mick Jaguar? Yeah, Jaguar.
Jaguar. Yeah, I love it. I love it. But, you know, even when the fabrics aren't fussy cut, I still love that sort of flash of wing or that little bit of leaf. The geode print, I adore. It's just gorgeous.
Right, now in terms of sewing, difficulty level, what sort of quilting, you know, level do we need to be at to conquer a quilt like this?
Well, I'm a big fan of saying committed beginner.
Okay.
Yeah, because what often you get quilts that are delineated as intermediate or advanced, and actually when I look at them, I think the only reason why that's been put as advanced or intermediate is because it's large, or there's lots of pieces, or it'll take a long time to make, and that's not a reason why a beginner shouldn't make a quilt.
I love that. Yeah,
it's
adventurous beginners or committed, like you say, you've got to have a bit of commitment.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do this as quilt as you go if you're worried about the size of it.
You could do that. You could get it long on. I mean, in terms of those things, but I mean, in terms of the actual piecing, well, I'm going to show you two options. The pattern itself is for machine sew.
Yeah.
So you machine sew these Dresden sunflowers.
Love it.
Okay. But I'm also going to show you how to do that by hand. And actually, Vix, I think as we head into summer and that better weather, I'm thinking more now about projects that are going to take me away from my sewing machine and that are going to allow me to sit in the garden, in the park, on holiday, at the beach, that I can hand sew. And do you know what? The good news with this quilt is it's actually even easier, and I would suggest quicker, to hand piece these rings and then machine applique them to the background and add your sashings by machine, but do a combo of hand and machine.
So that would be nice to do, like you say, of an evening by the telly, or of course if you're out, if you're going on holiday, we all like to take a little project with us. You've got 20, I think, there.
And
20 Dresden sunflowers.
When the sun's shining, even though it's my job, I find it very difficult to justify being inside when it's lovely in the garden. So take your hand sewing out. I'll show you both ways.
So this isn't necessarily designed as an EPP project, but you're going to show us how we can do it as EPP.
Yeah, it's
Brilliant.
designed as a machine sewn project. You get the instructions for that, but I'll show you how easy it is to hand piece.
Oh, fab. Be careful if it's in your basket. There's a lot of you that want this. Just be aware. I understand, look, it's a considered purchase, but it is a spectacular quilt. This is going to be one I bet will be passed down through generations of family like an heirloom quilt. It's one of those. This could be your first really big special quilt. It does just sing summer, doesn't it? I love it. I remember when Bex Reed came in and she was like, oh, I want this as a big picnic blanket. I was like, oh my word, you go on some lovely fancy picnics.
Yeah.
But how amazing would that look?
I know, absolutely gorgeous. And I do take my quilts out for picnicking on, and you know, it's fab. Or if you go to like an open air concert, or, you know, when they have like sort of party in the park, that kind of thing, and you want to know, where's the family? Where's the family?
You're
if they're sitting on that, you're going to spot them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is absolutely glorious. And it's so easy to make.
Brilliant. And there's, I mean, you've got loads of fabric there to be able to fussy cut, haven't you?
Yeah, you absolutely have. And I'm just going to show you, Deputy Joan did some fabulous prep for me. Have a look at
brilliant.
This. How is that? Now, what Joan did was to fussy cut these 6 blades.
So good.
Isn't that cool?
That looks
and then
brilliant.
use the geode next to it. Yeah, really stunning.
I love
so
that.
that's one where some of the elements are fussy cut. And then this one right here, they're not fussy cut. And again, I still think that is absolutely spectacular. Really beautiful.
Love it.
And these have been English paper pieced.
Wow, okay.
And Jo did these in record time. She said it was so quick and easy to hand sew them.
Well, so for anybody who doesn't know what English paper piecing is, let's go back to the start. So this is sort of sewing around paper, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. So now, you might have been used to Dresden, like I showed it yesterday with John, where you cut a sort of tumbler shape, fold it in half, sew across the top, and then push out the point.
Yeah.
This quilt isn't made like that, okay? So in your pattern, you will have, these are your 2 templates that you get. You've got your centre circle and you also get your blade, and that's already got the point in place. Okay. So what you would do is you'd cut out that template. Now I recommend either using Mylar template plastic if you manage to get that today, or you can do freezer paper template. Do a bunch, iron them to your fabric, and then rotary cut around, adding seam allowance. Add your 1/4 inch seam allowance. I mean, actually, what you can see here is if you cut out the template as it is, you've got a seam allowance added on. Okay, so if you're going to do machine piecing, cut it out with seam allowance, your template with seam allowance. If you're going to do English piecing over paper, cut that seam allowance off on your template. Cut out the paper with no seam allowance, but add your seam allowance on when you cut it out.
Yeah, to your fabric.
Exactly right, exactly right. Now then, for English piecing over paper, what you're going to do is, to start with, you're going to fold down the top point. And Joan here has used a little dab of fabric safe glue. Okay. But you don't have to. You can use needle and thread, go old school. So I'm just going to grab myself.
Are you going old school today? You're doing some thread basting?
You're actually going to see me sew with a needle and thread. So set your recorders, guys. Right, so what you're going to do now is you're going to fold that fabric, and I'll be honest with you, I like to use my hot nails. I like to crease.
Yes. No need for any gadgets today.
No gadgets required.
Just your nails.
That's right. That's right.
What kind of needle are you using?
So I'm just using just a sharp needle, just a sharp hand sewing needle. That's all you need. Now when you get to the corner, make sure that your fabric is hugging the paper.
Are you going through the paper as well?
I'm going right through the paper. Yep, yep.
And you're doing just a running stitch?
Just a really big tacking stitch.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I get up to that point, remember I've already folded it down. So, excuse me, I don't know if you can see, but if you do that, when you pull the other point down, can you see it almost creates like a little mitre? Can you see that? It's the neatest way to get your point. So then when I pull that down over there, I'm just going to stitch straight through. Whoops, straight through, just to pull, it's caught on the pin now, just to pull that point down. Yeah. So what you want to do here is you want to just sit, you know, out in the garden. Glass of wine.
You didn't know Kat at this point, Stuart, but Kat got a right good tan on her doing EPP first lockdown.
Yeah.
She also got very blistered hands.
Oh gosh, did she?
No thimble. She didn't use a thimble, but she did. I mean, every single
and no
Zoom
sunscreen
call
by the sounds of it.
Oh no, she got very told off. She said, "No, it was your sun cream," but she was out in the sun a lot. She says, "I've got to reapply." When we were in the start of lockdown, you know, when everyone was doing lots of Zoom quizzes, we did like lots of FaceTimes all the time. Kat was constantly there doing her EPP. You got so addicted to it, didn't you, Kat?
It's impressive.
It's brilliant. It does. It just takes your mind off things, doesn't it?
It's very mindful. And this is where I think that hand piecing this can actually be quicker than machine sewing, because actually, if you've got 2 minutes spare, right? You know, I mean, I've got a stovetop kettle, so I'm used to standing waiting while the kettle boils, all right? Do one of those. I'm not going to get my sewing machine out and start machine sewing something in those 2 minutes. If I'm in the car and I'm waiting for an appointment, I can get a bit of hand work out. I'm not going to get a machine out.
No, true.
So actually what you find is that before you know it, you've got a whole bunch of these prepared, and then and then hand sew them together, but machine applique them to the background. So what you don't have to do is you don't have to turn this lower edge.
Okay.
So you're just tacking it. Now, if you prefer, you can do these with a glue stick. We haven't got glue sticks in stock at the moment, but I'll just show you here. Even quicker. I remember the first time I met Tula was in Birmingham at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, you got some great. You had a great time with Tula, didn't you?
We did have a great time. We did.
Stuart actually knows her name.
Her real name. I do.
He still won't even tell us off air.
I can't. Tula really did swear me to secrecy, and I promised I never would, so I won't.
Oh my
Well,
God,
you
was
make
she
a promise to
lovely?
Tula. She's fabulous.
Is
She's
she?
fabulous. Yeah.
Oh.
But she told me that glue basting the edges down for EPP. She was preparing loads of shapes for EPP while she was there at the show.
Yeah, she loves EPP, doesn't she?
And she said to me, using the glue pen, I can do 3 times as many in the same amount of time to prepare them. So, you know, it is quicker if you want to do that. And then when you come to remove these, you know, it really is just about flicking that edge up with your fingernail just to release the paper from the fabric, and then you can take that shape straight out. Okay, and if you do this sort of as you make one block, take them out and applique them, you can then use that template for your next block. All I would say is once you've done that and you've sort of released the paper, what you want to do then is just go to your iron and just carefully with your travel iron, with your mini iron, is just press those seam allowances back down so they're absolutely flat as a pancake and they stay pristine. And do that all the way round, and then you'll be ready to applique that to your background square.
Lovely. Oh, just so you know, Morag is having her fix of you this week. She says, obviously she's been with you Monday and Tuesday. She says, I really can't wait to meet Stuart Friday and Saturday as well.
Yeah, Morag's coming to my talk at Shambelly, and then she's also coming to a workshop with me. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh, do you know what they say about sometimes when you meet your, you know, your icons,
they say
your stars?
Never meet your heroes.
They always, you know, disappoint you, don't they? Yeah. Say no more. No, honestly, you'll have the best time, Morag. You really, really will. Have a lovely weekend. If you missed out on Stuart's book in the 9 o'clock hour, we are waiting. Are we going to have more stock today? Oh, brilliant.
Awesome.
Bear with us and I'll keep you updated. So if you missed the book, I'll let you know when that comes back in. I'll keep it here ready. Thank you.
So I just wanted to show you when you come to actually hand sew your pieces together.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm using hand sewing needle and thread.
Any colour thread in particular do you like to use for EPP?
Well, I'm using like a lilac here because I think a light lilac is going to blend quite well with the aqua, with the soft pinks, with the soft greens, you know, just like a soft pastel, I would say, for this. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick up, I'm going to start at the point that really needs to match, okay? I'm going to pop my needle through there, but I'm going to leave quite a tail, okay? I'm going to leave quite a tail. Now I haven't got my specs on, so you'll have to excuse if this is a little bit ham-fisted. But what you want to do is you're just going to take some really tiny stitches, and what you want to do each time is you're just catching 2 or 3 threads in from each fabric. What I need cat out here to hand sew this for me. So you're just going to do lots of little stitches.
Okay, so you're not you're not catching the paper, you're just catching a few threads of fabric.
Just a few threads.
Stitches quite close together.
Yeah, you want the stitches nice and close together. You probably want to do about 5 or 6 stitches to the centimetre.
Okay.
So they're nice and close together. You want to use regular standard width thread, 50 weight is fine. If you can get hold of silk thread in neutral colours, it's even finer and more invisible.
How do you feel about 80 weight?
Yeah, you can use a finer thread if you want to, definitely. Silk thread, you know, but you don't have to do that.
The idea is that you don't see these stitches, but I actually don't mind if you do. It's hand sewn, it's nice, isn't it? If
definitely.
You do see the odd stitch, it's fine.
I think the thing is, when you look at a lot of vintage quilts, a lot of really old quilts, which, let's be honest, we look at shows and in museums, and we are absolutely overawed and amazed at them. But if you look at the piecing, the points don't always match, and the blocks they're not always square, and the borders can be different, but we still admire them, we still think they're beautiful. Modern quilts, you know, made in the last sort of 50 years are our expectations of what will and won't pass has really gone through the roof.
Yeah.
We need to relax about that and remember it's handmade. We just need to enjoy and celebrate
well, this is why we sew, isn't it? Because we love the process of it. Enjoy the process of it. And hi, Vicky and Stuart. Loving Stuart's masterclass. I learned so much from him. Thanks, Stuart. I hope Mummy Hillard is back home. She's home, isn't she?
Mummy Hillard is back at home. She came home yesterday.
Oh, good.
And I rang her and spoke to her last night. I'll see her later. But yeah, she's doing really well. She was very excited to be at home. She was very excited by all the lovely groceries that Charlie and I had been and shopped for. So she got lots of lovely food.
Oh, nice.
So which is very important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because she is confined to barracks for a little while, but doing her exercises, she's doing a great job. Love you, Mum.
Oh, bless her. I hope she has a speedy recovery. She seems to be doing well now.
She's very fit, so she's going to bounce back.
Joanne said, hi, Stuart and Vix. Whoop, whoop, I got my Tula. Oh,
well
Quilt Kit, amazing. This is a third one that I've bought this year.
You're a fan.
Brilliant, Jojo. Oh, thank you. I mean, yeah, you are a fan. I mean, it's spectacular, isn't it? If you are a Tula fan, this is one absolutely you've got to go for. There's less than 20 left, just so you know. If you've got it in your basket, don't wait to the end of the demo to check out. You're running a risk of missing out. This is now incredibly limited. The instructions are included. That is a machine-pieced option.
Yeah.
Jot down today's date so you can watch this back if you want to do this as a hand.
But I'm going to show you how to machine piece it as well.
Perfect.
So I'm just going to show you now. So there are my 2 blades that I sewed together.
So do you do it into
by
pairs?
hand. Yeah, easiest way is to do it into pairs and then join the pairs into 4s and just kind of eventually you'll just join it up into a ring. This ring has got, what's that now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 blades in it. So yeah, do 6 pairs and then join them together. And then the other thing is, if you do it hand-pieced, it's so precise, it's so accurate, your ring is going to be completely flat.
Okay.
All right? If you machine piece, your seam allowance might vary ever so slightly.
Right.
With a good press, it'll still lie flat.
Okay.
But if you hand piece it over papers, it just will.
Yeah, okay, so you're going to get that precision.
That's why I said it's actually easier to hand piece and be successful.
And when do you take those out? I'm just wondering how many of these petals I'm going to need to photocopy.
Right.
Am I best
so you
to
could
keep
just
it in
do
at that point?
one lot.
Okay.
You could just do one lot.
Can I use them again?
Out. Yeah, take them all out. Applique this to your background, and then use all your pieces again for your next one. Yeah. Particularly if you've hand tacked, they really come out nice and cleanly, but I just took one out that had been glued in, absolutely fine, no problem.
Okay.
So I'll pop that to one side. Now if you're going to machine piece this is your process. So you want to grab yourself a friction pen, okay, and what you're going to do is mark 1/4 of an inch in from this point here and this point here. Okay, you can mark this if you want to with a ruler, you can measure it out, all right, but I'm doing it by eye. Well, I'm going to match that up with the edge of my foot when I sew it, do you know what I mean? So it'll be fine, it'll all work out in the end.
Maria's just asked a question about the book. It's coming back, by the way, don't worry, I'll keep you updated. She's asked, is the Tilda quilt in there?
Which Tilda quilt?
Oh, Maria, which Tilda quilt?
I mean, there are some quilts that I made for Tilda in the book.
Oh, okay, amazing. Also, are you coming down to Somerset to do a show anytime soon?
I haven't got any plans to. I'm at Festival of Quilts, that's my next one. But come along to Festival, it's the biggest quilt show in Europe.
Yeah.
You know, it's the place to be.
Oh, it's in August. I don't know who's going to be here on the show because you're there. John Scott's there every day. I think, I don't know whether Bex is, I'm not sure where Bex is. I'm in Cyprus. I'm at a wedding, so I don't know actually who's going to be here.
Well, I'm actually going to be here on the Sunday morning of Festival of Quilts presenting because no one else is around. So I'm abandoning my stand just for Sunday morning.
Oh my gosh!
And I'm going to leave Charlie.
Time.
I'm going to leave Charlie in charge.
Why don't you send Charlie here? Charlie can come and do the show. Charlie. In fact, by August, you'll be able to, our director Charlie, he'll be able to step up and do it.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew from that dot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to sew forward a couple of stitches, back a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to continue and sew my seam.
So like you say, by the time you've actually, you know, marked out your dot, gone to your sewing machine and done it, you probably are as quick to hand sew.
But I mean, obviously, if you marked up and you were doing a whole bunch of these, you know, you would soon whip through them. I'm just going to do the other side as well. Let's mark my little dot, and I'll do 3 together. We might have some rainy days as well, mightn't we, in the summer? There's a thought. It might not be beautiful every day.
Stuart is on the 680 Plus today. Oh, and you used this one yesterday as well, actually. This is your machine of choice here, isn't it?
Home.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
It is one that we always tend to, it's one if ever I want to just do something quickly on the sewing machine here, it's always on the 680 Plus.
Yeah,
as does Charlie, actually.
You can just jump on it, it's really easy. Right, so I've machine pieced 3 of these. Oops, wrong side.
You're doing a me.
Yeah, did you do that?
Well, I just winged it without a board. But yeah.
Just go for it, why not? Right, so I've just pieced those together. So we've got them pieced, that's fine, but at the moment I've got a raw edge running around the outside. So what you're going to do is you're going to piece all of your units together and create your full ring.
Yeah.
And then what you need to do is to fold over these top edges to create a nice neat edge. This is why we left that 1/4 of an inch unsewn.
I was going to say, I wondered whether there was, you know, are you best to make a template like you did with the stem earlier on to get a...
Well, you know what, that's a pretty good idea, and you could make a little cardboard template or a mylar template using, without seam allowance, you could pop that on and then you could fold. Oh, do you know what?
Is that going to make it
That's
easier?
That's a bit of a genius moment,
Oh,
Vix.
thank you. I don't have them very often.
Hello.
Thank you.
Well, today's the day. You've peaked.
Please, I hope you're setting record for this. You've got hand sewing from
what,
Stuart.
eh?
You've got these are genius ideas. I'm going to put that on my
Now,
my
I didn't
CV.
say genius, Vix.
Oh, you did?
Did I? I
You
know I
said
did, actually.
Genius.
It was
Stuart
a genius
Hillard called me as a
moment.
genius. My coffee table collection of Stuart's books are getting high now. I've got 4. Love all that you do, Stuart. Don't ever
Bless you.
change,
Thank
said
you,
Patricia.
That's really kind. That's really kind. And that's what you're going to do. So you'll carry on then all the way along, folding over. Really good tip, that, Vix. Really good tip. Make yourself a little template.
Maria said it's the one that you did with John, the Windy Days one.
Okay. No, that isn't in any book, actually. There isn't a pattern for that.
Okay.
No. I should do one because it's been ever so popular.
Anna's also asked, could you explain stitch and flip? Is that something different?
Yeah, that's a different technique. I'll do it on a different show, because it's not on this quilt itself.
Okay, but we've jot that down, Anna, that we can show you on another day.
So that's what you'll do then, and you can see there I've now got my completely neatened edge,
perfect.
and I've started the next one, but you need to sort of sew the full ring before you can do that.
And will I need to stitch that in place?
Yes, so what you're going to do, either way, you're going to end up with something that looks like that. Okay, whether you machine piece it or hand piece it, the end result's the same. Now what we would need to do next, Vix, is to cut our background square.
Right.
Okay, so that's my next little skill builder that I'm going to share.
Fantastic. Now, don't forget you have everything that you need in your kit. So you have got all of your Daydreamer collection. Obviously, you probably follow Tula on social media as well, Stuart.
I do.
And she's very good at, you know, giving you lots of inspiration and tips. And
she's amazing.
I just find her design, when she's designing these fabrics, I mean, they're artwork, aren't they? She's an artist. But
you know, the
she thinks
coolest
about the
thing about Tula, her first job was actually working, I think it was for EMI. It was one of the really big record companies.
Yeah.
And she used to design the artwork for album covers.
Yes, I did hear that. That's a really cool...
she's a rock star.
And I think she's done some really, really cool jobs. I mean, she's an amazing artist. Yeah. But she also is a quilter. She's a sewer. So she really thinks about her pattern placement.
She was brought up with it. Her mum has a quilt shop, or had a quilt shop. So she was brought up around fabrics. So she's been a passionate quilter for many, many years. And she does exactly that. She lives the life, you know. She's immersed in it. She's always sewing. If she's not sewing, she's drawing or she's thinking about.
This is her Instagram. Oh, I mean, some of the quilts that you'll see, the beautiful colours that she's used, her palettes. I mean, she's an inspiration. She really is, and her social media is fantastic to follow. She's always putting lots of videos, lots of great tips. She talks about all of her collections. There's like a half-an-hour video just about the Daydreamer collection on her Instagram. It's definitely worth having a watch of if you get this kit. Just to, as you're sewing with it, then you'll understand, you know, the reasons that she's designed every single one of them.
Tula by using her fabrics, you know, because when you see Tula speak, you understand that she's really invested what she does. She's in every brushstroke.
Absolutely.
You know, of the fabric, of the quilt, everything else, you know. She's just terrific. I've got huge respect. And she's also incredibly fun.
Oh, yeah.
She's incredibly savvy.
Oh, well, you had a great night out with her, didn't you?
Oh,
Wild.
we really did. We really did.
We've heard how fun it was.
I just remember being sort of, I can't remember who was lying on top of who on a sofa at our hotel. And we had just been talking and putting the world to rights.
Oh, amazing.
And I was trying to soak up all her genius, really. She's awesome. She's awesome.
Now you're using that big, beautiful, is it the 12? Which one's that?
I've got the 12.5 inch square.
Okay.
Now, this is perfect for this project because our background squares are 12.5 inches.
Yeah.
So if you've got a large cutting mat, you can layer up your fabric, you can lay your square straight on top and just cut all the way around all four sides.
Amazing.
Hurrah, it's great. Absolutely awesome. However, if you've only got a small cutting mat like I have, or you want to use your 12.5 inch square ruler to cut larger squares, I'm going to show you how to do it.
Okay.
And also, it also prepares our fabric for applique, which does two jobs in one, so why wouldn't you? So what I've done is, I've got my fabric that I'm going to use for my background, and I've folded it in half and I've pressed it, okay? And I looked fairly carefully at where the pattern was running. And I pressed that into a nice flat line. Then I folded the bottom edge upwards. I've matched the folds along one side, made sure everything was flat, and again creased that and ironed it really flat. Those are going to provide me with some registration lines later. Then make sure that if you're cutting the way I'm cutting, you've got your fold down the left and across the bottom. Okay. And then you're going to put your ruler on. Now we need a 12.5 inch square, so we need half of that, which is 6 1/4. Yeah? So you imagine if I need a 16.5 inch square and I've got a 12.5 inch ruler, I just need to go to 8 1/4. 9 1/4 will give me an 18.5 inch square.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Same tool, twice the possibilities. So now all I need to do is cut and cut. And now, I could have rotated my mat, and now what I've got when I open it out is I've got my perfect 12.5 inch square, but I've also got crease lines at the quarters for when I place my Dresden.
2 jobs in one, done.
2 jobs in one.
Love that.
There you go.
We've got a message. Good morning, Vicky and Stuart. Enjoying the masterclass as usual. I've learned so much from you both. Glad your mum is home safe, Stuart.
Thank you so much. You know, Mum was thrilled with all of the lovely messages and the kindness. Mum was watching Sewing Street every day in hospital. And when I went to visit her, it was so fun because you know, the nurses had all been made to watch Sewing Street as well. So they all knew you off the telly. So they were all like, oh, okay, yeah, we saw you.
Oh, fantastic.
It was really cute.
Annette wants to know, are you coming to Shropshire? She's having a lovely morning with you both. Can you ask Stuart if he's coming to Shropshire, please?
Oh, well, hopefully one day. I love Shropshire. I did a big talk. Can I tell a really funny story? It's really quick. Okay, I told this yesterday at the WY. So I went and did a talk in Shropshire. Brand new, beautiful, purpose-built community centre. You went through this gorgeous atrium.
Yeah.
You turned right, there was one enormous room for talks and whatever events. You go left, exactly the same, mirror image either side. Wonderful. I turned left into the auditorium. The audience is all getting ready. I go up on stage and we're ready to start. There's hundreds of people there.
I've
so
got a
cool.
feeling I know what's going to come.
So I'm up on stage and everyone's there. And I've been chatting before and we're all quilters. Okay, everything's great.
So you're not in the wrong room?
No, and so I introduce myself and we're all having a good chat, and I'm about 10 minutes into my talk and two ladies at the back of the hall stood up very gingerly, and one raised her hand and she said, "Is this not Slimming World?" It did take her 10 minutes to. I was like, stay, you'll have more fun.
More fun than Slimming World. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah,
so they were in the wrong room and they were like,
they were in the wrong room. They
no.
were in the wrong room, not me, not that
Oh,
time.
I thought you were going to say that, you were in the wrong place.
Not that time.
Marie's coming to the NEC in August. She says, I'm going to try and come to the NEC. Oh, brilliant.
Fantastic. Do it. Right, now then, so when you come to place your sunflowers, which is what these are, you'll have your 1/4 inch all around the outside, or just a little bit more than a 1/4 inch. And what you want to do first of all is line up the points on your Dresden with,
They've done it slightly.
They've done it on the space in between. So let's just change that. Well, make it yours. If you want to do it that way, you can. What you want to make sure is that all 4 are matching up with your crease lines.
Okay.
If all 4 match up with your crease lines, then you know that your Dresden is completely central.
Mm-hmm. Is there a placement guide because of colours?
Yes.
The way that it's sort of done, obviously it is random, is it? Is it random? I'm trying to work out. You've got a yellow, a blue, pink, yellow, blue, pink, yellow, pink, yellow,
no,
blue.
I think it's pretty random.
But it works, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want it still can be random, but it's probably still got some sort of
There's
creative
an order. Well,
order.
what you want is balance.
Yeah, that's
you
it.
want balance, and car producers go.
She's in the courtroom. She's in the courtroom.
I'm sounding like the House of Commons. But that will help you. If you follow the picture, it will help you to get that balance.
Lovely.
What I'm doing now is just pinning into every single blade, because you don't want this to move when you're appliquing it.
I'm a bit concerned that I've got a raw edge in the centre of my Dresden. Have I missed
Don't be
turning
concerned.
that? No.
Don't be stop right there. Don't be concerned.
Okay.
Don't be concerned. Because what we're going to do is we're actually going to cover that with a circle of fabric, and I'm going to show you that next. All right, and you're not even going to waste a bit of fabric behind there, because once you've appliqued your circle, you can go in from the back, you can trim that circle away, and then you can pop it in your stash.
Oh yeah,
you
nothing goes to waste with us.
We don't want to waste a single thread, do we? This is good stuff. So.
Well, the thing is, you could then use those as your lollipops in your quilt book.
Of course you could.
The
What a fantastic idea. Fantastic idea. Okay, so that's all pinned down now. That combination of fabrics is dazzling, isn't it?
It works every time, doesn't it?
Every time.
So
now, what
good.
I'm going to do is I'm going to set my sewing machine. Now, there's various different ways that you can stitch this down. You could hand sew it. So if you want this to be a completely hand sewn project, matching thread and hand sew. Okay, slip stitch the blade down onto your background fabric.
Okay, so what stitch are you using here?
Well, I'm actually just using a straight stitch, and I'm sewing super close to the edge of the Dresden, and I'm going to sew all around.
Just looking on the quilt behind you, they've used a blanket stitch, haven't they?
They certainly have, which looks terrific. You could use a zigzag. Mm-hmm. You could use a small embroidery stitch, you know, a kind of decorative stitch if you wanted. You could do a combination of all of those, mix it up, you know, do different stitching.
Oh, Lisa, go for it. OMG, just tuned in. What a quilt. So tempted. Stuart,
isn't it, love?
You make everything look so easy.
I can't do hard stuff. I've said it before, I can't do hard stuff. If I make it look easy, it's because it is easy, all right? Now then, I'm just going to finish off there. You don't need to see me sew all around the outside edge. But what I want you to see is just what a lovely, neat finish you get. And this is just a straight stitch. Really quick, to sew around. Now, if you're not confident with sewing really, really close to the edge, then a zigzag will be more forgiving.
That is
All right?
very neat.
Thank you very much. I've had 2 cups of tea this morning. I feel like I'm in the zone. I'm in a good place. All right. So once that's done, you can get to preparing your circle.
Okay.
I'll show you that next.
Just to give you a quick stock update, we are now very limited, very, very limited on this quilt kit, and we haven't got any other Tula Pink quilt kit in the building, in stock. I don't think we're going to be having another one for quite some time, so if you have got your eye on the Tula, oh, absolutely, go for it. It is on split pay as well, 3 split payments of £66.66. The finished size of it in centimetres is 158 by 192. It's a big quilt, about 60 by 75 inches. I mean, if you want to just do it smaller, you could do a 3 by 3 and do a lap size quilt and still have all of this fabric left to be able to do some cushions matching.
Love it. A bed runner.
Bed runner.
Yeah, you could do some cushions, a bed runner, and a little wall hanging out of all of that. Exactly. Mix it up, make it fit your space.
Exactly. It's a big quilt. It's got a lot of fabric, but yeah, think outside the box. I mean, you could use these as all, you know, cushion fronts. Oh, and the fabrics, as you can see, are just beautiful. Jaguar, the McCoy later. I love the way it's been quilted as well. Is that on long arm quilted, do you think?
Probably, but you could do exactly the same quilting on your regular sewing machine.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an all-over wiggle in the background, and then let me just have a look from the side, from the back.
Oh, they've gone around the circles
They
as
have,
well.
actually, you know, they haven't quilted around the Dresdens at all. Now, I would do that. Okay. That will really make the Dresdens
Stand out,
pop.
yeah.
Yeah, but, and you could go around that with a walking foot, or you could free motion around. There's a short run.
Because there's so much pattern and colour, you could actually do quite minimal quilting. You could go around to Dresdens and you could just go, follow your lines of your sashing, couldn't you?
You absolutely could.
It would still look really, really beautiful.
It would, it
so
would.
don't be worried about how much quilting they've done on this. You don't need to do that much.
No, you can do lots, you can do less. It's entirely up to you.
Brilliant.
But, you know, just enjoy all the processes.
Right, you've got your freezer paper out
I've
again.
got my freezer paper out again. I love it. It's a hero product. I've got my fabric ready to create my circle, okay, for the centre. Now then, what I did was, here's my template. Yeah. And I actually traced onto freezer paper. Okay. Cut it out, no seam allowance. This is the finished size. So no seam allowance here. What I've then done is folded my circle into quarters. Now, if you're not going to fussy cut anything, you don't need to fold it into quarters. But let me show you how it helps. Can you see on this design, I want to feature those pink flamingos. Yes. Absolutely gorgeous. And there is a line down the centre that I want to follow. So I have mirror image. Okay. Symmetry. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay my circle over the top. I've got my crease line running through the centre. It's running through the centre of that heart and the centre of that flower and right between the two beaks. So I now know that I've got them kind of framed centrally. So I'm going to grab my iron now, my little mini iron, and I'm going to iron my freezer paper to the fabric.
I know that we call this kind of like a Dresden. That's what size Dresden it is. It's not like your traditional Dresden, is it? You've got your templates and instructions.
Yes. So, I mean, like yesterday we had the Dresden ruler on from Creative Grids. Yeah. You could do a different version of this quilt. These are not 18-degree blades. No. They are wider than that. You get the template in your kit. And you get 12 blades. If it was an 18-degree, there would be 20 blades. They would be thinner and sharper. Yeah. So
it's more like a sunflower, isn't it? Like
it is. It's called Like a Sunflower. This quilt.
Right, there you go. Yeah.
And lovely. I mean, I always think flowers when I see Dresden. So it is a Dresden. Yeah. But just a different kind. But it fits on a 12-inch background, you know, 12-inch finished square.
So if you did want to do a Dresden, then just make sure
like
that the end,
blade.
Yeah, brilliant.
You could do.
Make sure it fits onto that 12-inch square.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, it does seem kind of criminal to be cutting through this lovely fabric.
This is what fussy cutting is, though, isn't it?
It is. The end justifies the means, and of course you can use those fabrics for other things as well. So you know. I love the little prawns in this.
Well, did you know that's why Tula put them in? Because flamingos eat shrimp, and that's why they're pink.
Ha! Brilliant, isn't she?
Yeah. Message from Sue. Hi, Sue.
Hey, Sue.
Stuart said, you are truly a real teacher, as you have the ability to anticipate how a beginner sewer thinks and can explain things very clearly what to do.
Thank you. That's really kind of you, Sue. Thank you. I really value the years I spent as a primary school teacher.
Yeah.
I hope I never treat anybody, an adult. Well, I didn't patronise small children, but I hope I never patronise adults. But I learned from them that, like, if you think through where might someone go wrong, you have a much smoother ride with a 34-year-old.
Yeah.
If you don't, the first time I ever tried to do an art lesson with a year 1 class 5-year-olds, I thought all 30 children would all do painting all at once. I didn't know then. What I soon found out, utter chaos, one table at a time. So you learn, don't you?
How long were you a primary school teacher for then?
About 12 years.
Oh, wow.
Something like that. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Now then, I'm going to pull off my freezer paper, and now I've got my...
Yeah.
Cool, that's what I wanted.
It.
That's what I wanted. So now I've got my cardboard circle that I cut out, okay? And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use exactly the same technique that I was using earlier on for my lollipop flowers.
So you get your starch back out.
Got my spray starch, and I'm going to paint the edge. So this is, you know, one technique, many uses, many different applications. It's been the morning of transferable skills.
It has.
Hasn't it?
Well, these are all great skills that I've learned
So
today.
I've painted all around the outside edge. And then I'm going to just iron my template, because I don't want to use a damp template. Damp cardboard is going to change shape, isn't it, as I iron it. So I'll just iron that dry. And then I'll give that circle just a little press as well, just to take off some of that initial dampness. Just makes the process of turning the circle faster. And this is all explained in my book as well, Simple Shapes. And also Make 100 Quilts. I use a lot of the same skills, the same techniques in different ways in different quilts. So you learn a few skills, and then all of a sudden you can make all the quilts.
Well, that's it.
And what's brill as well, it's a bit like the sort of English paper piecing. If you've never done English paper piecing before and thought, there's no need, I don't need to do that, there's no quilt I want to make where I would use that, so you've avoided that technique. This might be the quilt that makes you think, actually, now I can see the sense in that.
Yeah.
I can see why. Like, I wouldn't hand sew the whole ring to the background, because it's so quick to whip round on the sewing machine, and I enjoy doing things like that. But I definitely English paper piece the rings together, because it's quick and easy, and I can sit outside.
Exactly, and I think that, you know, I find it quite daunting. I know that our producer Kat, she loves English paper piecing, you know, for the relaxation part, where she's just literally putting loads of hexes together and still putting hexes together, and that process sort of daunts me, thinking, well, what is this going to end up like? How am I going to do a whole quilt? Is it going to be years? How am I going to do it? Whereas actually, you know that you've got a purpose of, right, I'm going to make 20 of these sort of sunflowers.
That's right.
And there's not lots of different, you know, apple core shapes that are scary. These are all very manageable shapes to do together. Yeah,
absolutely.
Great one to do.
So I've gone round the circle.
Love that.
I mean, not being funny, I just duplicate that on a background and sew lots of those together, and that's a polka dot quilt, or you know what I mean? But it's a fun idea, isn't it, for using your fabrics. So once you've turned your edges, don't forget to pop the cardboard out.
Oh, yes.
Reuse that again and again. If you've made a mylar template, you'll have that for years.
Oh, and I really love your tip as well about if you're using this as like a bed quilt or a quilt like that, and don't necessarily use Bondaweb, because you want it to be nice and sort of malleable and smooth, don't you, and soft.
And flexible, exactly right, soft and flexible. Now, not a bad idea is just to finger press just some little registration points.
Is this so it gets nice and central?
Nice and central, okay. But we have also got, of course, the fact that we did that sort of mirror image. Okay, so your last step, I'm happy with that.
Oh, that looks so cool, doesn't it?
I'm really happy with that. Pin that in place to your background block, just as you did before. Pin it really well.
Yeah.
Or the other thing you can do if you've got a glue stick is run some glue around your seam allowance and then press it down into place. Once that's done, you can either top stitch, straight stitch, you could zigzag, blanket stitch, or hand sew that in place.
I think that would be nice to slip stitch down.
You could absolutely slip stitch that down. And then once that's done and you've got a line of stitching that shows on the back, just very carefully peel those fabrics apart and carefully trim that circle away. If you want to, there's absolutely no reason to do it if you don't want to.
It's just we said, oh, you're not seeing that piece of fabric, you might as well keep it for another project.
The only reason why I would cut away that centre circle is if you intend hand quilting this.
Okay.
Simply because if you remove that, you've got one less layer of fabric to push your needle through.
Yeah.
But it's not really necessary. But that's glowy, that's tropical, it's beautiful, it's zingy. It's summer, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. It's cocktails on the beach. I love it. In the
favourite
Caribbean.
cocktail?
Daiquiri, strawberry
Lovely,
daiquiri.
lovely. That's a holiday drink.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Strawberry daiquiri or a watermelon Bellini.
Oh, stop it. You're posh.
You shop at Waitrose.
Well, no, Charlie shopped at Waitrose and bought me some cereal.
I hope your mum had a lovely Waitrose shop waiting for her then. You say you got some food.
Mum had a gorgeous shop waiting for her.
Lovely.
Yeah, really nice, really nice. And yes, lots in the fridge, lots in the freezer, lots on the side.
Good morning, Stuart. Really enjoyed your time on here. Learned so much with your calmness and kindness. Wish we could see you more. You're very busy. Very busy.
I'm here as often as I can.
Yeah.
But thank you. That's really kind of you. I love it. I love it. What a fun job I do.
Oh, I know. So what's the rest of your week then? So where are you? So you're going back
heading home today. Yep. And I've got some hooves to trim tomorrow.
Of course, because you're on a farm as well. Brilliant.
Go hooves to trim. And actually, Rosemary Hillard needs her hooves trimming. Don't adjust your set. One of my goats I named after my mum.
Okay.
Okay, because she's my favourite. I'm gonna put she's my favourite. Mum wasn't happy about me calling a goat Rosemary Hillard.
I was going to say.
And then I said to her, she's a really good mum and she's my favourite. And then Mum liked it, so that's all right.
So you got to trim Rosemary's
hooves need trimming.
Yeah.
Cheeky of me, isn't it? Yeah, and then getting ready for Scotland, and then Friday I travel up Friday morning, and then I'm in Dumfries on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. If you want to come and hear me talk at Shambelly House on Friday night, I am doing a talk, my quilting life.
Oh, brilliant.
My quilting life, lots of fun stories and
question and answers and everything.
Q&As,
you get to meet you.
Yes, yeah.
Brilliant. That sounds great. Are you going to have a cocktail or two maybe?
I think I have to drive for the talk, so I think no.
Oh.
But I do usually travel with a little tin of gin and tonic tucked into my suitcase.
Oh, lovely.
So I can have one
back at the hotel.
Afterwards. Yeah.
We've really enjoyed the last 2 days. Thank you, Stuart.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Christine.
When are you
Thank
back
you for
on
joining
with
us. I'm back at the end of the month, so
Okay.
I'm here on the 27th, 28th, 29th, no, 28th, 29th, 30th.
Brilliant. Yeah, 28th, 29th.
30th.
Your PA, who's obviously in charge of your diary, is telling you, and you're
Yeah, I'm doing presenting, guesting, presenting.
Lovely.
Are we allowed to say what we've got on the when I'm presenting on the last day? Are we allowed to say so we are really? Am I allowed to say the? Yeah.
Hang on, I don't know about this.
We are launching Brother sewing machines on Sewing Street. We have got that big name of Brother sewing machine.
Brilliant.
We've got an amazing deal on a machine you won't want to miss. On Monday the 30th of May, so be there. And also we've got a brand new guest who's coming on. We've got well, there's 2 brand new guests, aren't there? We've got Tracy Dennis, who you may well know from Owl and Sewing Cat.
Yeah.
She's a brand ambassador for Brother 2. She's going to be here with Owl and Sewing Cat and Brother that day.
Oh my word.
I'm super thrilled about that. We've also got my favourite female knitwear designer. I have 2 favourite knitwear designers. Martin Story is my favourite man designer, and Sarah Hatton is my favourite knitwear designer. And she's coming on Yarn Lane on Monday the 30th. Yes, she is, Vicky! Yay, Lane!
Oh, brilliant!
Yes!
Well, we can't wait to see you. Thank you ever so much. It's been lovely to be back with you. It's been great today, hasn't it? We've had so much fun. Thank you ever so much. Right, just before you go, Stuart.
Yes.
We've got 100 more. Oh. Okay, they're going already. We had 100 more books just signed in. If you want them, £17.99. For anybody who missed the show in your first hour, just give us a quick overview of what we're getting in this.
So you're getting 100 scrap-friendly, fat quarter friendly, layer cake friendly patterns, quilt patterns with my usual style. There's everything in there: foundation piecing, applique, simple piecing. They all use simple shapes to create really beautiful, stunning quilts. So no hard maths, no hard cutting, no laborious sort of template cutting to bother about. Easy, fast, fun and fabulous.
And no huge amounts of fabrics needed either, you need 2 meters this, you need 3 meters this.
No.
It's all designed, to use up what you might already have at home. It completely sold out in the 9 o'clock hour. Our team have been speedy in managing to restock it, so thank you very much. If you do want it under 1 post and packaging today, remember, you can still grab this today, £17.99. You've seen lots of Stuart's great techniques today and what an incredible teacher he is. That's all, all of it, more techniques, 100 quilts here, lots of patterns, all the templates you need at the back as well, including a foundation paper piecing section, curves. There are lots of great 3 different ways of doing applique, lots of great techniques that you're going to learn in here, of course, all from Stuart Hillard. £17.99, which is brilliant because this is supposed to be £22.95, just saying. Right, we'll leave you to check out during the break. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, and massive thanks to Deputy Joan for prepping today.
Oh yeah, you did a great job of fussy cut. Loved it. Thank you ever so much, Stuart. Lovely show. Stay exactly where you are because we are going to do a huge roundup of homeware kits after 12 o'clock. Definitely check out on your Tula pink quilt. We are in last of stock. We'll keep the graphics in during the break. Any questions you have, any questions, if there's anything that you want to see again, let me know. I understand it's considered purchase, but oh my word, it's spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. OMG, just sat down to check, and Stuart's back popped up. Amazing, got it. Hazel, I'm so pleased you managed to get it. Yeah, Karen just managed to get another another Stuart book. Thank you. Julie's also said, what a lovely man you are. Love Julie.
Oh, Julie, thank you.
He's so lovely. It's real as well. It's genuinely real. Like, do you know, there's a lot of people who I think might change when they go on the telly. Like, you literally the same.
No, what you see, we're all exactly who you see on air.
Yeah. Oh well, I like to think that we all are. We all are. I think this is why Festival of Quilts is brilliant because you get to meet us all. And
I can't wait.
It's gonna be so good.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, and it's lovely to be on air together as well, isn't it? It's great. So we'll see Stuart at the end of the month. Thank you so much. We learnt loads today.
Pleasure.
Don't go anywhere. We're back. An amazing roundup. We've got loads and loads of projects to bring you. So don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining 2 of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of 2 really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Oh, welcome back. What a show. What a morning. Thank you for staying with me all day. It's been lovely to see Stuart as well. He's such a good egg, isn't he? We love him. Don't forget, please do keep going through for that quilt. It was amazing. Do you know, there's been so many highlights today. There's too much to mention. The quilt. Absolutely. The book, Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts, Stuart Hillard's book, is back in stock right now if you want it. You can still get that if you missed out on the 9 o'clock show. It completely sold out. We've managed to get some more. We managed to get 100 more. I think about 20, 30 of them have already gone just over the break. So just be aware if you do want that, be quick. Also, going right back to 8 o'clock in the morning, we launched the William Morris Fat Quarters back in stock. They were amazing. If you want them, we had the 5-inch charm squares. They sold out immediately. We had a really nice quantity on those charm squares, so if you love William Morris on the Fat Quarters, you can still get a massive bundle of Fat Quarters, 30 Fat Quarters, Moda quality, $109.99. In fact, it is also on split pay, which you'll see in a second, but also there it is, $54.99. Just so you know, there's 5 left, 5 of those remaining. Now have a look back through the website if you've missed today's show, because there's been so much. Oh, gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Also, anybody who has shopped today, you're automatically entered into a prize draw to win a great bundle of embroidery goodies. A Moda design roll is in there as well, and we will reveal the winner on Monday's show. So every day in May, we're doing a shop to win. You're automatically entered into a prize draw, or if you just shop, if you just buy something, which is brilliant, isn't it? Okay, we've got kits galore. Starting with a panel. Now, this Highland cow is spectacular. All that you need is this panel. And you can create the piece of artwork that's on the wall behind me. We've kept it in the studio because we absolutely love it. Delphine's artwork is just spectacular, isn't it? And it's printed onto a beautiful exclusive panel for us. And you can then adapt it however you wish. So there's your main sort of panel, if you will. And then you've also got all of these beautiful elements which you can applique on top of it. Now, Delphine did a whole show explaining, layering up, talking through how exactly she created this effect for $14.99. Can I get it down? Charlie's like, please. Oh, I got it. There you go. So, Delphine has done some beautiful hand stitching on here. She's also done some free motion stitches back and forth on the Highland cow to create this lovely mane and fur. Oh, it's just incredible. I can't stop touching it. I shouldn't really, should I? You've got French knots on here. You've got some really beautiful stitches in the red there. When we first saw this at Delphine, we're actually, I don't need to be bragging here, but I was at Delphine's house having a cup of tea, and she showed us this, and she said, "Do you think everyone would like it?" Oh my word! Me and Kat were literally like, "Are you actually crazy, Delphine?" I was nearly in tears. It's so impressive, and I don't mean to sound sort of patronising anyone, but it's so simple. It's really, really easy to create because of Delphine's panel that she's made exclusively for us. Now you can of course sort of adapt this as much as you want. You can put as many flowers on it as you want. You can put houses in the hills. You can add more sort of texture in the sky. It's up to you. It's up to you. You could even add some tweed, some denim in there. You can add some buttons. You can embellish as much or as little as you want and create the most incredible piece of artwork. It's only £14.99. I mean, if I saw this in an art shop, I try to think how much that would be. It's just amazing, isn't it? It is absolutely spectacular. True artwork, true artwork. It's only £14.99 for our exclusive panel. Oh gosh, right, I've got to try and get it back now. I did earlier on this morning, hit my head on this, hit my eye, I should say. In fact, I've left a bit of my makeup on the side of the shelf from my eye. I don't know whether I've got a mark on my eye. I'll have to have a look and see if I've got a bruise there. But that is just amazing, isn't it? I've never actually done it. Do you know what date Delphine was here doing this? We originally launched it, Kat was telling me, it was the 28th of Feb. So if you want to go back through the website, in fact, it was the first day here. Wasn't that the first day of the birthday here? Oh, okay, no, so it was after that, wasn't it, after the birthday? It was back in our old studio. If you do want to watch it back, then you can on YouTube. It's the 28th of February with lovely Delphine, and she'll talk you through exactly how to create it. 9 a.m. if you want to watch that. Okay. We do also have her sunflowers. Now, the sunflowers was for my birthday show, and this looked absolutely beautiful. So if you saw the daisies that she's done tulips as well, the sunflower. So the main cushion panel looks like that. She's also included the reverse of it as well, the back of your cushion. What I would do to make this go even further, you could make 2 cushions of this easily, is if you use that for your one, that for a second cushion, use your scraps for the back, you know, use a white or a blue or a yellow or a calico even for the back of your cushion. And then you've got all of these larger sunflowers and the smaller ones as well, which she's fussy cut and you know, layered them all up to create the most beautiful cushions, which I don't know whether, no, we don't have it here today, but it just looked absolutely beautiful. There's no instructions needed for this one. Watch back, it was 26th of April if you do want to see the show, but the colours are gorgeous, aren't they? And sunflowers, they're everywhere at the moment, aren't they? They're absolutely amazing. Even the ombre of colour, I don't know whether you can sort of tell on screen, but from the base of this it's green and it's slowly, really subtly ombres to the lovely sky blue. That was one of the most popular projects of April. It was so popular. It was back on my birthday on the 26th. We had the sunflowers, as I said, we had the tulips as well. But all of these sunflowers, you don't necessarily need to use all of these. Delphine shows you how to lay them up and where to put them and to use the smaller ones at the back so it creates sort of perspective and distance between them. But you could always use this for something else or applique these onto another project. You don't have to use them all in this cushion. It's just making the most of the large panel that we have there, so we've packed it out with sunflowers for you. £14.99, another Delphine Brooks panel. She designed it especially for us. It is exclusive to us and it's just £14.99. Brilliant. They're beautiful. They're really easy projects again. They're lovely beginner projects and so effective. For a cushion like that in a garden centre, you'd surely be looking at what, like £40, £45 for a big cushion? Really nice, easy. Right. I'm going to pass Becky these ones over here as we do it. We've got another panel. Did you say it's a Moda panel? Which one do you want to do? This one, lovely. Oh, this is so soft. Honestly, I love the Moda panels. They have this really beautiful finish. This one is so cool because look, it's got so many really lovely little slogans on. This one says, dream, do, repeat. Dream, do, repeat. I'd have these framed, nice affirmations that you can frame. Use what's right in front of you. Love that. Be yourself. Take a deep breath. Exhale. You've got this. Inhale. Love that. And then you've also got some sewing related panels here. Look, you've got a beautiful rainbow, a happy heart makes a happy home. You've got, is that like a big stalk? There's so many, you've got loads. Look, it goes on. That's half of it. You've then also got, and it's got a really beautiful sort of sateen finish again, the rose by flowers. Everyone belongs. Give more than you get. You are strong. Oh, I love this one. That's lovely, isn't it? You are paying £1 a picture here. That's brilliant, isn't it? Be kind wherever possible. It is always possible. You've got a lovely butterfly. You could embroider on top of that if you wanted. You could just frame it as it is. When life hands you lemons, make lemonade. See, they're all different as well. There's ones for your sewing room, there's ones for your kitchen, there's ones for your bedroom, there's ones for different gifts if you're making to sell. Again, even if you're saying, right, £5 per panel, £16.99. And you've got your sort of cut line all marked out perfectly. Are these, I wonder how big these are. I will measure them. Where's my ruler? Oh, a tape measure, I'll use the tape measure. I think that they are, we'll go in inches for you. 10 inch? Yeah. 10-inch squares. 16 10-inch squares. So this is, you know, if you've got a pattern that calls for, you know, a 10-inch square, you could have those as the centre of a quilt block, patchwork round it, couldn't you? There's so much that you could do with a 10-inch square. But I do love that the images are already centralised for you perfectly. So you've got if you do want to fussy cut them, by all means you can, but you've got them already centralised perfectly, and it is such lovely quality from Moda. Just £16.99. Oh! Okay, I was about to say, okay, we'll move on. There's loads of you have got this in your basket. There's now less than 10. £4 back in your pocket. Don't worry if you've already checked out, you'll all pay £12.99. That was cheeky of your cat. She is spoiling us. This could be mine and Kat's last 40 minutes together on Sewing Street. Don't worry, she'll be back covering. I know she will. Kat, you will definitely be coming back doing shows to cover, won't you? No, you'll always be here. £12.99. I just love the colours. I love the palette. But, I mean, I love the variety that you've got here. These are words to live by, aren't they? These are all really lovely affirmations to have, whether you're framing them in your workroom, whether you're gifting them for somebody who's just moved home, maybe, or just needs a bit of a pick-me-up. Just £12.99 now. What does that make our price per panel? Price per square. You got 16 squares, 81 pence now. 81 pence a square, a 10-inch square, and they are Moda. Okay, there are less than 10 of those if you want it. Should not have dropped the price. Really should not have dropped the price. That was very naughty. I'm pleased you did. Be calm wherever possible. It is always possible. That's a Dalai Lama quote, isn't it? Right. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. We were talking with Stuart about doing a bit of hand sewing, especially when the sun comes out. It's lovely to be able to do a lovely bit of hand sewing in the garden, because you do feel it, don't you? If it's a lovely sunny day, you think, oh, I shouldn't really be sitting in the sewing room. I want to get out there. So to have a bit of hand sewing to do on the go, or maybe, you know, if you're on a train or on your holidays, take something with you. Or to put a gift through somebody's post box. This is perfect, isn't it? Maybe somebody who's, you know, isolating, or who's somebody who's like Stuart's mum who's saying that she's trapped in a bit now while she's recovering from breaking a leg. This is perfect to give somebody to sit and do a nice little gift. The hydrangeas as well are absolutely beautiful. Now in here, it's the first time I've seen these, so am I allowed to open them up? You get an embroidery hoop. Oh, let's do it. I'm just going to get a pokey tool pen. I
don't know whether you should do this with a pen really, should you? But I just thought I'd open it so we can have a look. So you get in here your embroidery hoop, you get 100% cotton printed fabric, stranded embroidery cotton, stitch instructions, how to guide, padding and a needle. So literally everything that you need, and it comes in a really lovely little box that's ready to gift to somebody, maybe someone who wants to start getting into sewing. Remember to split your thread as directed to you in the stitch guide. You've got your needles there, oh so beautiful. There's, you've got all of your really beautiful coloured threads. You've got your hoop, you've got your wadding in there. Oh, and this is good because look, you literally just follow the colours, the lines, it's all there, it's all printed for you. So you could do as much or as little as you like on that, can't you? And then you've got your cut line around the edge, or your placement sort of guide for your hoop, and then this can all just be folded back. You don't even need to cut it really. Just $22.99. That is a really beautiful project. Oh, Alicia, I know, love today, Vic, but there's so many goodies. It's been brilliant, hasn't it? I'm going to be busy. Will you get any more of the template plastic in today? Sorry, no, we thought we would. We tried. We haven't been able to get any, but the supplier can't restock it today. Watch this space. We will definitely get it in ASAP. So keep your eyes peeled for that, because I know that Stuart really championed that template plastic. It's called Mylar, isn't it? It's the one that's heat resistant. Good luck, Kat. Going to miss our little chats online. I almost feel like you're a friend in my sewing room. Oh, Sue, you're making her emotional. She says, I'm still around. You can find me on Hobby Maker in the afternoon. So straight after 1 o'clock, it just automatically goes onto our sister show, Hobby Maker, which is literally through the wall here. So Kat's still going to be about. She'll still definitely be popping in the gallery, and she's still definitely going to be doing some one-off shows, you know, when she can fit us in. We'll have to do takeover days, won't we? We'll have to do it. But yeah, we're going to miss her a lot. She's still going to stay on the fan page, so come and talk to her, Sue, on the fan page. She's still going to be following Charlie's sewing journey, and she's still coming for all the curries, obviously. We're planning a June curry night. Also, in here you get your stitch guide, so it shows you how to do the stitches for anybody who is brand new. Back stitch and French knots are the only stitches that are used in this this piece. You've got your DMC stranded cotton as well, which is really beautiful. Well, the best stranded cotton you could use. Shows you how to split your threads. It's got on here where the French knots are, where the back stitches are, so you can see it really up close there on the back. And then you've got a huge selection. This is a great booklet of how to set yourself up, how to put it into your hoop. So great tips as well of getting started with embroidery. I love this. It's the first time I've seen these, and they are oh so beautiful. That's only the first design, by the way. It's the same with all of the rest, so I won't open them all in detail, but the bees. We've actually got a bee day, haven't we? Not a bee day as in a bee day. A bee day. Do you have a bee day? I had a bee day. I once got given a bee day by a guy that was trying to woo me. I think that's the weirdest gift I've ever had. I know. So strange. I'm actually probably going to see him at a wedding that I'm going to in a few weeks. Right, that's the B Day guy, Kieran. It isn't as weird. Basically, I started to do upcycling. I was doing lots of upcycling, and he said something like, we're just doing a clear out. You can have this if you want. Like, you could make it into like flower pots, all sorts. I was like, is that a B Day? It's like, yeah, it was. Oh no, I'm thinking of something completely different. I'm not a B-day, I'm thinking of a commode. That's even weirder though, isn't it, than a B-day? Oh no, I didn't go with him in the end, no. Right, you're oh so beautiful with the bees. Moving swiftly on. Sometimes I can on the telly. Right, you've got poppies, you've got sunflowers, daisies. Oh, I love them. With the bees, look. So this one looks like you've got some different stitches, actually. Embroidery hoop, cotton, your stranded thread, which is DMC. You've got your stitch instructions. You've got your wadding and your needle. Everything that you need for the bees. We also have, cacti.
This is so on trend, isn't it? Cacti or cacti, that's the plural, isn't it? $22.99. Really lovely gift ideas for people. Anybody who wants to start sewing, anybody who loves a bit of embroidery, a bit of wall art. £22.99. Great for all ages as well. Really nice gift for a teenager, you know, over the summer. It's really trendy as well, isn't it? The cacti print. And you know, our last one, we're talking about different affirmations and nice quotes and nice sayings. This is a lovely one. It says, be kind to yourself. I think that is so important to remember, isn't it? We're all, well, I'm the first to be like, oh no, I'm this, and it's like, no, actually, you know, give yourself a bit of credit, pat yourself on the back sometimes and be kind to yourself. $22.99. And I love that you've got all of these beautiful flowers as well. Don't forget it's a pre-printed panel, so you can put all of those stitches onto your cotton. Everything that you need to create that wonderful piece of embroidery coupon. The pattern is even pre-printed onto the fabric, so you don't need to trace it. Brilliant. £22.99. They are absolutely lovely, aren't they? New, new to me. Oh, so beautiful. Be kind to yourself embroidery kit. It's just £22.99. No. Thank you, Becky. She's just going to grab Stuart's book for us. Oh, before I put it away, can I tell you about this? So, this is the debobbler. Now, I'm going to just tell you now, I haven't bought a top in today because I sat a few weeks ago and debobbled all of my jumpers with this in the gallery before one of my shows, and Kat said to me, oh, have you got any bobbly jumpers? I was like, no, I've debobbled them all. She was like, oh, because we've got the debobbler tomorrow, we could show it how to use it. I was like, oh no, I'm all bobble free now. It's brilliant though, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Now we've got a bit of a problem. There's 25 left. It's lovely. It's in rose gold. It's cordless. So if you're just sitting watching the telly, honestly, it's so satisfying. I actually had a jacket for Christmas, so it wasn't old even. But it just started to get really bobbly. I think where I'm carrying Maisie, I don't know whether it's created a bit of friction and bobbly, but it was all, and then I think, oh, well, I'm not wearing it as much. And obviously we're thinking more about the world and sustainability and using things and making sure that we don't just, you know, live in this sort of fashion. I want to make sure they last. And I was a bit annoyed. My mum said, take it back, take the jacket back. But I thought, no, I'm going to debobble it. And I'm so happy with the results. It comes with a little lid. Now, all I would say is just give it a bit of a dust once you've used it, because it will build up the lint in there. It's got this lovely rose gold trim, and then I haven't charged this yet because I forgot to press on charge, but basically so it's a good job that I haven't got my debobbler. But it comes with a charging a USB wire. You can literally just put that, and it does actually have another cover, I think, on here, if I'm not mistaken. Just I dropped it. Hang on, Kat's coming out. She's wondering whether it's in the top bit. Go on, you have a look for me, Kat. So it's £17.99, which is the special edition. It is the special edition. So it's innovative, practical, and removes lint as well. Oh, actually, so even if you're not debobbling, do you ever have like a wool? Do you have any wool jackets or anything that tend to get lots of lint build up, or threads even on my jumper now today? It's not going to damage your fabric. That must be a safety feature because it is charged up, you know. Yeah, it is. So where was that, Kat?
In the lid. So
I twisted it off to empty it earlier. So this is how it comes. You've got the lid like that, and then when you want to clean it, you can take this section off. It will not go on because it's a safety feature. So let me turn it off. I'm going to pop this back onto the end, spin that in place, and then. So this, I don't know why I don't want to touch it, but if you just run this, it's really safe, it's not sharp, it's just going to take off any bubbles that you have on your clothes. But I'm going to get really addicted to this again, aren't I? I mean, this isn't particularly bobbly, this jumper, but it's still just going to remove any lint. I've always got, I mean, Kat's just told me off in the break because she says, Vic, you are covered in thread. If you just put this over it, it's going to take all those threads off, and as I said, it will build up a bit. Look, you can see I did get a bit of bobbly off, and a little bit of bubbly. So I absolutely love it, and it looks cool, doesn't it? I would be so chuffed with this as a gift if somebody bought this for me. £17.99, especially as it's nice and stylish in the rose gold and black, isn't it? It looks great, especially if you've got the Beldray iron as well, which I have. £17.99. That is also on the Today Show deals. It's on the show today if you do want to check out on that. But this is really handy. If you do have any jumpers or jeans or anything that you just think, oh, they've got bobbly now, I don't wear that as much, definitely get one of those. Bit of a, not a gadget, I'm not using that word. I don't know another word because it's not a gadget, it's really useful, really, really useful. Another great essential tool for your utility room wall to have. And just to, you know, help us in reusing and upcycling and using things over and over again. They do get wobbly, clothes do get wobbly, don't they? So that's brilliant. Now, this sold out at 9 o'clock earlier. Half the stock has gone again already. We had 150 have gone. If you missed out on this book, there is a reason why we had messages and messages and messages and messages of people coming in saying, I bought all your books, Stuart. Brilliant. Like, this is one of those books that, don't get me wrong, quilting books can have a very certain style. So you could like a certain designer and their style. What we love about Stuart is that he said, do you know what? I like that style, and I also like that style, and I like this style in between, and that's fine. I remember one of the publishers, when he was designing the 100 blocks book, said, you know, you need to just narrow it down, you need to just pick, and they all need to, you know, fit together, they need to work together as a book. And he said, he went away and he came back and he said, no, that's not me. I love lots of different styles, as do we. There's no duplicates across his books, so if you've already got the 100 blocks quilt, this is another 100 quilts. This isn't a compilation book. These are all different designs, and they are some of our favourites. Sorry, Charlie. They're some of our favourites. I was listening to you and I just wasn't listening. I was just ignoring you. He's like, just shout on the overhead bit, over the overhead. So in the front of the book, the contents breakdowns, oh, there he is, all of the different shapes, so simple shapes, strips and squares, triangles, curves, foundation piecing. You're really going to build your skills. And then, what's a quilt? Working colours together, because he has said about, you know, this is to design, this is with your stash in mind. He's not telling you to go out and buy lots of quilt kits and lots of new fabrics. I mean, you might want to go out and buy new fabrics, obviously, for this book, but he's talking about using smaller cuts and using your stash, how to rotary cut, using templates, die cutting, piecing, patchwork, foundation paper piecing. Oh, you know somebody else about stitch and flip? It's in there, stitch and flip section in there as well. Applique, 3 different ways of applique. This is the technique we saw today with the starch spray. Making a design wall, adding borders, adding a hanging sleeve, layering, quilting, binding. I mean, useful equipment. This is all before you even get into 100 quilts. So then you've got all these patterns with simple shapes. I mean, we know there's nothing wrong with selling a quilt pattern for $9.99. I mean, look at this. I'd pay $9.99 just for this pattern. And you're getting another 99 patterns in there. Twisted ribbons, modern chain, sycamore, box of crayons. There are so many beautiful colour palettes in here that you can, you know, pinch the ideas, rack his brains of knowledge and techniques. Oh, earlier on I actually did ask his angel policy and said, can you make and sell? And he said, absolutely, to your heart's content, go for it. I mean, this one I saw up at Festival of Quilts last year. It stood out so much on his stand. Do you remember, Kat, when we went by and we were like, oh, that's Stuart Hillard. We didn't go to say hello because he's too famous, a faux log cabin, how cool is that? Oh, glory, floating tiles, jewellery box. There's some really, really beautiful quilts in here using small cuts, simple shapes. It's sold out at 9 o'clock today. I'm pleased that we've managed to get it back. I mean, this in William Morris, oh, would look absolutely beautiful, wouldn't it? Red and white ideas, Christmas cactus. This would look lovely in your Tula pink, Kaffe fabrics maybe, those fat quarters that we had earlier. And then we go into curves. clamshells. Now if you're thinking, oh, this obviously means that I'm going to need to buttons is lovely, you're going to need to there's the lollipop flower which we did today. No, it's not. Similar applique. Oh, there it is. Lollipop flowers part 2. Same appliques. Kogan, bunting, stained glass window, and I mean all of these are quilts. There's the zebra one, but you could just do this as one wall hanging. You could do you know, this as again a smaller quilt, play quilt. You could do them as cushions. Hashtag as a cushion for a teenager's room. Hashtag just saying. Back in stock. Fish bones. You could do like a little cat placemat with it, couldn't you? And then all of your templates for FPP, anything that you need to enlarge is there. There's your FPP, there's your zebra FPP. Now, Stuart also said, do you know what? Please don't see this as a negative that you need to upscale them, because one, once you've kind of got the hang of how to do it on your printer, then it means that you can actually change what shape. So you've got a applique in here. So for example, let's see, you've got the polka dots, you've got the hearts. You can actually use that heart if you want to do as a small heart, or buttons. You could use this as a template as it is, but then you can also enlarge it to however big you want. So if you want to do it on a different size block, you absolutely can. Possibilities are endless then, aren't they? And there is a website as well, I believe, that you can go onto, and you can just download them. You can download them, so you don't even need to worry about, you know, photocopying them in, but take it to your local printer shop. Now, if you missed out in the 9 o'clock hour, get it now. It is now. Well, you're saying or never. Hopefully we'll be able to get it back again, but at the moment, this is it. We've tried to get as many back as we possibly could, so I don't know whether we're going to have to wait quite a while to get this one back. The guide price, or RRP price I should say, is $22.95. It's $17.99 here. We are so lucky to have the connection we do with Stuart. We're so lucky that we get to do it, especially, you know, to restock it as quick as we have done today. So definitely make the most of it whilst it's here. Should we do some Alice Caroline? I love a bit of Liberty. Now this is the mini sampler quilt, which is the summer mini sampler quilt. It features the most stunning Liberty prints, all Tana lawn, beautifully soft, great quality. And this is to make this quilt on the reverse. So you can see it's got a applique with a dragonfly, hydrangea. You could do these individually as little wall hangings if you want. It's a big quilt. It's a 17.5 inch by 17.5 inch, so it's a great size. And it's, I would say, a beginner's project, you know. It's going to be a really nice one that you could do as a quilt as you go. You've got the sashing between and the borders. You've got a double border and binding, all in Liberty. But that does scream summer, doesn't it? $59.99, always kitted so beautifully from Alice Caroline, and the prints that you get are beautiful. They're all Liberty. They're all then sort of updated with Alice Caroline colourways, new colourways. Some of them are exclusive colourways actually to Alice Caroline, and you do have just such beautiful quality, really beautiful quality. You're buying what you need for your pattern. You've got your background fabric included, plus all of those Liberty Tana lawns, and you're going to be able to create that quilt with a budget of £60, a Liberty quilt for less than £60. How good is that? We've also got a mega bundle ready for the Queen's Jubilee. If you started watching the celebrations, there's already been, you know, some bits and bobs on the telly, hasn't there? You're already saving on this bundle. You're already saving $14.99. Now you're going to get 4 panels. It's especially, well, it's exclusive to us, and we've made it and designed it especially for the Queen's Jubilee. Look, it's got the corgis. It's got the crown, it's got Buckingham Palace on there, it's got the Royal Guards, you've got the Union Jack, you've got some lovely little polka dots, some lovely little roses. It's lovely. The hexes, have you seen how great they are? Whether you're doing a bit of EPP, in the garden, or whether, that'd be lovely to sort of commemorate the Platinum Jubilee, wouldn't it? But also, if you've seen Wendy Orlando do really lovely big dense satin stitches between, you can create lovely cushions. You could do a big garden cushion to sit outside for your street parties. You've then also got your 5-inch squares. Bunting, just saying. How lovely would this be for bunting? Oh, I really want this. I really want to make my own bunting to put outside my house. I love that the corgis are faced in all different ways as well. They're so cute and all got different backgrounds. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee, we also have in your bundle. Remember, you're basically getting either your hexes or your squares for free if you're getting this whole bundle. It's £54.97. You then also have in here your strips. Now this is extra wide. Normally, obviously with your quilting weight fabrics, you're looking at 112 wide. Because we print this on our massive, amazing printer, it's 140 wide. 140 wide, so it's extra width. In fact, this would be a good one for bunting. Use a big template, make yourself one with maybe your new template plastic or cardboard, and just cut bunting for this. Oh, it'll be brilliant. Oh, the apron, Alison Marion's apron. Quilt it. Have a little lovely picnic blanket. Put it as a table runner on your afternoon tea table. There's so much that you can do with this one. And then finally, you also have your huge fat quarters, and they're big fat quarters. They're like fatter quarters, basically, aren't they? Because again, it's from 140 wide fabric. So you've got the crowns, you've got the really lovely little emblem, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee 2022. Now is the time to do your Jubilee, mates. You've got a few weeks. Got a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weekends still. I'm not going to lie, you're cutting it fine, but with these panels, you can make so many really lovely things. You still got time to do it. You still have time. But yeah, I might not be saying that next week. I think you might be struggling to get it in time and to be sewing bits and bobs. Well, you never know, speedy sewers. But if you do want these, grab them whilst they're here, especially with that saving. $14.99. Something then to keep, isn't it? Really lovely then, things to keep, to remember. Those of you that, we've had so long of being stuck in. It's just so exciting to have these lovely celebrations, isn't it? And my word, 70 years. She has been the most, our Queen, wow, dedication. Oh, this history, it's absolute history, isn't it? Incredible. I definitely do love our Queen. I love it. I'm so excited. Is anybody else? Did you know the royal pudding is, what did you say? Lemon Swiss roll with amaretto trifle. That sounds like my kind of pudding. That sounds delish. Definitely you can go on BBC food website to get the recipe for it for your street parties. Perfect. Has anybody got any street parties planned? You got a whole weekend planned, Kat. Are you going to be involved? So all 4 of those, $54.97. You'll be able to make loads and loads and loads of projects. Okay, right. Alison Marion. Is it a panel? One of our panels? Yep, got it. Right, this is Alison Marion's. I've not seen this. Oh, brilliant. Right, so it's meant to be the front pocket panel for her apron, but you could do like a wall hanging, couldn't you, for your, make it one big pocket at the front, and you could keep your rotary cutter, your scissors, your needle keepers and all of that in there. That would be brilliant. You've got all of your applique pieces, you've got your scissors, your embroidery snips, you've got your picker, you've got your needle, your skeins. That's lovely. If you've got a dedicated sewing room, just a little sign on your door. That's a really lovely piece of fabric with lots of little notions on that I think people are going to get very creative with this. I like the idea, you know, with your needle to poke it through. What are you going to do with this, Kat? Kat's getting this one. Sewing on a sewing machine cover. This would be handy on the front of a sewing machine cover, wouldn't it? And just to be able to applique all these other little buttons onto something. Oh, I think that's a really lovely make for a day, and it's £10. I mean, £10 for a lovely afternoon activity, and to have something really nice at the end of it as well. Really nice colours. Kat's adding that to our order. If you've paid your postage and packaging already, which so many of you have, just £9.99 for your tomato pincushion. Debbie Shaw once told me why tomatoes were traditionally, you know, you see tomato pincushions a lot. There's a reason behind it. I can't remember the story, but Debbie Shaw did tell me years ago. There was something about having tomatoes on your doorstep. I don't know if it was for newlyweds or as good luck, a new home. There you go. So putting them onto, placing tomatoes, actual tomatoes, onto a mantelpiece or onto a doorstep of a new home, warns off evil spirits, and you know, brings prosperity, and you know, that's what it was originally sort of known to be. But then tomatoes were out of season, so people would sow them, made them. So this is perfect, isn't it? You can make your own. Maybe for someone who's moving home. That's nice. Okay. Thank you, Alice and Marion. We also have, oh, these lovely reading cushions that are behind me. So I've got the Under the Sea. Oh, this is so cute. It's got a narwhal on it. Oh, and it's got instructions. These are exclusive to us. These are fab. They look so beautiful. Under the sea. Look, you've got little jellyfish, you've got dolphins. Oh, that is so cute. So you've got your cushion back. That's your cushion back. You could actually make a couple of these. There's your pocket front. There's your cushion front. This part here is your handle. It's all labelled. Then you've also got your pocket lining. Your Under the Sea reading cushion. And I mean, my daughter, she's only one. She is only one. And she already loves her reading cushion. Susie Duncan made her one, and she keeps her Peepo book in there. She always brings me the cushion and with the book, and it's so cute. And then I prop it behind me, and we sit on the on her floor reading, and it's lovely for any age, isn't it? On the back, you've got the Under the Sea. You've got your handle as well. Do you know what I think this is really cute for? When Maisie gets older and she goes and has sleepovers, maybe with my mum, you could put it as a pyjama case. And you can put your little dolly in there. You can put your book in there. When she goes for a sleepover around Auntie Kat's, exactly. Goes to visit Doris, $14.99. Isn't that a lovely gift? Honestly, when Susie Duncan, it's gone pride of place in Maisie's nursery. It's such a special gift for somebody. And actually, it's a really simple sewing make, isn't it? But it's so, so cute. And I love it in the Under the Sea theme. It's, you know, it's unisex, isn't it? And we all love a bit of Under the Sea. I love her. That's so cute. So cute. I've not seen that one. Is this another Alice and Marion design, by the way? No. Who came on and demonstrated these? Now, that one's more sort of, I would say, with younger folk in mind. But reading cushions aren't just for children, you know. This one is really good. I mean, you could have this. I could put my gardening book in here, Kat. I could put my trowel in there. This is a really lovely little kneeling stool, maybe. Take to the park with you and sit on a park bench, and you've got your, you can put your remote control on the sofa tucked in here. This is what it looks like finished. You could do some hand embroidery over the top of it. But I think that's really nice, actually, to put your gardening bits in. Hang it up on the back of, you know, if you've got a hook in the garage or something, or the shed, odour coat it. And then that's really lovely to take out in the garden with you. Could even be like a little kneeler, couldn't it? You could always take this to a picnic. If you're going next door to the garden party for the Jubilee, pop your bottle of fizz in there. $14.99. Aren't they absolutely lovely? And it does have all of your instructions as well, printed onto the panel. Love it. Really accessible for everybody. Then finally, I've got one other reading cushion. Did you say 5 minutes? Where has the time gone today? One more. Oh, this is lovely. Do you know when Stuart was talking about him being a primary school teacher? I just imagine this reading corner in a classroom. Another one, whether it be for him or for her. I love that it's, you know, got the learning in mind as well. It's not your generic. It's got N is for narwhal. Oh yeah. A is for apple. B is for Big Ben. Crocodile. D for dolphin. E for elephant. F for flamingo. G for giraffe. What's that? Oh yeah, I did have a little plaque. Yours was always a clown as C. I can't remember what mine was. V. It probably was a violin, wasn't it? It probably was a violin. But you've got all of your different panels here. You've got pocket lining, pocket fronts, $14.99. That is beautiful, isn't it? I love that. Well, B on here is Big Ben. C on here is crocodile. What did they put for V? Vegetables. That's actually my initials. My maiden name's Gordon, so it was Victoria Emily Gordon, so my initials were always Veg. £14.99. Now on Vec. Okay, right, they are your 3 reading cushions. Have we got time to squeeze in something else? Oh, I don't know. Amber Makes. Oh yes, because we've got another opportunity to say we've got a B-Day coming up on Friday. Oh no, hang on, was this meant for B-Day? Right, we're doing this quick. You get a whole panel and it's to create a key ring. You've got your you've ruined the B-Day now. You've got tea cozy, you've got a cushion, you've got mats, coasters. How lovely is this? Also, that's a doorstop, all included on your Amber Makes panel. And the artwork that Amy does is absolutely amazing. Look at the artwork and the detail from Amber Makes. Even the little door is textured. It looks like actual sort of wicker. It's lovely, really lovely. You've got your bees here, you've got your mug rugs or your placemats, your hexes. It's such a jam-packed panel. You've got a key ring here, all included, plus full glossy instructions from Amber Makes as well. Look, you can make a lot, can't you? Your key ring, your mats, tea cozy, your cushion, and also your doorstop. What's that? It was definitely meant for B-Day. Definitely. Uh-oh. Right, we've got to take this off because, yeah, this is going to be shown on B-Day. We're just going to give you a little sneak preview. You'll see it in the makes. Now there's so much that we haven't had a chance to get through. Delphine's monochrome kits with the panel, you get the fabric and you get her instructions for the coastal, the pier, the steam train and the Tudors are all there on the website. There's village fabrics, there's more quilt kits if you loved the quilt kits earlier. We've got lots of living in loveliness kits. It's all going to be underneath us on the website. So those of you that have opened your order with us today, which let's face it, who hasn't? Who hasn't? It's been a very, very busy day, so thank you for your company. But if you have already paid that post and packaging, go on the website, shop the categories, have a look on today's show deals and see what's available. Treat yourself to a sewing machine, maybe. Now, tomorrow, Wendy Orlando is with me tomorrow. It's me again. I'm back with beautiful floral fabrics. Oh, we'll have to message her and see if she's here. She normally comes and wears Maisie out on an afternoon before she comes on air. Foldable tote bag with Wendy at 9 o'clock. Sewing tools coming up at 10. We've also got Moda, modern background. Oh, Bowhouse quilt, very nice, with Wendy again. And then, oh, speaking of sewing machines, we've got sewing machines and accessories at 12. Kat, am I with you? I'm with Hannah. Thank you all so much for your company today. Thank you to the gorgeous Stuart Hillard. It's been lovely to spend my morning with you. Kat, if it's our last ever shift, it was a good one. I'm sure it won't be our last ever shift. That's why I'm not crying. Oh, we've got to stay friends. That's the new challenge, isn't it? Yeah, you've got to answer your phone to me. Right, do not go anywhere because we're about to tune over to our sister show, Hobby Maker. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Hopefully it's sunny this afternoon, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Bye.